Chapter 331, To the Future, 1. Sunlight streaming through the window bars and a cool breeze. I couldn't help but sigh in contentment as I enjoyed grilled meat and rum. This is the life. It had been so long since I had enjoyed such an ordinary day. The contrast with a gloomy Nork made it even more satisfying. Well, it wasn't like I didn't have anything to worry about. It's already been a week. Oral Gabis, Liwhan Praha, Jerome the Night of Light. A week had passed since that chaotic day when big shots were popping out from everywhere. And, sigh, I was still stuck in this time period. When the hell is this thing going to activate? I grumbled, fiddling with a fragment of records, but there was a silver lining to this situation. At least I had time to dispose of my equipment, and I have a few guesses as to why it's not working. Anyway, I decided to take a break and got a room at an inn on the surface. For reference, it was just one room. I wanted 2 rooms, but Amelia said there was no need. Honestly, I agreed. We had practically lived together for months in that underground city. It was a bit late to be talking about separate rooms. Drinking again. Oh, you're back. I told you to lock the door when I'm not here. Amelia entered the room and casually threw her coat on the rack. I didn't ask where she had been since morning. It was obvious. She must have been secretly stalking her sister. Nagging as soon as you come back. It's not nagging. I quickly changed the subject. So, how's Laura doing? Laura had woken up 3 days ago, thanks to the strong effect of the Lethe's Blessing prototype, and she was diagnosed with amnesia by the priest who was volunteering at the shelter, believing that the name on the ID card in her pocket was her real name. It's not Laura, it's Shannon Laura. Right. For reference, we created the name Shannon Laura. We were a bit hesitant to use the ID card the old man gave us. Amelia had a hard time switching the ID card we obtained with the one in Laura's belongings and even modifying the patient records at the shelter. So how is she? Unfortunately, it seems like she caught the priest's eye. She started learning how to read today, and she's progressing very quickly. The priest thinks it's a sign that her memories are returning. Don't worry, that won't happen. I'm not worried about that. I'm just concerned that she's attracting the attention of someone from the church. I didn't understand at first, but then it clicked. Because of her essences. Right. It would be suspicious for a child to have essences. She would probably live her life without even knowing that she had essences. Her stats could be explained away as her being naturally healthy, and she wouldn't be able to activate her abilities since she had no memories. But, this is a bit unsettling. For her to catch the priest's eye, of all people, it would be a different story if she lived a life closely connected to the church. There was a chance that her essences would be revealed since the church had the power to remove them. It seems like she attracted attention because it's rare for someone to lose their memories. So what are we going to do? What can we do? We can't just take her away. Amelia clicked her tongue and said she would just observe for now, and I agreed. And that was the end of the topic. By the way, how about changing your way of speaking? Amelia looked at me with wary eyes as I subtly brought it up. My way of speaking. It's a bit too formal for companions. Companions? What's with that? I've never heard of it expression. Don't tell me you forgot our promise. No, I remember. I was just wondering what that had to do with my way of speaking. Well, it doesn't really matter. I was just curious about how you would sound if you spoke differently. What? Amelia stared at me as if I was pathetic and then sighed. You, really? Well, I can be curious, can't I? You didn't speak like that when you were younger. Amelia trailed off. It was an unexpected reaction. She would have usually ignored me or told me to stop teasing her. I'll try to change my way of speaking. No, I'll try. Is this better? No, is it? What the hell? I was genuinely creeped out. That's when, as I was speechless. Is this better? Sounds more natural than is it better? Which one do you think is better? Amelia started seriously contemplating her way of speaking. Wait a minute. Aren't you changing too easily? You're the one who told me to change. That's true, but even so, don't misunderstand. I've also been thinking about it recently. Thinking about it, my sister would have wanted me to. And besides, you said it, so I must have a problem. I was just teasing you because the atmosphere was too gloomy. I quickly tried to fix the situation before it was too late. I don't think it's something you have to force yourself to change. What does it matter how you speak? The important thing is who you are. Amelia, who was initially hesitant, nodded, trusting my word since I had a history with Misha. So you two really were in that kind of relationship. Why did I say that? I had never told anyone about that. Well, you wouldn't say that if you didn't mean it. I understand. I'll put the speech issue on hold for now. Right, good decision. I quickly moved on to the main topic. Anyway, now that we've rested enough, let's have a proper conversation. Conversation, alright. Amelia sat down across from me, and we started our meeting. The first item on the agenda was this. Are you really not related to the Rose Knight Order? No, and we already talked about that. I found out later that Liwhan Praha had persistently chased Amelia because he thought she was a member of that group. It seemed like he had a grudge against them. I can show you what it feels like to lose something. Judging by what he said, he must have lost someone because of them. But that wasn't important. Why are you bringing this up again? I had dismissed it as a strange coincidence back then, but a possibility came to mind as I thought about it. You said you learned aura from the woman you met in Nork. Yes, she taught me a few things because she liked my eyes, but she just laid the foundation. I awakened aura much later. But, didn't we already talk about this? That's true. We had concluded back then that the woman was probably a member of the Rose Knight Order. However, but isn't it possible that she was you? What? I suddenly thought about it. It doesn't make sense for a stranger to be that kind. Amelia, who had been perceptive since she was young, understood what I was trying to say. Are you saying that's what we have to do? Yes, to lay the foundation for aura for baby Amelia. That might be our remaining task. However, don't worry, it's not that. Amelia firmly denied the possibility. I asked for her reasoning, but she just said she could trust her and didn't elaborate. It seems like I'm really wrong, judging by how she's reacting. That was good news for me. It meant we wouldn't have to stay here for another 2 years. Then let's move on to the next item. The second topic was oral gabus. How would that suspicious old man affect the future? We talked about it for a long time, and it ended with me getting scolded. By the way, why did you do something so dangerous? It would have been better if you had just parted ways amicably. What do you mean? You're saying I should have revealed my identity and face. Even if you didn't do that, you didn't have to mock him at the end. That's true. I felt refreshed back then, but it was a bit creepy thinking about how angry he must have been. You're good and all, but you need to be more careful with your words and actions. Alright. I won't say anything more, but be careful. I said I would become your companion, and that means I'm entrusting my life to you. I was grateful for her trust, but didn't she say she wouldn't say anything more? I coughed and changed the subject, and then we moved on to the next item. The core of this meeting, how to activate the fragment of records. To be precise, I was thinking we should discuss what our task is. You sound like you have an idea. Of course, I did. There were a few candidates besides teaching baby Amelia the basics of aura in 2 years, and the first one was this, the Genesis artifact. Amelia tilted her head, but she couldn't dismiss the possibility. Well, it wasn't like I would be the one stealing the Genesis artifact 20 years later, but I might get involved with it somehow, like the barbarian heart incident. Although the outcome wouldn't happen for a while, I might be the one who caused it. Well, the Genesis artifact is a very important item for evil spirits. It makes sense in that aspect. You're also an evil. Tisk. I'm sorry. I wasn't supposed to say that. Although it was a sensitive topic for me. Amelia quickly apologized, so I just gave her a yellow card. Then the second possibility. The GM. That was the nickname of the one who inherited the gathering from Oral Gabus, right? Yes, but why? It's around this time that he takes over the community. It was a bit of a coincidence. Maybe I had to meet the past him and do something to return to my original time. That's also plausible. Is there a third one? I immediately presented the last possibility. To hide the things I've gathered here and send them to the future. Maybe that's my last role. Isn't that just wishful thinking? Well, she's not wrong. Do you have any ideas? Well, I'll tell you if I think of something. Damn it, I was hoping for something good. I was a bit disappointed, but a leader should be able to embrace their companion's shortcomings. Whatever. So did you sell all the equipment? More than half of it. We could sell it faster if we lowered the price. No, it's fine if it takes time. Just sell it at the right price. But there are some valuable items. Wouldn't it be better to keep a few? She doesn't know anything. Equipment requires maintenance. Its value decreases over time. And besides, it would be suspicious if I was selling equipment from 20 years ago, so it was better to just get rid of everything except for the Demon Crusher, which I couldn't buy even if I had the money. The problem is where to hide it. I was continuing my usual worry when, and one more thing. I heard something while I was out today. They're auctioning a third-grade essence at the Central Exchange. What? A third-grade essence? Why not the Sky Auction House? It seems like the Almanes Trading Company is trying something new. Are they trying to upgrade the Central Exchange? They wouldn't be able to beat the Sky Auction House. So what essence is it? Are they keeping it a secret until the day before the auction like the Sky Auction House? Yes, but it doesn't matter since I already know. It was a famous auction. Damn right. This is the perk of being a regressor. Amelia spoke as I urged her to tell me with my eyes. It's Valherchen's essence. Is this fate? It was the essence I needed for my build. Chapter 332, To the Future, 2. Valherchen, a supersized monster that appears on the 7th floor. Since it lives in groups in specific fields, essence farming itself isn't that difficult if you have the specs. That's why I chose Bion's essence, which is harder to obtain later, when I received the royal family's reward. But, to be honest, its combat performance was better. While Bion's Transcendence allows for utility, variable creation, and unconventional skill combinations, Valherchen focuses on one thing: Physical resistance, the stat that tanks should prioritize even over strength. Moreover, Valherchen has an active skill that allows you to block aura, making its essence essential for becoming a sturdy shield barbarian. The problem is, the essence color. The active skill changes depending on the color of the essence. This is one of the biggest reasons why growth becomes more difficult as you climb higher. Not only are high-level monsters harder to hunt, but from 3rd grade onwards, there are at least 5 or 6 different colors of essences that can drop. It's not time to celebrate yet. At least not yet. Amelia, do you happen to know what color the essence is? I think it was green. What? Green? Hallelujah. Amelia frowned at my exclamation. Well, she must have been confused since it was a word she had never heard before. Is that something you say in your world? I explained that it was a word used when something good happened, omitting the religious meaning, and Amelia nodded. And then she glanced at me with a slightly hurt expression. You gave me a hard time when I said that word earlier. Ah, right. I did get upset when she said I was an evil spirit. It must have seemed hypocritical. I would have kept my hallelujah to myself if it were anyone else. Is it because she's the only companion, SSR, in this world who knows I'm an evil spirit? I apologized sincerely. It wasn't that I was being strict with you. I just tend to be more comfortable around you. I'll be more careful from now on. Whatever. Amelia accepted my apology coolly, and that was the end of the topic. I then asked the most important question. By the way, Amelia, just get to the point. Do you happen to know how much it sold for? I asked with a trembling voice, trying to suppress my excitement, and Amelia chuckled and stood up from her chair. And, click, click, she walked over to me, bent down, and whispered in my ear, I felt goosebumps all over my body. What the hell, how is it that expensive? I was shocked at first, but after thinking about it, it wasn't that unreasonable. It was a 3rd grade essence, after all. Since it was being auctioned at the Central Exchange instead of the Sky Auction House, there would have been many more bidders. There are plenty of rich people who can't enter the Sky Auction House. Anyway, that wasn't the important part. Amelia, what is it? I hesitated, and Amelia, who had returned to her seat, crossed her legs and folded her arms. It was a bit intimidating. Amelia sighed and scratched the itch as I struggled to speak. You're wondering how much we'll get if we sell all the equipment, right? Yes, probably, about 70%. Even if we sell it slowly at a good price. Damn it, so it's not enough, I guess we have no choice but to give up. It wasn't just about being 30% short. We had been looting for over 6 months, and we had even taken everything from those 10 looters. It was practically impossible to make that much money in a short amount of time. Amelia also seemed to agree, judging by her expression. Don't be too disappointed. We can always get the essence ourselves later. That's true, but, sigh. I couldn't help but sigh despite her consolation. I wish I had just stayed ignorant. It felt like I had received a birthday present, only to have it taken away because it was the wrong one. It was the perfect color, too. Well, there is a way. Amelia suddenly spoke, and I looked up. A way. Amelia averted her gaze. At first, I thought she was avoiding my gaze, but it seemed like she was looking at something specific. What is she staring at so intently? I unconsciously followed her gaze and froze. Krawl's Demon Crusher was leaning against the wall, its massive size impossible to ignore. No, we can't sell this. Why? You can't take it back to your original time anyway. I'll bury it somewhere safe. There's always a risk. Selling it and converting it to an essence would be the most rational choice. Amelia was right. No matter how well I hid it, there was no guarantee that it would still be there 20 years later. On the other hand, essences could be taken back without any problems. But, are you crazy? You're asking a warrior to sell his weapon. You're sounding like a barbarian again. It's a habit. I thought so. Wait, how did we get here? I returned to the topic and firmly stated my position. Anyway, this is something I will never sell, so don't even mention it again. I'd rather give up on the essence. It wasn't just stubbornness. A 3rd grade essence was valuable, but its rarity was nothing compared to a double-numbered item. Double-numbered items were so rare that they rarely even appeared at the Sky Auction House. The price might be similar, or the essence might even be more expensive, depending on demand. But the acquisition difficulty of Krawl's Demon Crusher was dozens of times higher. In other words, if I sold it now, I might never be able to get it again. If that's how you feel. Amelia nodded in understanding after I explained my reasons. And that was the end of that conversation. Amelia went out again, saying she was going to check on her sister, and I stayed in the room, drinking to soothe my aching heart. How long will it take to get that essence? It would take at least a year. I would have to return to my original time, reorganize my clan, upgrade my ship, clear the 6th floor, and reach the 7th floor before I could even encounter Valherchen. And then I would have to farm it until I got the right color. Valherchen. I was wallowing in self-pity when, creak, the door opened. You're still drinking. Amelia had returned, her face pale with exhaustion. It seemed like she had spent the entire day by her sister's side. Haha, you're back, Amelia. I told you to lock the door, sorry, you're apologizing. I'll make sure to lock it from now on. It's not like we have the essence anyway. What if an assassin who can use ore comes and... I couldn't finish my sentence. I was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. Amelia sighed deeply. You reek of alcohol. I had nothing to say. I was in the wrong. I just hung my head in shame, and Amelia cautiously spoke. By the way, Yandel, do you really want that essence that badly? Huh? I suddenly snapped out of my drunken stupor. It was like a mother giving in to her son who was throwing a tantrum in the toy aisle. Are you saying you have a way? Amelia chuckled at my hopeful question. And, don't get your hopes up. That means, I was speechless with joy. I said don't get your hopes up. It's just a possibility, but there might be a way. It was the first time I had felt such a sense of security from someone older than me. Amelia went out every morning and returned to the inn exhausted late at night, but she wouldn't tell me what she was doing. She just said she would tell me if it worked out. If it goes well, I'll be able to solve the money problem. So until the auction, you should focus on what you can do. Don't just stay in the inn all day, Amelia. I couldn't disobey her orders, so I diligently explored the city. My goal was one thing: to find a place where I could hide Kral's demon crusher and keep it safe for 20 years. The forest in the sanctuary would be perfect, but I'm worried that someone might dig it up during a funeral. Finding my own garlic field was harder than I expected. I would find a good spot, but after careful consideration, it would always fall short of 100%. The sewers are full of homeless people, so it's not safe either. And I can't freely enter the sanctuaries of other races, so I have to pass on those. If Amelia failed to get the money, I would have to hide a huge sum of money as well, so I had to be even more careful. Well, that wasn't my only concern. But what if she actually gets the money? What do I do then? My current level was 6. I could absorb up to 6 essences, and all 6 slots were currently filled. To absorb Valherchen's essence, I would have to level up or remove one of my existing essences, but reaching level 7 would require clearing more than half of the 6th floor, so I didn't have to think about that option. Which one should I get rid of? Orc Hero, Ogre, Bion. These 3 were core essences, so I couldn't remove them. And Stormgush was a 3rd grade essence, too valuable to discard. Its base stats alone were worth keeping, so I was left with 2 choices: Manticore, my only movement skill, and a 5th grade essence that I had always planned to remove eventually, and Corpse Golem, the 7th grade essence that I had absorbed out of desperation. It was the lowest grade essence I had, but it wasn't an easy choice. It feels like I'll be missing something without it. The usefulness of this essence was undeniable. How much had I relied on the pain resistance stat? Even the trash skills, Flesh Explosion and Acidic Fluid, had proven useful in battle. But it's time to graduate from it. I never planned to keep it this long anyway. If I had to choose between the 2, Manticore was the better option. The reason was simple. Inheritance would give me back 20% of the stats, but my magic resistance, which was 200, would be reduced to 40. If I removed it now, I would have to absorb another intermediate essence to balance out my magic resistance until I could get Valerius essence. Well, this is all pointless if Amelia fails to get the money. The thought of finding a hiding place became even more important, and I diligently explored the city. And, only 3 days left. It was 3 days before the auction. I lay down on the bed, staring at the clock on the nightstand. What will happen this time? It was midnight on the 15th. Oh, I'm here again. I opened my eyes in the familiar room and put on the white mask, and I quickly left the room, The hallway was empty and silent, but if my guess was correct, the new owner of this space, the second master, GM, should be somewhere in this mansion. Let's take a look around. I wandered through the mansion, carefully examining every room. The captain, the ruined scholar, and the other members were nowhere to be seen. What happened to them? I was starting to get curious when I saw a man standing in the main hall on the 1st floor. He was clearly not one of the otherworldly evil spirits. He was wearing a tracksuit with a familiar logo. Could he be the GM? I took a step closer to get a better look, but did he sense my presence? Hey, person. The man looked around and then froze as our eyes met, We stared at each other in silence. This is unexpected. He had a somewhat goofy face. His eyes were filled with confusion. He even seemed scared of me. Who are you? You said you banished all the previous members. The previous members were banished. He was clearly wary of me, but he was still giving me information. I could smell it. The strong scent of a newbie. Well, even the GM would have been here for less than a year. He's still fresh. How should I handle this? I was already salivating. And, sir, are you the sir? He looked at me with such innocent eyes. Lick. I couldn't help but lick my lips. Chapter 333, To the Future, 3. What am I doing, and why am I doing it? To be a good gamer, you always have to be aware of your goals and the means to achieve them. It's the starting point for an efficient gaming life, as it helps you avoid wasting time. So, I licked my lips and organized my thoughts. What was my goal for entering this community? It was a simple answer. to find out the identity of the GM, and the means. Yet, this is the best option. Lion style. Fourth form, possession. It's a technique that allows you to seamlessly continue a conversation as if you're possessed by the other person, going beyond mere method acting. I just made it up. Haha. Surprised, I chuckled like an old man, and the white guy's eyes widened. Sir, is that really you? His voice was filled with relief. But did he sense something was off? His wariness, which had been fading, intensified. But, your hide is different, and your skin. Haha, he's quite suspicious for a newbie. He'll go far. I smiled warmly, as if enjoying his suspicion. You're also different, aren't you? I spoke in a gentle tone, like a grandfather teaching his grandson. The guy seemed to realize something and looked around, checking his reflection in a window on the wall. Is that your true form, sir? Yes, but why are you wearing a mask? I don't want to show my face to others. My ass. He nodded in understanding, which was quite amusing, but I kept my composure. I wasn't Lee Hansu right now. So, how do you like this place? I started with a light question, gathering information step by step. Well, I'm not sure yet. I don't really understand what you told me. What I told him. I had no idea what he was talking about, so I activated the second form, silence, It was a technique that always guaranteed at least a basic response. The materialization you mentioned? It's not easy. That? Fortunately, it was something I was familiar with. It was a basic technique that you had to learn to participate in the Ghostbusters community. It used to only work in chat rooms or your inner world, but it seems like he can use it here because he inherited the master position. I quickly assessed the situation and continued the conversation. Haha, it's natural to find it difficult at first. Let me help you. Is there any food you want to eat? Yes. Close your eyes and imagine it in detail, and then imagine holding it in your hand. Yes, good. You're a fast learner. Yes. Open your eyes. Yes. The guy opened his eyes and stared at the hamburger in his hand, and he took a big bite. I can't taste anything. Sorry, that feature was removed when I created the round table before you arrived. There's no need to tell him the harsh truth. It can't be helped. Don't be too disappointed. Yes, he nodded, but he couldn't hide his disappointment. I could relate. I was also disappointed when I first entered Ghostbusters and tried to drink a can of Coke from the fridge. Sir. Yes, what happened to the previous master? He said we wouldn't see him again. He didn't seem suspicious, just curious. It was an easy question to answer. I was worried about you. I thought I should at least meet you once and help you before leaving. I see. He was so naive that he believed me without a doubt. This was my chance. I had gained his trust. Now it was time to dig for information. Don't worry too much. I patted his shoulder, pretending to be friendly. You have a talent for magic. You'll get the hang of materialization soon enough. The GM was a mage. I had confirmed it myself, but I deliberately used the word talent just in case. It's always better to be careful. He might not have become a mage yet since he was still a newbie. Magic. So that's why you chose me. Judging by his tone, it seemed like he had already chosen the mage path, but I still don't understand. There must have been more skilled mages than me, a half-baked one. Why me? Don't put yourself down. How many people have adapted to this world as quickly as you? You'll become someone great. I showered him with praise, and he looked away, embarrassed. It was time for another attempt. By the way, what's your rank? 6th grade. What? I was genuinely shocked. He had been here for less than a year, but he was already 6th grade? Was that even possible? It's just that I was lucky enough to get a high rank. I still can't use magic properly, so I'm always nervous. He muttered in a self-deprecating tone, and that solved the mystery. He had called himself a half-baked mage earlier, and he just said he couldn't use magic properly. It means the character he possessed was already a mage. There's a statistic that possessed bodies are always fixed at 20 years old. But unlike explorers, who can only enter the labyrinth after becoming adults, mages can choose their profession from a young age. Damn it, I started as a ground-dwelling barbarian. I felt a pang of jealousy, but I also memorized the information. So there were cases like this among evil spirits. Why are you looking at me like that? Haha, it's nothing. I'm just proud of you, you're making me blush. He looked at me with grateful eyes. Okay, this was practically a groggy state in gaming terms. I subtly asked, by the way, what's your name? It was time to find out. The GM's identity was a mystery. I knew he was a mage, but I didn't know his name or face. So I wanted to use this opportunity to find out. But, my name? Why? He tilted his head, confused, and his eyes, which had been filled with trust, started to show a hint of suspicion. Damn it, this isn't working. I quickly switched to plan B. Plan A was just a test anyway. Haha, I was asking for your real name. My real name. He was flustered at first, but then he seemed relieved. I thought you were asking for my name here. There's no point in hiding my real name. It's Oliver Wiseman. That's a nice name. Haha. I chuckled like an old man and brushed off the name Oliver Wiseman. It was meaningless in this world. By the way, sir. Yes, can I ask for some advice? Of course. Go ahead. You told me to manage this place well and make it a place where evil spirits, I mean, players can interact, right? Did I say that? You did, right. You also mentioned a pill. I think I can make it myself if I study a bit more, but I'm not sure about the other parts. Can I get some advice on that? I'm not sure how to manage this place. If that's what he wanted, then I could help. I had already made up my mind. I would just tell him what I had seen in the future. This world considers you all evil spirits, so they'll be hesitant to enter this place. You'll need a system that guarantees anonymity. I have an idea. We could make it like an internet community. Internet community. Sorry, it must be an unfamiliar term. The GM explained what a community was, as if teaching an old man about modern technology. It was meaningless information to me, who had spent his entire life with the internet. But I did learn one thing. So Orelgabis didn't tell him much about himself. It seemed like he had only introduced himself as an otherworldly evil spirit. Anyway, that wasn't important. That's a good idea. But it would be even better if you used that computer thing you mentioned. It fits the concept of a community, and it would be easier for them to adapt to something familiar. Oh, you're right. You could also create something like a marketplace so that they can benefit each other. If they can trade real-world items without revealing their identities, this place will be very attractive to them. Wow, and when you send the pills, you could write a letter in your world's language explaining what it is. That's amazing. It's incredible that you understood the concept of computers and communities so quickly, but how did you come up with this idea so fast? I continued to explain the final form of Ghostbusters, and the GM was amazed. But then, it sounds like an amazing place, but how do I actually create it? The GM tilted his head and asked. I had nothing to say. How do you create it? That's for the engineers to figure out. How would I know? I firmly said. You can do it. You're still inexperienced, but you'll get the hang of it. I believe in you. Yes. The GM seemed unsure, but I didn't care. It would happen eventually. I continued with the design process. And one more thing. How about adding a password to the letter? Password. Yeah, if you use something like fuck the royal family as the password, you can filter out some spies. The PS actually became the password later on. Of course, it didn't really matter. Even if they entered the correct password, they still had to be verified by Soul Queens before they could join. Well, I had a keen eye for detail, so I figured out the trick in the letter and entered the password before she even arrived. Wait, the abbreviation for password is PW, not PS. But why did it work? Was it just a fluke? I wondered if there was another way to solve the password, but it wasn't something I could think about now. Sir, are you alright? I'm fine. Where was I? You were talking about how to distinguish spies. Right. I then shared information about the content of the letter, individual private spaces, and measures to filter out and banish spies. This should be enough of a guideline. I couldn't cover every detail, but I wasn't worried. This wasn't my first time messing with the past. Whether I told him or not, this mansion would eventually become the community I knew. Maybe this is my role in this, I suddenly wondered if I would be sent back to my original time as soon as I left the community. But, nah, that can't be right. I dismissed the thought. That's when. By the way, sir, the GM cautiously spoke to me. I think I know who you were talking about, you said that a user who cleared the original difficulty would come here someday, the one who would fulfill all our wishes. You remember? I did say that. I flinched as I understood the context. So he didn't just tell him about the future, he had given him a mission. Well, the GM didn't know that. But what did he mean by fulfill all our wishes? Was he talking about the gate of the abyss? Maybe the old man just said whatever to motivate the GM. Like, you can only return home when this guy appears. Anyway, I'll think about it later. I did, but, the GM continued. I've been thinking about it, and I think I know who it is. A user who was very famous in the Stone Ivan community. Someone I really respected. I learned a lot from his posts while clearing the 15 times mode. I already knew who he was talking about. But I was pretending to be Orelgabis, so I asked with feigned interest. Who is it? A user who went by the nickname Elf Nuna. I can't be sure, but I think she's the only one who could have cleared the original difficulty. And you said that user would be a barbarian, right? Coincidentally, she also mainly played Shield Barbarian. Is that so? I see. But we can't be sure, so it's best to keep all possibilities open. That person might not be a barbarian. I subtly misled him. But was that a mistake? What do you mean might not be? Why is he overreacting? I chuckled and spoke calmly. I just meant that it's a possibility. I see. The GM seemed to understand, but his eyes didn't. Sir, yes, can I ask you one more thing? The GM stared into my eyes and asked, what's your name? Damn it, this is going to be troublesome. I had underestimated him. He might be a newbie, but he had been managing the community for over 20 years, hiding his identity. His judgment might be a bit slower than usual, but he was still intelligent. My appearance was different from before. I was wearing a mask, and I had asked for his name. I had given him plausible explanations for everything, but he must have felt a growing sense of dissonance. I couldn't perfectly imitate an old man. He must have sensed something was off. Why aren't you answering? I chuckled bitterly. This wasn't the time to be thinking about why things had gone wrong. Do you not know my? I cut him off and quickly spoke. Darkened. I didn't just blurt out a random name. There are 3 of them. It was one of the 3 mage names that Libiko had given me. The ones he suspected were the GM. So, the probability is 33.3%. It was a good enough chance to take before giving up. Then what was the result? A brief silence followed. And, who are you? The GM's voice was filled with hostility. Chapter 334, To the Future, 4. The best case scenario was for the GM to remain completely oblivious to my true identity until I had extracted all the information I needed, but it seemed like hiding it until the very end was impossible. Well, it can't be helped. I dismissed my lingering regret. The information I had already obtained was enough to justify using the 4th form. He's 6th grade at 20 years old, even though I don't know which school he's from, and the number of candidates had been reduced from 3 to 2. Orelgabbis wouldn't have met him without knowing his name, but judging by his reaction, he can't be Darkened. The probability had increased from 33.3% to 50%, and this was probably the limit of what I could find out while hiding my identity. Well, that didn't mean I was going to leave satisfied. I could probably find out who he is just by investigating the remaining 2 candidates, but there was no need to take the long way when there was a shortcut. I had been so aggressive with my information gathering because I had this trump card. Tell me, who are you? How did you get in here, and why were you pretending to be him? The GM, having seen through my act, pressed me with confidence, as if he was someone important. Cute. I chuckled and opened my mouth. I was planning to reveal my true identity and tell him this before leaving anyway. Orelgabbis, what? That's the game developers. That's the old man's name. The GM frowned as I cut him off. He understood the words, but not the meaning. I patiently explained, like a veteran player guiding a newbie. That guy summoned you all to this world, and he's only planning to use you. And he doesn't feel any guilt for doing this. Be wary of him. You think I'll believe you just because you're hiding your identity? What is he talking about? Believe it or not, that's your choice. I just came here to warn you. Then why were you pretending to be him? I wanted to know what kind of person you were before I told you this. Of course, I didn't expect him to believe me 100%. I hadn't told him the whole truth. The GM was still wary of me, trying to figure out my intentions. But, it's all about how convincing it sounds. Humans are sensitive creatures. Even if they don't believe it, they'll still feel a sense of unease. It's like a crack in a wall. You can't help but notice it. What if, maybe, perhaps, planting those keywords in his mind was enough for now? That should be enough to sow discord. There were countless reasons to be wary of Orelgabbis, but I decided to stop there. It was more effective to let his imagination run wild and to explain everything. You think I'll be swayed by your words? The GM was more concerned about my identity than Orelgabbis, so he raised his voice. Reveal yourself, or, it was pathetic. That's not how you ask a question, especially not to someone who seems stronger than you. I took a step forward and asked, or what? The GM opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. He just gasped for air, lion style. 3rd form, contempt. Step. I took another step closer, and the GM started trembling, his eyes rolling back. I didn't expect his mental fortitude to be this low. You're weak. You were a beast in my time, kid. It seemed like he wouldn't even understand what I was saying, so I lowered my killing intent, and I muttered, Acadaratius. It was the name of the 2nd candidate Libiko had given me, but the GM's reaction wasn't what I expected. What is this guy talking about? Is he casting a spell? He looked at me with wary eyes. Damn it. So that wasn't it either? Then I was left with one candidate. Yervin Hobelion. I didn't give him time to recover and spoke the name of the last candidate. I was a bit worried that Libiko might have been wrong, but, his reaction was completely different this time. His pupils dilated, his breathing became ragged, his facial muscles stiffened. He was trying to maintain a poker face, but he couldn't hide his shock. So that's your name. I felt a surge of joy, but also a hint of bitterness. It took me 3 tries. 33.3% and 50%. Both were good odds, but I was getting nervous after 2 failures. At least one of them was a winner. Well, that's just how I am. Yervin Hobelion. I muttered his name again and slowly released my killing intent. The GM, who had been frozen in place, collapsed to his knees, gasping for air, but his eyes were still fixed on me. Who are you? His eyes were filled with fear, not hostility. But as the pressure lifted, his mind started to work again. Flash. A white light flashed, blinding me. I wasn't surprised. I had experienced this countless times. See you later. He had used the master's authority to shut down the community server. You're back. I opened my eyes, and Amelia was sitting next to me. She was always there when I returned from the community. I was vulnerable while I was gone, so she was worried something might happen. What could possibly happen in 10 seconds? It felt like overkill, but I was grateful. Here, I reached for the water bottle on the nightstand, and Amelia handed it to me. Thanks. So, how did it go? I told her about what had happened in the community. Amelia listened with interest, but she didn't overreact. Yervin Hobelion, the recluse mage. He's an evil spirit? The city would be in chaos if this got out. Recluse mage, you don't know? He's famous for being a shut-in, rarely leaving the magic tower. Most of his fame comes from his time as an explorer. I see. It was the first time I heard that he was a recluse, but I had done some research on him before. He had become independent and founded his own school after his previous school was destroyed in an incident, and he mainly used wind magic during his time as an explorer. And he was considered the best in the field of magic tool creation. That's why his nickname was Magitechnician. Anyway, I finished my story, and Amelia said it was a good thing the fragment of records hadn't activated. A good thing. Yet, I thought I might have to leave without buying the essence if it activated while you were gone. Right, I see. You seem disappointed. Amelia looked at me with a strange expression. I chuckled awkwardly. Haha, no, not at all. I'm just glad it didn't activate. I thought so. I then brought up the topic of hiding the demon crusher. I'm not sure where to hide it. I've been to a lot of places, but none of them feel safe. The forest in the sanctuary would be ideal, but I'm worried that the shaman might find it. How about putting it in a bank vault? A bank vault. It was an unexpected suggestion. I would have to use the identity Nibbles Ench to use a bank. It would be troublesome to retrieve it as Bjorn Yondell, and besides, Nibbles Ench would be erased next year due to unpaid taxes. In other words, anything I left in the bank would be seized by the government. I can't pay 20 years worth of taxes in advance either. It was an unrealistic option, so I hadn't even considered it. But she wouldn't have suggested it if she didn't know about that. Tell me more. I leaned forward, and Amelia explained. Almanus Bank has something called an anonymous time-limited vault. I've never heard of it. It wasn't a system that existed in the game, so it must have been an update that happened in the past 150 years. It's not surprising that you don't know. It's a little-known system, even among explorers who frequently use banks. Amelia then explained how the anonymous time-limited vault worked. So basically, you can store items for a set period of time without revealing your identity, and you can retrieve them with a password. Not bad. The next day, Amelia and I went to the bank and checked for any hidden clauses or risks. And this is better than Swiss banks. It seemed much safer than burying it, so I deposited Krawl's Demon Crusher in an anonymous vault. I set the time limit to 22 years, just to be safe. Well, the down payment was quite hefty. Don't worry, we can afford it. Amelia's blessing was with me, so this kind of petty cash was nothing. She had managed to get the money. You really got all the money we needed. Amelia had been working day and night for the past 2 weeks, and she had actually managed to raise the necessary funds. I asked her how she did it, and she simply said, I sold information. She had used her knowledge as a regressor to sell information. Her main customers were those interested in the upcoming auction. She had sold them the name and color of the essence that would be auctioned. But why would they believe you? I used my position as the branch manager of the Central Exchange. Used it? How? I followed a branch manager and investigated him for a few days. It wasn't hard to find something incriminating. I used that to blackmail him. The Central Exchange was very strict about security, so even the branch manager didn't know what essence would be auctioned. But that didn't matter to us. The important thing was to make the customers believe that it was insider information. We went to his office together, so they didn't doubt the information. They probably thought they could hold him accountable if it was wrong. I was amazed by her skills. She could have been a successful businesswoman. Amelia. What? Don't touch me. Thanks to Amelia, we had solved all our problems, from finding a hiding place for the equipment to selling it and getting the money for the essence and the remaining balance. And, phew, it's finally here. The day of the auction had arrived, Chapter 335, To the Future, 5. Almanus Central Exchange, Auction Hall No. 1. Even during regular auctions, where only decent items were presented, this place was rarely more than half full. But today, it was packed with people, and they weren't just any ordinary people. The master of the Nenma clan is here too. He's not here for himself, but for the explorer known as Iron Wall. Did the guardian of their first team die recently? He's probably here to fill the vacancy. Explorers with shiny equipment. Oh, is the Ragman Trading Company also interested in that essence? A merchant wouldn't refuse a good deal, no matter what the item is. But auction items rarely sell for their true value. The value of an item isn't just about money. Duke Kudo's birthday is coming up, isn't it? If you can use this as an excuse to attend the banquet, you can make a good impression on many nobles and wealthy individuals who aren't explorers. There were no casual onlookers. It was understandable. The auction had become a hot topic, and even the entrance tickets were being sold at exorbitant prices. It was a nightmare just getting tickets. If it weren't for Amelia, who had tipped me off about the auction before the information was released, I would have had to buy a ticket from a scalper and enter alone. Stop looking around. You'll attract unwanted attention. I quickly changed the subject, sensing a lecture coming. By the way, have you been to this place often? Enough times. Well, she had been an explorer much longer than me. Then I can ask you if I have any questions. I continued to observe the surroundings discreetly. There are a lot of people wearing masks, just like us. I heard the winning bidder's identity is kept anonymous. There are always people who don't want to be known. Oh, what about that guy in the suit? He doesn't look like an explorer or a merchant. He's a representative from a powerful family. He's dressed neatly, but it's not a noble family. They always prioritize their reputation. Oh, really? She was like a walking encyclopedia. Every question was answered immediately. I continued to ask her questions, testing her knowledge, and soon the auction began. Amelia, can we even afford anything here? If we give up on the essence, so we can't afford it. It seemed like she had put a lot of thought into other items besides the third-grade essence. The first item, and the ones that followed, were all high quality. A triple-numbered item at the central exchange, and it wasn't even a trash triple-numbered item. It was a general-purpose item that any damage dealer could use, even though it wasn't very useful to me. Damn it, if I had the money, I would have bought it and put it in the vault. I watched the heated bidding with a pang of regret every time a new item was presented. 140 million stones. 140 million stones. Any higher bids? Sold to the anonymous bidder. The auction was very straightforward. It wasn't the usual system where you gradually increased your bid in small increments, but a free-for-all where you could write down any amount. But the bidding method was surprisingly modern. Click, click, beep, click. Each chair had a magic tool on the armrest where you could enter your bid, and your bid would appear on the electronic display on the stage when you pressed enter. The bidder's identity was kept anonymous. Well, it would be a bloodbath if they didn't protect their anonymity. This method was first used at the Sky Auction House. I had learned it while studying history at the library. There was an incident where two prestigious noble families got into a fight after bidding against each other in a public auction. Now, for the 17th item. The next item was presented on the stage. It was a test tube stored in a luxurious box. Several essences had already been auctioned, but this one was different. Yandel, I know. Unlike the previous essences, a large painting was placed next to the box. A giant monster with thick shells, roaring ferociously. Valherchen. They even prepared this. They really put a lot of effort into this auction. The monster in the painting looked so lifelike that it seemed like it would jump out at any moment. The participants murmured in oh, indeed. I thought this essence would be auctioned last. Yes, it's a bit strange. There are 35 items in total, so we are not even halfway through. Some were confused by the timing, but I didn't find it strange at all. It was actually a clever marketing strategy. Almanis Trading Company is playing smart. If the essence was auctioned last, those who had prepared their funds would have to wait until the very end. That would reduce their chances of bidding on other items. But if they auctioned it in the middle and quickly found a buyer, the situation would change. Those who had spent their money on the essence would be more likely to bid on other items. This item is Valherchen's essence, obtained by Lightning Spark of the Merrill clan after slaying the ferocious beast during their recent expedition. The auctioneer began his sales pitch, and the atmosphere in the hall changed. Ahem. The participants, who had been chatting and socializing, started to eye each other warily. The explorer's eyes gleamed with desire, and the merchant's eyes were sharp like wolves sensing an opportunity. It was like a battlefield without weapons. And in that situation, who are you trying to outbid? Click, click, beep, click. I entered my bid, and starting bid is 50 million stones. As soon as the auction began, beep, I pressed enter. The number appeared on the electronic display. 870 million. 870 million stones. This was why the auction became so famous. There was only one bid. A brief silence followed the overwhelming bid. 870 million stones. 870 million stones. Any higher bids? The auctioneer, maintaining his professionalism, tried to keep his voice calm, but the hall erupted in chaos. 870 million stones. Who the hell would bid that much from the start? Some were dumbfounded. Who could possibly afford that? Others were curious about my identity. Those who had given up on the competition were simply amused, but those who had been serious about the essence were different. You have to make a decision quickly before it's sold. They hurriedly started discussing, their faces pale, and as always, their reactions were mixed. 870 million is impossible. Some had already exceeded their budget. We could afford it, but it's insane to spend that much on an essence that only guardians use. We're out. Others made a rational decision based on cost effectiveness. And, why shouldn't we bid? Maybe the exchange is trying to pull something. Some were hesitant, suspicious of foul play. You mean shell bidding? That's a possibility, but maybe they never intended to sell it in the first place. It could be a bait. Some even considered the possibility that the Valherchen essence was a fake, just a lure to attract customers. But that wasn't the important part. The overwhelming bid had stunned them, and they were lost in thought, unable to make a decision in the midst of the chaos. But, tick-tock, time was ticking away. Any higher bids? The auctioneer, who usually hammered the gavel without hesitation, was stalling for time, and, he saw the participants hesitating, unable to make a decision, so he announced the end of the bidding. Bang, 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 the sound of the gavel echoed through the hall. I smiled in satisfaction and nodded. Yet, instant buy is the best part of an auction. After the chaotic auction ended, we went to the item delivery room and paid for the Valherchen essence. 870 million stones, confirmed. The employee who delivered the item seemed to be a high-ranking official in the exchange. He looked at us with a mixture of disapproval and curiosity, but he maintained his professionalism. Have a nice day. He didn't ask for our identities or engage in any unnecessary conversation. What are you waiting for? Let's go. We left the delivery room, feeling the gazes of the other participants on us. They were all curious about what we had bought, but they couldn't tell which item we had purchased, so no one dared to approach us. Any tales? None. They were probably just curious. Really? Where to? Where else? The church. We left the exchange in a carriage and headed straight for the leafless church. It was almost evening, the time when they usually stopped accepting visitors, but we made it just in time. You're here to remove an essence. Here's the donation. Please wait outside. I paid the priest and removed the essence. I had decided to remove the corpse golem essence. I've never removed an essence at a church before. I had heard about it from others, but it was a strange experience. Look at the production value. In the game, it was just a few clicks on the keyboard. I was enveloped in a white light and arrived in a pure white space. I was naked, and a blue dagger was in my hand. And giant monsters were all around me. They were all locked in cages. Ogre, Orc Hero, Stormgush, Manticore, Bion, and my target for today, the corpse golem. I observed them for a moment and then used the dagger to cut a thread of light connecting the corpse golem to me. And, swah, I opened my eyes, and I was back in the church. It feels strange. It's natural to feel that way. You've just severed a connection that was engraved in your soul. It's a common experience for first-timers. You'll get used to the empty slot in a few days. It was a very leafless church-like statement, but I couldn't help but agree. It wasn't just the emptiness from losing stats. It felt like a part of me was missing. Are you okay? It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after some grilled meat. We left the church and returned to the inn, and I took out the test tube. Amelia, are you ready? Amelia looked at me with a confused expression. I just meant, don't be surprised if the fragment of records reacts when you absorb this. I had already met the GM, and I had deposited the hammer in the vault. Amelia had even taken care of her sister's finances, making sure she wouldn't be audited in the future. So if my guess was correct, this is the last piece of the puzzle. I took out the fragment of records and absorbed the essence. This is why I farm essences. The feeling of fullness was overwhelming, even though I missed the corpse golem essence. The light from the test tube flowed into my body, and I felt a surge of power. Of course, it wasn't as intense as when I absorbed the ogre essence. Raw strength wasn't a common stat for second-grade essences and above. Well, the skill is what matters anyway. I opened my eyes, savoring the feeling, and I looked at the fragment of records, which was still silent. Could it be that this wasn't it either? What else did I have to do? Was I going to be stuck here for years? I was starting to feel anxious when, well, it's about time, Amelia muttered, as if sighing. I looked at her, and she smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, we'll be going back tomorrow. Her eyes seemed a bit sad. Chapter 336, To the Future. 6. Tomorrow? What do you mean? Amelia averted her gaze at my question. I had a hunch from the beginning. I was momentarily stunned. Was that why she had that strange expression every time we talked about returning? I realized that the strange feeling I had during our previous conversations wasn't just my imagination, but I still didn't understand. If you had a hunch, why didn't you tell me sooner? I stared at her intently, and Amelia glanced at me before quickly looking away again. I had no choice but to ask directly. Do you not want to go back? Amelia trailed off and shook her head. Absolutely not. I just thought it might be nice to stay here a little longer. What? Why? I couldn't help but tilt my head in confusion, but after thinking about it from Amelia's perspective, I understood. I get it. Okay, you get it. You're worried about leaving your sister behind, aren't you? If we left, Laura would be alone in this world for the next 20 years. It was natural for Amelia to want to help her live a better life, and she probably wanted to at least see how Laura would turn out before leaving. You could have just told me. I didn't know I was that untrustworthy. We're companions, aren't we? Just tell me. Okay, I'll tell you next time. Good. I quickly cleared up the misunderstanding and moved on to the next topic, the most important part of this conversation. So what was your hunch? Why are you so sure we can go back tomorrow? About that. Amelia finally focused and explained her reasoning, and I listened intently, asking a few questions along the way. I nodded as she finished. That makes sense. It was a plausible explanation. No, to be honest, I had a feeling as soon as I heard it. This was it, the last role I had to fulfill. The next morning, we checked out of the inn early and went to a nearby restaurant. Amelia said there was a place she wanted to go. Well, I wanted to get this over with and go back as soon as possible, but it's a restaurant that closes down in 20 years. Of course, if it's too much trouble, we can just go straight to our destination. How could I refuse after she said that? Besides, I'll be busy once we get back. She's been working hard all this time, running around every day. Amelia even seemed embarrassed to ask for such a simple favor. It was probably awkward for her to express such an ordinary desire. It was a positive change. It meant we had built a strong enough bond for her to feel comfortable asking for favors. If there's anything else you want to do, just tell me. Then, can we stop by the Erring Art Museum in the 9th District, the art museum? There's a painting I want to see. I wanted to see it again, but it wasn't there when I went back. It was sold to some rich noble. We went to the museum after our meal. Amelia stood in front of the painting she wanted to see for over 30 minutes, lost in thought, and then, can we look around a bit more? Of course. We walked around the museum, looking at the other paintings and sculptures. I was a bit surprised. I didn't know she had this kind of hobby. I could tell from her eyes that she was genuinely enjoying herself. Well, that's one thing, and this is another. Amelia, I know sightseeing is fun, but I'm hungry. It was already past noon, so we had lunch at a nearby restaurant. And then, Yandel, can we stop by one more place? We got back in the carriage and headed towards Amelia's request. It was the Lithless Church Orphanage, the place where young Dworky had lived. This place is strangely connected to us. We didn't go inside, but sat on a bench across from the building and watched Laura through the window. She had recovered from her injuries and was now working at a desk, sorting through documents. It seemed like she had gotten a job at the orphanage through the priest's recommendation. I thought she would just be helping out with chores, but she's already reading and doing paperwork. It seems like she learned quickly. I wondered if her memories hadn't been completely erased, so I asked Amelia, but she just shook her head with a bitter smile. That's impossible. How can you be so sure? My sister couldn't read, what? Then she learned how to read and do paperwork in just a few weeks from the priest? I was dumbfounded, but it wasn't completely unbelievable. There are people like that in the world, a genius. I didn't expect her to be this talented. I knew she had a good memory, but what about the priest? Did she find it strange that Laura could learn so quickly? She just thinks it's a sign that her memories are returning. My sister also thinks the same. Maybe their true talent wasn't killing people. Maybe they were just forced into that life by their circumstances. If they had been born into a normal family, how would Amelia have turned out? She seemed to enjoy art. Maybe she would have become a famous painter. What's with that look? Was I staring too intently? It's nothing. Anyway, how long are we going to stay here? It seems like your sister is getting off work. We should go now. We got up from the bench as Laura finished her work and put on her coat, and then we entered the sewers through a hidden passage. It was the only way to get to Nork. I didn't expect to be back here. I hope nothing happens. It will be fine. There's another way to get in, even if this passage is blocked. We had to go through a broker to enter Nork legally last time because we needed Nork IDs, but this time, we could just sneak in through a secret passage Amelia knew. It was connected to the Lord's castle. By the way, what's going to happen to Nork? We talked about Nork as we walked. I was curious about what had happened after the incident involving the royal family, Orculus, and us. Nork, they're probably busy picking a new lord. Picking a new lord. I knew they would eventually find a way to stabilize the city, but I was curious about the process. How can they even think about picking a new lord after losing to Orculus? Because Orculus needs the city too. I thought they would just take over the city, but there was a reason why they couldn't. The portals to the labyrinth won't open in Nork unless someone from the Lord's bloodline is present. So the new lord immediately killed all his blood relatives after his father's death. He was worried that Orculus would use his weak siblings as puppets to control the city. He's a ruthless one. To make that decision so quickly, the new lord then negotiated a truce with Orculus, giving them some concessions, and gradually stabilized the city. That was what would happen in Nork over the next 20 years. We're here. We exited the sewers through a hidden passage in the Lord's castle and then walked through the city, still smelling of smoke, until we reached a small mansion. Wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. Okay. It was Amelia's house. Knock, knock. There was no need to knock. Amelia knew her past self didn't lock the door. She had given up on everything. Creak. Amelia opened the door and entered the house. It was sparsely furnished with basic furniture, but it felt familiar. The house the alchemist had given them was always like this, even when they left for good after becoming adults. A girl, huddled in a corner, looked up as Amelia entered. Emily. A glimmer of hope appeared in her dull eyes. Amelia couldn't read minds, but she knew what her past self was thinking. Do you? A desperate hope that her sister was still alive. Your sister is dead. Amelia's blunt words made the girl lower her head. The glimmer of hope in her eyes had vanished. But Amelia pulled her to her feet, and she spoke. You'll be going back to the labyrinth soon, and you'll live a life like before, meeting and killing people, so what? Her harsh words seemed to have an effect, as the girl, who had been like a lifeless doll, looked up at her. Amelia then held out her hand. Promise me that you won't kill any barbarians, why should I? Amelia answered without hesitation. Because someday, you'll realize that keeping this promise was the luckiest thing you ever did. The girl remained silent. Amelia could tell what she was thinking. She didn't understand why Amelia was saying this, but she didn't think Amelia was lying. No, she even felt like Amelia was genuinely trying to help her, like her sister, who was no longer here. Amelia intertwined her fingers with the girl's and squeezed her hand 3 times. It was a gesture they used when making promises. How did you know that? Amelia didn't answer. She just let go of the girl's hand and turned to leave. Step. As Amelia reached the door, the girl spoke in a tired voice. What if I have to kill a barbarian to protect myself? Even then, should I keep this promise? It was a question her past self would ask. Her sister had always taught them to never make promises they couldn't keep. But Amelia answered confidently. You can do whatever you want then, because it would never happen. Amelia opened the door and stepped outside. And, one last thing, lock the door when you're alone. Amelia closed the door quietly and turned around. She saw the barbarian waiting for her in the distance. Are you done? Yes, the promise would be kept, even though her past self didn't understand why, and even though she couldn't save her sister. She had received their help. Her sister had always taught them to repay their debts. Amelia, there's a blonde kid staring at me from over there. Shouldn't we do something about him? Amelia followed the barbarian's gaze and saw a familiar boy. I recognize him. Is that the Guardwood kid? Yes, that's him. He has another name, but Amelia felt a strange sense of detachment as she looked at the boy. He would eventually tell her about the fragment of records, and then he would betray her and run away, leaving her with a scar on her ear. That's why she had made a pact with the Lord to never kill anyone in Nork. Well, it didn't work in this time period because there was a time limit on the pact, but I don't feel anything. She didn't feel any anger towards him. It was as if all the resentment and hatred she had been carrying had vanished. Shouldn't we do something about him? The barbarian's worried question made her realize why she felt so calm. No, it's fine. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. It was all just a process. The pain she had experienced because of him. It was all just a stepping stone to meeting this man. What? Why are you smiling? I didn't smile. You did. Amelia ignored the barbarian's persistent questions and walked ahead. The barbarian quickly caught up. Hey, why isn't this thing working? It will work soon. But what if it doesn't? Then we'll just have to live here. I don't mind. That's a bit. No, I don't mean I don't like you. The barbarian trailed off awkwardly. Amelia couldn't help but smile again. It was a genuine smile, not the awkward one she had practiced in front of the mirror. She stopped walking and turned around, and the barbarian bumped into her. And at that moment, flash, the world was engulfed in a white light. Iron Mask? The blonde boy had found them by chance. He was wandering around the city, looking for someone to rob. When he saw them, he wasn't wearing his signature iron helmet. But there was no one else in the city with such a massive physique. No one, except for a barbarian, and the red-haired woman next to him. It was the infamous Iron Mask and Emily. The boy hid himself and watched them enter a house. And a few minutes later, the woman came out and joined the barbarian. Did they sense his gaze? The boy ducked, feeling like they had made eye contact. And at that moment, a brilliant light erupted, illuminating the dark underground city. Flash. It was a fleeting flash. And then, the street was filled with chaos. Drunkards stumbled to their feet, and people rushed to their windows. What was that? That light, magic. Did something happen to us? Everyone was confused, trying to figure out what had happened. But the blonde boy hiding in the alley was different. Iron Mask is gone. They had disappeared. But he didn't question why. The boy, who had lived his entire life in Nork, instinctively ran. And, this stone was glowing. He picked up a stone that had fallen on his clothes and put it in his pocket, then quickly disappeared into the alley. And a few minutes later, over there, the light came from over there. I saw it from my window. The light flashed, and then someone disappeared. The guards arrived, alerted by the commotion, and started asking questions. They soon realized who had been standing in the center of the light. A barbarian-looking man and a red-haired woman. Iron Mask. It's Iron Mask, the one the Lord has been looking for. Search the area. An ID card. There's an ID card in his clothes. 6th grade explorer, Nibbles Inch. Is this Iron Mask's real name? What about the woman? We couldn't find hers. Captain, a kid said he saw someone pick something up from the ground. What? Where did he go? The guards rushed into the alley, but they couldn't find the boy. He had already disappeared. See 337, 338, 339. Chapter 337, Snowball, 1. A chill ran down my spine. I opened my eyes, and everything was dark. And then, beep. I heard a beeping sound coming from somewhere. What was that? I couldn't have misheard. Swoosh. I sat up. It was very dark, but I could still see my surroundings. There was a white stone emitting a faint light next to me. The fragment of records? I quickly picked it up. But, it's just a light gem. It was a normal magic tool, a common item used by explorers as a substitute for torches. Why was it here? I held the light gem up, illuminating the area. Swah. The light revealed my surroundings. Character location confirmed. A stone building with no distinct features. An unpaved road, unlike Leftonia. Everything looked exactly the same as the place I had been in before. The only difference was that it seemed like a lot of time had passed. It seemed like I had returned. But where's Amelia? She wasn't here. Had she woken up first? She had woken up before me on Paragon Island. Maybe she had found this magic tool and turned it on before leaving. Then she must be nearby. Ahem. I cleared my throat and shouted, Amelia. My barbarian vocal cords were powerful enough to echo throughout the city. But there was no answer. An unsettling silence. Had I returned alone? That thought crossed my mind. But, let's wait a bit longer. I decided to stay put for now. But I couldn't just sit here doing nothing. Let's check my status. I started examining my body. Information synchronization rate, 83%. Character information needs to be updated. Updating and synchronizing. As expected, the essences I had absorbed in the past were still there. But I continued with the checkup. I hadn't had time to properly organize my essences since I had absorbed the Valhurchan essence right before returning. Corpse Golem essence, removed from character's soul. Pain resistance -70. Strength -15. Bone density. My dull senses returned as my pain resistance decreased. It wasn't completely gone thanks to the +30 from Bion's essence, but the loss of 70 pain resistance was noticeable. It wasn't a big problem. My overall stats had increased significantly. To summarize, Valhurchan essence absorbed into character's soul. Physical resistance +70. Natural regeneration +40. Poison resistance +120. Physical resistance and natural regeneration. The two essential stats for tanks, along with poison resistance. And although I hadn't gained any strength, there was a bonus stat that compensated for it. Muscle mass +15. Muscle mass, an extremely rare stat only obtainable from certain 3rd grade and above monsters. Its effect was simple. Total strength increased by 1% per point of muscle mass. With my current stats, 20% would be equivalent to over 60 strength, and I had also gained endurance +30, vision +20, and bone density +80, so my overall stats had increased significantly from just one essence. Of course, there were also penalties. Agility -30, flexibility -50, synchronization complete, character log transmission resumed. The loss of flexibility was more noticeable than the loss of agility. My body felt much stiffer. I couldn't even perform some of the movements that I could do before, and my movements were slower because of the decreased agility. Well, it's a small price to pay for the benefits. Stats aside, the biggest advantage of Valhurchan's essence was its skills. Evolved Hide, grants permanent bonus stats based on physical resistance. First, the passive skill, Evolved Hide. This skill granted additional effects when physical resistance reached 70, 350, 750, and 1500. The first stage effect was this. Character's physical resistance is 70 or higher. Grants 50% resistance to sword-type weapons. I called it sword immunity. This was why it was considered a counter to aura. Aura was always classified as a sword-type attack. This skill alone reduced the 90% armor penetration of aura to 45%. The second stage requires gigantification. The third stage would be unlocked once I absorbed one more essence, and the fourth stage was impossible at my current level. Percentage-based buffs usually had limits. For example, the Orc Shaman's Frenzy, which tripled physical resistance for 10 seconds, wouldn't go above 300 physical resistance. But, is she really not here? I checked my status and waited for Amelia, but I was starting to get anxious. It felt like I had been waiting for almost 2 hours, but there was still no sign of her. This doesn't make sense. It didn't add up. The light gem was already on when I woke up. Someone had to have turned it on, even if it wasn't Amelia. Let's look around. I couldn't just keep waiting, so I started exploring the area with the light gem. There was another thing that bothered me. Why is the city so deserted? Nork had escaped the city before the royal family's invasion, and the royal army had occupied the city. But now, it was eerily quiet. Could it be? A bad feeling crept up on me, but it was too early to jump to conclusions, so I focused on what I could do. For example, finding some clothes. Kwang. I entered the nearest building, which seemed to be an inn. and ripped a tablecloth off a table. I wrapped it around my waist. I didn't think I would find any clothes that fit me. Well, at least I'm not naked anymore. I felt a bit more civilized, but human greed is endless. Is there anything to eat? I was starting to feel hungry, so I searched the empty rooms, opening drawers and cabinets. It was an unfrequented by explorers, so I soon found some preserved food. This feels like an apocalypse. It was a strange feeling, eating scavenged food in a deserted building. Let's look around some more. I finished my meal and left the building, then wandered through the eerily quiet city, and after some time, I reached the empty dimensional plaza. There was a military tent in the center. The royal family? It had the royal family's emblem on it. It must have been left behind by the army that occupied Nork. Swoosh. There was no one around, so I cautiously entered the tent. Had they taken everything with them when they retreated? The tent was empty except for a large desk covered in dust. And, this is fucked. That was the biggest problem. I had already dismissed the possibility that time had stopped in the city after I returned, seeing how it was deserted. But I didn't expect the time ratio to be this off. I brushed the dust off the desk with my finger. It was almost 2 centimeters thick. It couldn't have accumulated in just 6 months, not in this environment. What year is it? A chill ran down my spine as my premonition became reality. You're finally awake. And then I heard a familiar voice behind me. I turned around, and there she was, Amelia. Amelia Rainwales, my SSR companion, whom I had recruited after traveling 20 years into the past. I wasn't alone. Where have you been? I thought you were gone. I was about to ask her where she had been, but then I froze. What's with your equipment? Amelia was fully equipped, unlike me, who had woken up naked. Her armor looked custom-made. How did she get that equipment in such a short time? I was confused, but, I'll explain later. Just follow me. Amelia grabbed my wrist and started running. What would you do if someone suddenly pulled you into a car and told you to get in? I would say yes. There must be a reason. I would hesitate even if it was a stranger, but if it was a companion, I would trust them. So, huff, I was running through the dark streets. I was trying my best to keep up with Amelia. I had a lot of questions, but I decided to ask them later. Amelia, what's going on? Can you at least give me a brief explanation? Amelia answered curtly. We're being chased. Chased? By one of the 7 strengths, the blood spirit Marquis. What? Sorry, this is my fault. I didn't expect her to be able to track me this quickly. I was confused. I didn't understand a word she was saying. What were the 7 strengths? And who is the blood spirit Marquis? I had a lot of questions, but time was running out, so I asked the most important one. Can we even outrun her? She's strong. If we fight her here, I'll definitely lose. What? Who is she? You wouldn't know. It happened after you died. Amelia looked back at me and said, Erwin Fornici de Tertia. What? The current pureblood and the contractor of the 9th Spirit King. That's her name. I was stunned. The pureblood? The Spirit King? Erwin. She had become that strong? No, wait, how much time has passed? I couldn't help but ask. Amelia answered in a bitter voice. 2 years and 6 months. It's been 2 years and 6 months since you died. Holy shit. Chapter 338, Snowball, 2. 2 years and 6 months. I had spent about 6 months in the past, so time had flowed 5 times faster here. The problem was that the time ratio wasn't fixed. Amelia, did you arrive before me? I asked, even though I was already certain, and she answered immediately. Yes, it was a long wait. I left that magic tool you were holding. I set it up to signal me when you returned. I didn't expect it to take over 2 years, though, so that was why I heard the beeping sound when I woke up. It was the magic tool activating. Anyway, I'll explain everything later. Just keep running for now. Amelia wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, but I couldn't just follow her blindly. There was something I didn't understand. Wait, if Erwin is the one chasing us, why are we running away? You wouldn't know, but she'll definitely try to kill me. And if we fight in this city, I'll definitely lose. I understood that she would lose. But why would she want to kill you? Because she thinks I'm responsible for your death. I could finally picture the situation, but I still couldn't understand why Amelia was running away. But I can just talk to her and explain. It won't be that easy. What? I asked, confused, and Amelia stopped running. She turned to me and said in a serious voice, Yandel, she's not the Erwin you knew. She looked like she was talking about a monster. Amelia was certain that I wouldn't be able to control Erwin. But what happened to her? A lot has happened. I don't have time to explain everything. Amelia cut me off and continued. It doesn't matter if she still wants to kill me or not. The important thing is, what is it? She can't protect you. I felt confused and frustrated. I couldn't understand what was going on. Protect me? From who? I asked, dumbfounded, and Amelia answered curtly. From everyone. What did she mean? I was about to ask another question when, Bjorn Yandel, Amelia called my name and said, this happened 2 years ago. Her voice was firm and bitter, like a doctor giving a patient a terminal diagnosis. The royal family announced that you were an evil spirit. What? A lazy afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the window of a spacious office, but the atmosphere inside was far from peaceful. That's all. Alex Halo, the vice captain of the 3rd Magic Corps. He finished his regular report and stood at attention, his chin held high, observing his superior's expression. She was frowning as she read through the documents. She finished reading and looked up at him. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion, a familiar sight. He sighed in relief. He knew from experience that he would be safe this time. Good work. The report is well written. The part about Nork's movements was especially interesting. It's just speculation, but it shows imagination. It's much better than the garbage you usually bring. Was that a compliment or an insult? He didn't know, but he had only one answer. Thank you. Thought I would say that. Oh, shit. Gulp. Her voice had suddenly changed, and he instinctively swallowed. Her eyes were no longer filled with exhaustion. They were still tired, but they were sharp, like a predator about to pounce on its prey. He knew he couldn't just stand there. Tell me what needs to be fixed, and I'll fix it. The format is wrong. I told you last time, but you made the same mistake again. Don't you know that this report goes to Captain Febrisk after I approve it? I'll fix it. And the content is even worse. Nork surviving in the labyrinth? You should write novels instead. Well, they probably won't sell, though. I'll fix it. Are you a parrot? How will you fix it? Tell me. Finally, it was over. I'll rewrite it. Good. Then get out. Her gaze shifted to another document, and he clung to his shattered soul and turned around. He carefully closed the door, trying not to disturb her. Creak. He could see her through the closing gap. She was focused on her work, her tired face illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window. There was something captivating about her dedication. He understood why the soldiers in the Corps feared her, but didn't hate her. She would be much more popular if she was just a little nicer. The Golden Mage, the vice captain of the 3rd Magic Corps, known as the little ghost within the Corps. She's definitely beautiful. What are you doing? Get out. I apologize. Nia Laftonia. He hurriedly slammed the door shut and saluted. And then, sigh, when will he be useful? Arua Raven, the Golden Mage, sighed as she watched the door close, but her attention quickly shifted back to her work. She picked up her pen and continued working through the pile of documents on her desk. And after some time, that's enough for today. Raven stretched, her stiff muscles aching. She looked out the window. The sun had already set, and the sky was dark. I finished all the important tasks today. I'll come back early tomorrow and finish the rest. She unbuttoned her uniform jacket, then stopped and buttoned it back up. She would have to wear it again tomorrow anyway. She put on her officer's coat, finished organizing her desk, and then checked the calendar. December 2nd, 156th year of the Change Era. She still felt a strange sense of detachment whenever she looked at the calendar. It should be getting better by now, but she still felt a tightness in her chest, her body stiffening from time to time. She had experienced loss, and that made her realize how precious those short expeditions with him and his companions had been. But those days were gone. It's already been over 2 years. 2 years and 6 months. So much had happened during that time. But to summarize it briefly, it had been a long time. The bonds she had tried so hard to maintain had been shattered. She had joined the Royal Army as a 6th grade mage from the Artemian school and had become the vice captain of a corps. She opened the window. A cold winter breeze blew in. Swah. She closed her eyes and thought about her former companions. The barbarian warrior, Einar Frenelin, Avman, who was often unreliable but always came through when it mattered, and Misha. It's been over 6 months since I last saw them. The last time she saw Avman was 6 months ago. It was an awkward encounter on the 6th floor. They had briefly talked about their lives and then parted ways. She had seen Erwin 2 months ago, but they were no longer companions. They had just made eye contact and walked past each other. At least Avman and Einar seemed to be doing well. She closed her eyes, thinking about her former companions, and then she thought about the one who hurt her most. Misha, how was she doing? Raven reached out and caught a snowflake in her hand. She remembered her last conversation with Misha. There's something I need to tell you. It had been 2 years and 4 months ago, the end of summer. Intuition. Explorers often called it their sixth sense. It was surprisingly useful in life. It wasn't uncommon to hear stories of explorers dodging a fatal blow because they had a bad feeling in duct, even though there was no logical reason to. Thump. But it wasn't something you were born with. The more experienced and intelligent you were, the more accurate your intuition became. It was a combination of countless pieces of information stored in your subconscious, like grains of sand. You just couldn't explain how you arrived at that conclusion. But there was a reason for it. What do you need to tell me? Raven tried to ignore the unsettling feeling and asked. There was nothing concrete yet. Intuition was often wrong. No, it was more common for it to be wrong than right. But I need to tell you something. Your speech. I'm trying to change it. I can't stay like this forever. So, I see. Good for you. I'm rooting for you. On the surface, Misha's change was positive. Raven knew about Misha's past. She had injured her tongue a few years ago. It had healed, but she still spoke like that because of a mental block. But, thump, why was her heart racing? It felt ominous. So what did you want to say? That's, Misha trailed off and averted her gaze, then finally spoke with a heavy heart. I'm leaving the team. She was quitting. Raven wasn't surprised. She had expected this to happen eventually. No one could fill the barbarian's shoes. The team's expeditions had been put on hold indefinitely, and it was only natural for the team to disband eventually. But, okay, I understand. But what are your plans? She didn't want their bond to end just because they weren't exploring together anymore. I'm going back to my family. You're going to take a break? I support your decision. And I'm going back to the labyrinth. No, I'm going back. What? Raven couldn't understand. She was quitting the team, but she was going back to the labyrinth? It didn't make sense. The labyrinth? With who? Did you already find a new team? Raven felt betrayed and asked frantically, but Misha didn't answer. She just changed the subject with a bitter voice. That's not all I wanted to tell you. Raven felt a chill run down her spine. The ominous feeling intensified. Go ahead. Her voice was cold and calm. Misha looked down at the ground, and then she spoke in a barely audible voice. There's a rumor going around that Bjorn is an evil spirit. What? It's just a rumor. Don't believe it. I just wanted to tell you. What was she talking about? Had she lost her mind because of his death? Was this even a normal conversation? Raven felt a sense of dissonance, and then it hit her. It was intuition, her sixth sense, telling her the truth. You're going to spread that rumor, aren't you? I don't know why, but Misha backed away as Raven spoke. You wanted to tell us beforehand, right? You didn't want us to remember him as an evil spirit. Raven took a step forward, but she had already realized it. You said it was just a rumor. The truth behind the unsettling feeling. It's not just a rumor, is it? Raven grabbed Misha's wrist and asked. It was a foolish mistake. A mage couldn't overpower a physical explorer. Misha pulled her hand away and ran. And the next day, the rumor that Bjorn Yandel was an evil spirit spread throughout the city. And where did she go? That was the last time Raven saw Misha. Chapter 339, Snowball, 3. My mind went blank. It felt like someone had crushed a can, and Amelia's last words echoed in my head. The royal family announced that you were an evil spirit. The royal family announced that you were an evil spirit. The royal family announced that you were an evil spirit. It was a shock that felt like dozens of men were hitting my head with hammers. If it weren't for her, I would have been stuck in this state for a while. Yandel. Are you okay? I came to my senses and saw Amelia's face close up. She was looking at me with worried eyes, her small right hand on my chest. I understand how you feel, but this isn't the time to be spacing out. Sorry. Amelia grabbed my wrist and pulled me forward, and I followed her in a daze. She was right. It's unclear if she still has that intention. Erwin also knew that I was an evil spirit. It meant I couldn't expect her to treat me like a companion anymore. This probably applied to the other companions as well. So, I clenched my jaw. The day has finally come. I accepted it, but I couldn't help but think, maybe it's not too late. Erwin was chasing Amelia because she thought Amelia had killed me. Maybe she would still treat me like a companion, regardless of whether I was an evil spirit or not. Yes, that possibility definitely existed. But, you don't have to hold my hand anymore. I let go of Amelia's wrist and started running on my own. Amelia was right. Erwin couldn't protect me. Even if she wanted to, she was a member of the fairy tribe. If she helped me, it would harm her tribe, and she was more likely to prioritize her tribe over her personal feelings. That's just an excuse. I chuckled bitterly as I ran. No matter how sly and cowardly I was, I couldn't deceive myself. I didn't want to see Erwin yet. To be precise, I was afraid. I was afraid of what I would hear from her. That's right. The chieftain said the same thing. We have to kill evil spirits as soon as we find them. Einer's words. Yes, I didn't know before, but after today, I finally understand why people told me not to trust evil spirits. Misha's words. It's wise to kill them when you have the chance. That's what happened to those who trusted evil spirits. The result is right there. Avmin's words. Clench. They stabbed me like daggers. Just thinking about it made me feel this way. How would it feel to actually experience it? What would it be like to see them doubt my sincerity and express their anger at being deceived? If I could just get past this situation, I might be able to smooth things over and prevent the day from ever coming. So I ran after Amelia. Yandel, this way. We left the empty plaza and headed towards the Lord's castle in the center of the city. There was a secret passage in the Lord's castle, not just in the cemetery. We had to escape through that passage. Creak. As we arrived at the Lord's castle and I was forcing the closed door open. Yandel, get down. Amelia pushed me through the gap in the door. Whoosh. And at that moment, thud, an arrow, shot without a sound, pierced Amelia's back. Amelia gasped, her body swaying. She collapsed on top of me. You're okay, what the? Your face, you don't seem like you'll hurt her. I couldn't understand what she was saying, but I didn't have time to ask. I quickly picked Amelia up and stood up. I'll take her. Amelia was still trying to say something, but she couldn't finish her sentence. Crack. Amelia exploded, while she was in my arms. Erwin Fornici di Terza has cast. Rupture. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of pieces fell to the ground. It was a surreal scene. Amelia. The weight in my arms vanished, but I couldn't move my arms, even though they were empty. I just stood there, thinking, Amelia is dead, like this? And, because of Erwin, my body froze. But then I noticed something strange. Blood. There was no blood. If a person had exploded into pieces like that, there should have been blood splattered everywhere. But there wasn't a single drop of blood on my body. And then, swah, the hundreds of pieces of Amelia's body turned into particles of light and disappeared, just like a monster dying. Amelia Rainwale's clone has taken fatal damage. The summon is dispelled. Right, it was a clone made with self-replication. How you? That startled me. I really thought she was dead. If she was going to use a clone, she should have told me beforehand. I was annoyed, but I quickly dismissed it. This wasn't the time to be complaining. I have to run. I started running. I had memorized a path to the secret passage while following Amelia to Nork. The problem was whether I could get there safely. Thud. No arrows yet, but I didn't know how long this would last. So, can I win if we fight? I considered the worst-case scenario, that Erwin was hostile towards me and wanted to kill me, and as I thought about that possibility, I remembered the scene of Amelia's body exploding. That effect. It wasn't a normal explosion. There were no flames, and no shrapnel, like a grenade. Her body just crumbled into pieces, like a Jenga tower collapsing. It must have been rupture. The effect of rupture is simple. Whether it's an arrow, a sword, or an axe, if the blade pierces the flesh and deals a certain amount of damage, it deals fixed damage based on the caster's main stat. It ignores physical resistance, magic resistance, and all elemental resistances, just like Aura, which is unique to humans. And she even obtained the pure blood and contracted the Spirit King. Whether it was rupture or not, I didn't think I could win in a one-on-one fight. She would have high-grade equipment to match her specs. How can I possibly win against that with my bare hands? I was running with all my might when, whoosh, the light gem in my hand, which was illuminating the dark underground city, suddenly went out. It wasn't a natural phenomenon. I had used light gems before. This magic tool gradually dims and then goes out when it runs out of mana. It doesn't just suddenly turn off like this. Darkness spirit? I didn't expect her to have mastered this element as well. I stopped running. Thud. I was confident in memorizing paths. If I focused on my steps, I could probably find my way to the secret passage even in the dark. As long as there wasn't a pursuer behind me. Escape failed. I closed my eyes. It was time to abandon my useless vision and focus on other senses. And then, my heightened hearing caught the sound of footsteps. Thud. It was unexpected. I thought I would hear the sound of an arrow first. Well, even if she thinks I'm an evil spirit, she would probably want to talk to me first. I tensed up, ready to move at any moment, and thought about Amelia's last words. Your face, you don't seem like you'll hurt her. She must have seen his face. Amelia had much better vision than me. She might have made eye contact with Erwin, who was shooting arrows from the darkness. But, how could she be so sure just by looking at his face? No one knew what Erwin was thinking as she walked towards me in the darkness. So, Erwin. I called her name. There was no answer, and the footsteps stopped. Thump. The only sound was my heartbeat, echoing like thunder in the silence. Mister. And then, after a long time, I heard that familiar name. The light gem started working again. Swah. The light spread out, illuminating the surroundings. And, it's really, I finally understood why Amelia said it was fortunate. Why she was so sure that Erwin wouldn't hurt me. It's really, you. Her eyes were filled with emotion, joy, relief, anticipation, anxiety, fear, and, how? Distrust. You're supposed to be dead. That's what happened. What happened? How can you say that so casually? Erwin's voice rose in anger, but then she suddenly stopped talking. Could this be her doing? She muttered, as if realizing something, and her eyes turned sharp. Who are you? I didn't expect her mood swings to be this severe. I started to feel uneasy, but I tried to hide it and answered. Who am I? I'm Bjorn Yondell, liar. What? You don't believe me? I'll use gigantification, if you want. Go ahead. Her tone was curt, but I didn't hesitate and activated gigantification. What? It's really you. Erwin's voice returned to normal. Well, only for a moment. It's really you. No, I don't believe it yet. Use something else. Erwin's eyes, filled with tears a moment ago, turned cold, and I quickly used leap. And, it's really you. Yeah, I'm glad you finally believe me. You think this is enough? It's not. The same thing happened several times. Erwin wouldn't be satisfied until she had seen all my essences. I felt a chill run down my spine when she told me to use flesh explosion, you're a fake. Her eyes were filled with madness and killing intent, but I explained that I had removed the essence, and then I started talking about things only we knew. Our first meeting. What did you give me? Licorice leaf. The name of the inn where we spent our first night together, can't answer. It was garlic and salt in. Too late. No, I was just flustered because you said first night. We just went to see the essences. We continued talking about the past. As I shared stories that only we knew, her mood swings gradually subsided, and finally, she seemed to have completely dismissed her suspicion, although I still didn't know when she would suddenly change her mind and point an arrow at me. But at least for now, she had accepted me. Mister, it's been a long time, Erwin. It's been 2 years and 6 months, right? After a long time, she finally greeted me. Erwin put away her bow and clenched her fists, her eyes filled with tears. Why did you come back now? You were alive all this time. Why didn't you come find me? She must have felt that way. I didn't want to come back, but there were some complications. I quickly answered, worried that she might suddenly change her mind. Erwin then cautiously asked, complications? Are you talking about the announcement that you were an evil spirit? It was the most important question of this conversation, a hurdle I had to overcome. Yet, I felt a mix of guilt and relief. Erwin had clearly decided not to believe the announcement. She was talking to me now, wasn't she? That was proof. No? What does that have to do with anything? Erwin tilted her head, as if I had asked a strange question, and then she started explaining, as if teaching me something. Mister, we met after I became an adult, right? Yet, evil spirits only appear on the day you become an adult, so what does it matter if you're an evil spirit or not, well, that's true. I couldn't help but stammer. Erwin then grabbed my hand. You protected me in the cave, taught me things I didn't know, and helped me get back on my feet after my sister died. It was all you, mister. Her hand was warm. No matter what anyone says, you're Bjorn to me. I was touched. There were people who thought this way too, I wanted to say thank you, but I couldn't. Erwin probably didn't know how much her words meant to me, but she let go of my hand, and her eyes and tone returned to their previous coldness. Are you really, mister? I felt like I was going crazy. Chapter 340, Snowball. 4. The 7th floor of the labyrinth, the dark continent. 5 explorers were setting up camp in a deep mountainous area shrouded in black fog, indicating that it was part of the 7th floor. Hey, old man, how long until the blocking magic circle is done? About 10 minutes. Still? This is why we need a priest. The old man's face twitched slightly at the blond man's complaint. It wasn't very noticeable, but it was clear that he was annoyed. If you're so unhappy, why don't you fill the last spot with a priest? The blond man chuckled at the old man's words. Old man, do you think a priest would join our team? There are priests of Karu. I'll pass on half-assed healers. The blond man muttered and then looked out into the fog. He could see a monster approaching through the thick black fog. A 5th-grade beast, the devil wolf. They usually lived in packs, but this one was alone, perhaps having lost a fight for dominance. The blond man then turned to a woman and spoke in his usual light-hearted tone. Hey, kitty cat, you take care of that. I told you not to call me that. You're so sensitive. So, what's your answer? The red-haired beast woman, Misha Kaltstein, didn't answer. She just stood up and drew her sword. And, woof, woof, as soon as the monster emerged from the fog, she attacked. 2 strikes were enough. Thud. She pierced the monster's hide with the sword in her left hand, and a wave of frost froze the wounded beast solid. And then, kaboom! She shattered the frozen monster with the sword in her right hand. Oh, you can one-shot 5th graders now, Misha didn't answer. She just returned to her seat. The blond man muttered, as if he was feeling wronged. Hey, why are you always so cold to me? You don't know. Then do you know? I brought you here, fed you essences, trained you, and even told you how to bring your lover back to life. What are you so unhappy about? Stop. Just your tone. It was cuter when you used to meow. I said stop. Misha glared at him, and the blond man shrugged and sat down by the campfire. Right. We're not supposed to talk about him? Sorry. He apologized without a hint of sincerity and then started chatting with his other companions. Misha quietly suppressed her boiling emotions. Li Biko. That was the blond man's name. The only individual the royal family was wary of, and a powerful figure even Nork had to be careful of. Crackle, crackle. Misha stared at the flickering flames and recalled her first meeting with him. It was like a deal with the devil, an offer she couldn't refuse. I'll tell you how to bring Bjorn Yandel back to life. Li Biko had said that. He told her about the stone of resurrection on the 9th floor, that it could bring back someone who had died. Of course, it wasn't an act of kindness, but you have to do something for me. He had 2 conditions. First, you have to testify that Bjorn Yandel was an evil spirit. What? You were practically lovers, right? If you say it, it won't just sound like a rumor. The first condition was baffling. Don't be ridiculous. If I do that, Bjorn won't have a place to stay even if he comes back alive. I would never. So, you're not going to do it. Lee Biko chuckled and cut her off. Misha wanted to run away, but she clenched her teeth and endured. She had a feeling that if she said another word, he would withdraw his offer and leave. Good. Lee Biko seemed pleased with her patience and continued in a gentler tone. Don't worry, I didn't make this offer without a plan. If it works out, we can crush the royal family. Crush the royal family. It seems like we have to take care of the royal family first if we want to get past the gate of the abyss. And revealing that Bjorn Yandel was an evil spirit is the first step. This crazy bastard. She wanted to say it, but she held back. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, once the royal family is gone, it won't matter if he's an evil spirit or not. He'll be able to live safely. What if your plan fails? Then I'll personally escort you outside the walls. It seems like a decent place to live, based on what I've heard. Well, if you don't like that, we can create new identities and live in hiding in the city outskirts. It's a good deal, isn't it? Whether it was a good deal or not didn't matter. If what he said was true, she had no choice. Living without Bjorn was the same as being dead. But Misha wasn't stupid enough to agree right away. Tell me your second condition. It's simple. You have to help me. I need a dual-wielding frost swordsman. Misha flinched at his casual tone. He was smiling, but his eyes were cold, as if he was looking at an object, not a person. Why me? She felt a strange pressure and asked, but, just a whim. His answer was unexpected. A whim. Yeah, it doesn't have to be you. I can spread the rumor about Bjorn Yandel without your help, and I have to get the Stone of Resurrection anyway, so it's just more work. He spoke as if she was a burden. Misha felt humiliated, but then he continued. But there is one advantage. Lee Biko grinned and looked at her. You have a reason not to betray me. That was why he had sought her out. I felt like I was going crazy. I had to prove my identity again, but it wasn't that difficult to convince Erwin. I just had to tell her the truth. About a fragment of records activating on Paragon Island. About arriving in the city 20 years in the past. And about the 6 months I spent struggling to return to my original time. Of course, I left out the part about being an evil spirit. No matter what anyone says, you're Bjorn Yandel to me. It wasn't easy to lie to someone who had said that to me. But I had no choice. It was the best option for both of us. You'll be able to live safely in this world. I had Orolgab's gift. If it worked, I could prove that I wasn't an evil spirit. But what if Erwin tested me? What if my secret was revealed? It would be a disaster. I didn't know what would happen, so I had to be careful. Did Orolgabis give me that gift with this in mind? I couldn't help but be suspicious, but I couldn't be sure. So you're saying you're not an evil spirit? Erwin didn't seem interested in the evil spirit issue, but she was persistent about something else. By the way, yeah, you spent over 6 months with Amelia Rainwales, that woman. Why? Yeah, and she even said she would become your companion. She didn't mean it romantically, it was just, so you can just abandon her now. Abandon Amelia? What was she talking about? Erwin's conversation was difficult to follow. I was trying to figure out what she meant when. Erwin continued, you know she's an orc looter, right? Can you really trust someone like that? But Amelia is a valuable asset. I trailed off. Erwin was smiling, her eyes filled with a strange meaning. You're so cute. It was probably the first time I had been called cute since I was possessed by this body. I stared at her, and Erwin seemed embarrassed. She covered her mouth with her hand. But she had to say this. Mister, don't worry about that woman. I'm here for you. I've become very strong. I don't need someone like her anymore. I can earn a lot of money, and I even have subordinates who follow my orders. Oh, really? Yes, of course. I understand how you feel. You must have needed someone to rely on after what happened. She spoke as if I couldn't live without a woman. It was a bit offensive. Maybe she was reliable in that situation. Like when we first met. Erwin then said something strange and grabbed my hand. But don't worry, I'm here now, I'll protect you from now on. So, I had a bad feeling about this. So, when we meet again, I'll kill her. Kill who? Rainwales, that woman. Now I understood why Amelia had said that. Yandel, that woman is not the Erwin you knew. The innocent 20-year-old fairy was gone. Only a radical and slightly crazy fairy remained. I'm screwed if I let her lead me around. I instinctively knew that I couldn't just laugh this off. So, Baal, I shouted. It always made me feel like I could do anything. But Erwin, perhaps because of what she had experienced, didn't even flinch at my sudden outburst. No, she actually clapped her hands and smiled. Wow, it's Mr. That's not helping. I ignored her reaction and spoke firmly. Erwin, you're not going to kill Amelia. Why not? Erwin, as expected, wasn't easy to deal with. Secrets are better kept hidden, right? The fragment of records and all that. We have to keep it a secret that you're alive, and that means we can't let that woman live. Stop. I cut her off. She looked at me, genuinely confused. Don't talk about Amelia like that again. I'll handle it. Do you understand? I spoke firmly and stared at her. Erwin looked around nervously and then slumped her shoulders. Okay, I won't. How you? It seemed like I could still control her. I then discussed a few things with Erwin and headed to the surface through the secret passage. And, don't worry, no one will see you. Once we were on the surface, we used the darkness spirit to hide ourselves and walk to the inn. It was nighttime, so there weren't many people on the streets, and there was no one strong enough to detect us. It's a bit small, but please stay here tonight. I'll find a better place by tomorrow. A better place. This was already the top floor with 4 rooms. It was hard to believe that this was coming from Erwin, who used to walk an hour to eat a 1,000 stone meal because it was cheap and delicious. But that's what time does. I should adapt quickly. Come on, let's go inside. You too. Of course, I paid for this room. That's true. I was speechless, and Erwin pushed me into the room. And, mister, do you remember this? Erwin suddenly took out a bottle of alcohol from her subspace pocket. It felt like I was being tested again. Remember this? I remember. It's the return wine we drank together for the first time. That's right. I knew you would remember. Erwin smiled brightly, seemingly pleased that I had answered correctly. But then she said something strange. It's so romantic, isn't it? Romantic. I was saving this to drink alone after killing all those bastards we have to kill. I never thought I would be drinking this with you. What the hell happened to her? If she was this messed up, I was worried about the other companions. Okay, let's have a drink. I was good at holding my liquor, so I accepted her offer. And then, after some time, she still can't handle her alcohol. Erwin soon passed out and went to bed. She looked so vulnerable that I was worried she might get into trouble if she drank like this outside. No, why am I even worried? I chuckled and sat down by the window. I finally understood why husbands wanted some alone time after getting married. It's peaceful. I sat by the moonlit window and enjoyed the silence. But then I started thinking. I had learned a lot from my drunken conversation with Erwin. Raven was in the 3rd Magic Corps. Avmin had joined a clan to make a living. She didn't know anything about Misha. And Aner. She'll be the easiest to bring back. I sighed and shook my head. There was a bigger problem than reuniting with my scattered companions. Quests have a certain order, right? The rumor that I was an evil spirit spread a few months later, and then the royal family officially announced it. I had to take care of that first. Chapter 341, Snowball, 5. Bjorn Yandel is an evil spirit. It started as a rumor, but eventually, even the royal family acknowledged it. Of course, it wouldn't be difficult to refute it. I could just create an opportunity to prove myself and use Oralgab's gift. Then I could regain my noble title and my reputation. But, something feels off. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. The dead have immunity, not legally, but morally. There's no point in accusing the dead, so people don't dig too deep, and they don't care much about it. But this was different. A dead man was being accused of being an evil spirit, and the royal family was acknowledging it. It was an absurd situation. I need to lay low for a while. This wasn't natural. It didn't seem like some divine intervention or a coincidence. Someone was behind this rumor, and the royal family had a reason for acknowledging it. But the problem was, I don't know what that reason is. I didn't have enough information, so it was too dangerous to just go to the royal family and say, I'm alive. Not everyone would be happy to see me alive. Some might even want to make my survival disappear. If that someone was the royal family, I would be as good as dead. I'll prove myself after I figure out what's going on. I decided on my stance. First, gather information without revealing that I'm alive. I would clear my name and regain my title and reputation later. Phew. I sighed and lay down on the bed, looking at Erwin. It seemed like I would have to rely on her for a while. I didn't even have a place to stay, let alone money to buy clothes, and it would be impossible to gather information with this conspicuous body. It was a bit embarrassing, showing up like this. But at least she passed out after just a few drinks. Maybe she's not completely gone. I was looking at Erwin, who was sleeping peacefully, when she suddenly spoke. How long are you going to stare out the window? Erwin's eyes were open. It's like you're waiting for someone. She wasn't asleep? The peaceful night passed, and as soon as the sun rose, Erwin got dressed and prepared to leave, and she warned me repeatedly, as if she was worried, you can't leave this room while I'm gone. Not even one step. I'll know if you do. Do you understand? I was curious about what she meant, but I just nodded and asked where she was going. Are you going back to the sanctuary? Yes, I have to. Right. She had obtained the pureblood and contracted the Spirit King. She had her own duties and responsibilities. I need money, I'm going to sell everything I can and find a better place to stay. This place, it's not, what's wrong with this place? No, it's not that I don't like it, but it would be better to start fresh in a better place. I didn't understand, but I decided to accept that this inn wasn't a good place to hide. Well, I'll be back later. Wait, can I ask you a favor? Yes? Do you want me to buy you some meat? Not that. Well, I'm not saying don't buy meat, but it's a different favor. I asked Erwan to check the vault at the bank, and if there was anything inside, I told her to bring it to me without asking any questions. Okay, I'll see you later, mister. Erwan agreed and left. She didn't seem very reliable. Will she really bring it back? I felt uneasy, but I didn't have a choice. If I went out, someone would definitely recognize me. At least Amelia came back first. I was shocked last night when I realized that 22 years, the vault's time limit, had already passed. But luckily, it seemed like Amelia had taken care of it. She wouldn't have left that message otherwise. I'll take it. She must have extended the time limit. She was truly reliable, and it seems like she's gotten stronger. The summon range of a clone made with self-replication is 5 meters, and the clone's movement range is 100 meters. But it didn't seem like Amelia's real body was nearby. It meant she had obtained a new ability. There were 3 synergy skills that fit those conditions, according to the database. But considering how Amelia had listened to my advice in the past, dual control, she probably absorbed the Twin Hydra's essence and granted her clone independence. I had already explained the drawbacks of the other synergy skills. Okay, let's get some sleep. I was exhausted from staying up all night, so I went to bed, and after some time, Mister, wake up. You're back. I opened my eyes and saw Erwan. The sun was setting. It seemed like about 8 hours had passed. Did anything happen outside? You worried about me? No, I was sleeping. Of course, that feels nice. Ahem. So how did it go? I found a good house. It wasn't perfect because I didn't have much time, but don't worry, I renovated it properly. Really? Good job. I didn't care much about the house, so I quickly moved on to the most important question. But, what about the bank? How did that go? The bank. Her reaction was strange. I felt uneasy. Did she fail to open the vault? I gave her the correct password. No, wait, could it be that Amelia failed to extend the time limit? As I was thinking about all the possibilities, here, Erwan handed me a crumpled piece of paper. I took it, but I didn't understand. What is this? The thing that was in the vault. You asked me to bring it, right? Was there a hammer in there? About this big? There wasn't anything like that. Just this letter, letter. I finally realized what it was and carefully unfolded it. There was no sender, but I knew who wrote it. Amelia Rainwales, can I read this? Sure. I asked Erwan for permission and quickly scanned the letter. It was crumpled, but I could still read it. To summarize, she had taken some measures, but just in case something went wrong and we couldn't meet, she was leaving this letter. She had extended the vault's time limit, so I should leave my current location, and she would come find me. And lastly, Crawl's Demon Crusher is. That was the end of the letter. It seemed like the last part was torn off. The most important part is missing. I asked Erwan if she knew what the missing part said, but she shook her head. She said she didn't remember because she had only skimmed it. My hammer. I felt a pang of anxiety. What if something had happened to it while I was gone? No, that hasn't happened yet. I tried to think positively. Maybe Amelia was just holding on to it, and even if she wasn't, I could just send her a reply and find out what happened. Erwan. I burned the letter and called Erwan. I was going to ask her to put my reply in the vault, but it's okay. It's not your fault that you received a love letter. It just means you're popular. What can you do about it? Just in case. I closed the vault. I should be angry. She had done something without my permission, and I was usually the type to get angry when I had to. But there's no way. I blurted out a denial. It was an instinctive reaction. Perhaps I was worried about ruining our relationship. I knew you would say that. Anyway, we ate the food Erwan had brought and then it was night time. The best time to use the darkness spirit. We used the darkness spirit to hide ourselves and walked to the house Erwan had found. You found this in one day. It was a detached house with a high fence and a private garden. I told you, I have money. Even if she had money, it was still unbelievable that she had found this place in one day. She must have bought it at full price without even negotiating. Maybe I should just buy a new demon crusher. I followed Erwan into the house, and, thud, the heavy iron gate closed behind us, and the lights turned on, and then I realized, there were no windows. Or rather, all the windows were boarded up with thick planks. It had looked dark from the outside, so I thought they had just drawn the curtains. Erwan. Yes, why are the windows? Well, it would be troublesome if someone saw us from the outside, and, Erwan smiled and continued, we don't have to go outside anymore, right? Gulp. Isn't this a bit much? Boarding up the windows? If you're worried about people seeing us, we have curtains, and the fence is really high. I felt uneasy and tried to find a reason, but Erwan wouldn't listen. No, mister, you don't understand how dangerous the situation is, I'm not just talking about you. What if they find out that I'm hiding you, it would be a big problem. She was right. It wasn't just a problem, it could destroy everything I had built. One seemed emboldened by my agreement and raised her voice. Right? So this is necessary. You're a trouble magnet. I have to take care of you, you know, comma. What am I doing? Look at you, all slumped over. One seemed to feel sorry for me and offered a compromise. It will be tough, but cheer up. I'll let you walk in the garden at night. Okay, really? Yes, but only if I'm with you, comma. And so, my reclusive life began, and time passed. The character's soul resonates and is drawn to a specific world. It was midnight on the 15th, comma. Chapter 342, Come Back, 1. Lee Hansa's room. It's been a while. I looked around and then immediately turned on the computer. Whir. My goal for today's community session was simple: gather information. But unlike usual, there were 2 years and 6 months worth of information to catch up on. Let's start with the forums. The main event, the round table, wouldn't open for another 3 hours, so I browsed the forums. It was a tedious task. I had to scroll through countless pages to get a sense of the atmosphere over time. Has anyone been to Bjorn Yandel's house? I went with some people who were helped by him on the first floor. It felt strange seeing all the flowers piled up in front of his door. It finally hit me that he's really gone. His companions were completely devastated. Okay, it seems like I should start reading from here. Tutai eyes, what's the big deal about one NPC dying? Sojuking 33, well, no one would care if a nobody like you died, right? Sodom Toxic, he was a candidate for Barbarian Chieftain, the first explorer to receive a noble title in 10 years, and even the royal family sent knights to his funeral procession. It's natural for people to feel jealous. Key 11 Human 77, it's a shame. I was curious to see how his new clan would turn out. I skimmed through the comments and then clicked the back button, and I continued browsing the forums, page by page. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Each month, the forums were filled with posts about the hottest topics of the time. My death was one of them. After just 1 month, the number of posts about me had drastically decreased, but then it started increasing again the next month. Someone had added fuel to the fire. Is the rumor that Bjorn Yandel is an evil spirit true? It's all anyone's talking about these days. There must be some truth to it. 3 reasons why Bjorn Yandel is an evil spirit. Like and subscribe. Is he really an evil spirit? If you disagree, you're a newbie who's never even seen him. If you agree, you have a beast woman girlfriend. Errol 5205, this guy is right. Only newbies would think he's an evil spirit. One spring, Bjorn Yandel is not an evil spirit. So, can I be his beast woman girlfriend now? Bling00, I still think he's an evil spirit. 2 months after my death, the forums were filled with debates about whether I was an evil spirit or not. Most people still considered it a rumor. Well, there was one comment that caught my eye. Tick Monkey, it might not be just a rumor. I heard the rumor started with one of his closest companions. I ignored it because it didn't mention any names. It was common for attention seekers to post vague comments like that when a hot topic emerged. Click, click. 3 months later, the topic had lost its momentum, and my name was rarely mentioned. But 6 months later, my name, which had almost been forgotten, started appearing everywhere again. The royal family had made an official announcement that Bjorn Yandel was an evil spirit. Is the royal announcement real? Bjorn Yandel is an evil spirit? He was a candidate for chieftain, a noble, and everything. How can he be an evil spirit? Something's wrong, right? At first, everyone was confused, but then people started posting evidence, and the atmosphere shifted towards accepting it as truth. There were many suspicious things about me. If you assumed I was an evil spirit, it was strange from the beginning. How could he have gotten so strong in such a short time? It was too suspicious. Tunaboot. Fact 1, it's still impossible, even if he was an evil spirit. Brutalizerx. Fact 2, Bjorn Yandel was living with 3 women. Wing Pizza. Fact 3, Bjorn Yandel was known to be over 2 meters tall, in height, of course, but the topic died down quickly. It was shocking, but there wasn't enough fuel to keep it going. Bjorn Yandel is an evil spirit? That's surprising. But so what? Why are we still talking about someone who's dead? That was the general sentiment. Some people speculated that there was a hidden reason behind the rumor and the royal family's announcement, but that was all. Those kinds of secrets wouldn't be revealed on a public forum. Click, click. I continued browsing, but there weren't any other major events for a few months. It was just a typical forum, filled with random posts. But 1 year after my death, something happened that set the community on fire. Did you guys hear about the Nardal clan? The Nardal clan, the clan led by Melter Pend, the explorer I had met during the Nork War. 90% of their clan members had died in the labyrinth, and the reason was already known. Godflies IO. They were ambushed by Nork, and only a few survived, right? Nork, who were supposed to be outside the walls, had been spotted in the labyrinth. This led to countless speculations, that there was a portal outside the walls, that they had somehow created a new portal, or that they were actually Nork members who had stayed in the city and were hiding their identities. And 1 year and 1 month later, a mid-sized clan was wiped out in the labyrinth. They were exploring the Dark Continent, the same place where the Nardal clan had been ambushed. There were no survivors, so the cause of their deaths was unknown. 1 year and 3 months later, the number of clans disappearing without a trace on the 7th floor increased, and there were several reports of Nork sightings. Most of the sightings were on the 7th floor. 1 year and 4 months later, the royal family, realizing the severity of the situation, started distributing new ID cards. They even sent knights to patrol the lower floors, but it didn't help. They checked the explorers entering the labyrinth on the 1st floor, but there were no Nork members. 1 year and 6 months later, the royal family, noticing that Nork was only appearing on the 7th floor, formed an expedition team with a few large clans, and they returned with heavy casualties. But they had learned something. Breaking news, latest update on Nork. This is confirmed information obtained from a captured prisoner. Nork opened a portal outside the walls that leads directly to the 7th floor. No one knows how they did it, not even the prisoner or the royal family. New information had been revealed. 1 year and 8 months later, the royal family banned ordinary explorers from entering the Dark Continent and formed a second expedition team. They suffered heavy losses, but they managed to win a costly victory, and the real war has begun. A full-scale war began on the 7th floor. The royal family had decided that Nork would become a major threat if they were allowed to stay on the 7th floor and grow stronger. Countless explorers joined the war, lured by the huge rewards offered by the royal family, and new heroes emerged every day. The 7 Strengths were one of them. 7 young heroes who had gained fame during the war. Looking back, Bjorn Yandel's party had an insane talent pool. How did 2 of the 7 Strengths come from one team? I finished reading the latest post and took my hand off the mouse. It had taken me over 2 hours to catch up on 2 years and 6 months worth of information, even though I was skimming. Let's take a break and organize my thoughts. I got up from my chair and lay down on the bed. I hadn't learned much from the community. I had already heard about the major events from Erwan while I was stuck at home for over 10 days. But it was nice to get a sense of the atmosphere. There were also a few details that Erwan hadn't mentioned. For example, that the explorers who had been in a coma after the fire pillar incident had all recovered. Anyway, let's check the exchange forums next. I sat back down and continued browsing. And then, 3:09. It was time to enter the round table. Creak. The goblin mask entered the room and waved cheerfully. "Oh, Fox, it's been a while. Hello. It seems like we're the first two again today." The woman wearing the fox mask, Bursel Golland, smiled awkwardly at Goblin's question. She knew he wasn't just making small talk. She didn't want to have a personal conversation with him. Haha, it seems like you have something on your mind again today. I'll be quiet, thank you. A few minutes later, Stag Antlers and Crescent Moon arrived almost simultaneously. It was 3:05. 5 minutes until the meeting began. It seems like the other two aren't coming again. They'll be here soon. Bursel smiled bitterly at Stag Antlers' question. The 2 missing members were Clown and Queen. They would probably show up, but they would just check the members and leave before the meeting began, just like they had been doing for the past year. Well, at least we have 4 people, so we can actually have a meeting today. Last time, Stag Antlers wasn't here, so we couldn't even start. Why didn't you come? Goblin, do I have to explain myself to you? Well, no, I was just curious. They chatted idly as they waited, and then the door opened again. This time, it was a woman. Oh, it's been a while, everyone. Queen. She wasn't as influential as Lion, but she had proven her worth in this gathering by outsmarting Clown. Are you going to leave again today? Crescent Moon asked politely, and Queen smiled awkwardly. Her intentions were clear. She doesn't see the point in participating without Lion. Queen had continued to share information even after Lion disappeared, but at some point, she started leaving before the meeting began, just like Clown. Is everyone here again? Clown. 2 minutes until the meeting began. Everyone looked at Clown as he arrived. Most of their gazes were hostile. They had been clashing with Nork a lot recently. Even though he wasn't as deeply involved as Crescent Moon, they couldn't be friendly with a member of Nork. What? Are you going to kill me with your eyes? Clown ignored their gazes and sat down. He stared at the clock on the wall, waiting for someone. It was a familiar scene. Sigh. It seems like he's not coming again today. I heard there have been sightings of Nork explorers trying to enter the 6th floor. What's going on? The meeting hasn't even started. Why would I tell you? Well, you're not participating. Stag Antlers, really, you should have brought something interesting then. I keep leaving because it's so boring. Do you think you're lying? I didn't mean it like that. Clown chuckled and stood up, and Queen followed suit. Well, it seems like he's not coming again, so I'll be going. Me too. Bursel sighed as they left. She felt the need for Lion's presence. Where did he disappear to? At first, Clown and Queen had speculated about Lion's disappearance. That he had lost interest. That he had been banned by the GM. There were many theories, but the most memorable one was Goblin's. That Lion and Bjorn Yandel were the same person. The timing of their disappearances was too coincidental. But Goblin, you should be a writer, not a paladin. Goblin was ridiculed for his theory. The other members didn't take it seriously either. Lion had first appeared when Bjorn was a rookie explorer. It would be impossible for a low-level explorer to act like that. But, maybe, he was right. Bursel thought it was a possibility. There were many contradictions, but if it was true, it would explain why Lion hadn't appeared for 2 years and 6 months. Creak. The door opened, and everyone flinched. It was a simple reason. Clown was about to leave, but the door opened before he could even reach it. There were no more visitors. Or rather, there shouldn't be, except for one. Thud. A man stepped through the open door, and, the man, whose presence alone froze everyone in place, spoke, as if he had just stopped by on a whim. It's been a while. Lion had returned. C 343, 344, 345. Chapter 343, Come Back, 2. I ran countless simulations before coming to the round table. After all, there had been a sudden gap of 2 years and 6 months. The members would definitely be curious about my absence. Maybe someone even figured out that I'm Bjorn because our disappearances coincided. But I wasn't too worried about that. Only Amelia and Erwin knew I was alive. I could dispel those suspicions just by showing my face at the round table. The real problem would be after I revealed that I was alive. Well, I'll figure it out when the time comes. There was a more pressing matter: how to explain my 2 year and 6 month absence. I had run simulations, considering various scenarios, and I had reached a conclusion. Lion, you're really alive. I didn't have to explain anything, no matter how surprised or curious they were. Aren't you going to move aside? Yes. Clown, who had been standing frozen in front of the door, flinched and stepped aside at my curt words. Soul Queens did the same. Of course, she was much better than Clown, who was completely stunned. You haven't changed at all, have you? She observed me with an amused gaze as she moved aside. Although her relaxed tone bothered me, I didn't show it. I just ignored her and walked past. Thud. I sat down in my usual spot, acting indifferent. A strange silence followed. The members stared at me, glancing at each other. Their intentions were clear. They wanted someone else to ask the questions. Damn, it's been a while. Could it be because I had been cooped up at home for the past few months? I felt a liberating sense of power. A few seconds passed in silence. Thud. The doors that had been open slammed shut. It was past 3:10, and the entry period was over. In other words, it meant that a meeting could begin. Therefore, are you going to keep standing there? I looked at Clown and Soul Queens and said, sit down. I had a lot to hear from them, and a lot to tell them. I showed you an embarrassing side of me. Clown, who had been frozen against the wall, snapped out of his daze and sat down. He looked at me with unconcealed joy. Welcome back, Lion. What the hell is this guy talking about? Did he forget that I told him not to act so friendly last time? Well, I guess he could have forgotten after 2 years and 6 months. I ignored him, and he chuckled, as if he had expected it. Reason. Stag Antlers was the next to speak. You disappeared for over 2 years, and now you're back. Why? He stood up and asked me directly, his tone aggressive. But my answer was already prepared. Well, you're not going to answer. Stag Antler's voice rose as I exercised my right to remain silent. It sounded like the tone the royal family used when interrogating someone. I felt a bit sorry for him. He had lost his edge after being away from the round table for 2 years and 6 months. I'm offended. I spoke as coldly as I could. And, whoosh, I slowly unleashed my killing intent. I had to re-establish my authority since I had been away for so long. Stag Antlers clenched his fists, as if in pain. It seemed like he was ready to listen, but I wasn't satisfied. I continued to press him with my killing intent. Never. Stag Antler's neck bulged as I spoke. He was better than Clown, who had been wriggling on the floor like a worm, but it wasn't much different. Look down on me. Stag Antler's body slowly bent as I unleashed my full killing intent, as if something was pressing down on his shoulders. I looked at him with satisfaction. Yes, like that. Stag Antlers was now kneeling on the ground, looking up at me. His arms, which were on the table to support his weight, were trembling. It seemed like he was reaching his limit, but honestly, I was also reaching mine. Oh, my head. The killing intent vanished as soon as I felt a headache, and at the same time, gasp, Stag Antlers took a deep breath. Clown scoffed at the sight. You foolish and stupid human. Have you forgotten what to do when you have a question for Lion? Bring something interesting. Something interesting. Clown glanced at me as he spoke, as if asking for my approval. I ignored him again, and after some time, Lion, a man's voice broke the silence. It was Crescent Moon, the fairy who longed for the stone of resurrection more than anyone else at the round table. It doesn't matter what you've been doing. He swallowed his anxiety and questions and said, thank you for coming back. It was the perfect reaction. I felt a bit guilty. He must have been worried sick while I was gone. Should I give him a clue? I was thinking that when. So everything's settled now. Soul Queen spoke in a cheerful voice, changing the mood. Then shall we begin? I think we have a lot to talk about today. And so, the meeting began. The order was quickly decided. Then Fox goes first, it seems that way. As always, it was clockwise. But I would be the last one to go. Why did I have to sit here? It was an unspoken agreement. They would share information first, and then I would evaluate it and share my own information in return. That was how the round table usually worked, I haven't prepared anything special today, so I'll just share what I was going to talk about here. Bursel, the fox, was the first to share information. It was a rather interesting story. The Dragon Slayer, who disappeared after the High Priest kidnapping incident 3 years ago, has reappeared in the Dark Continent. According to witnesses, he's much stronger than before, and it seems like he's even overcome the dragon's curse. News about the Dragon Slayer, whom I had almost forgotten. He overcame the dragon's curse. It was unfortunate news, but I didn't dwell on it. Nothing would change even if he could use dragon speech. I wasn't the same person I was before. Swah. The jewel on the round table emitted a green light, signaling the end of the first turn. But then, you're clever, Fox. Clown chuckled and spoke to Bursel, what do you mean? That wasn't the information you were originally going to share, was it? It's something that could reveal your identity, and judging by Stag Antler's reaction, it seems like even the royal family hasn't heard about this. Did you meet him yourself? I won't answer any personal questions. Well, whatever. I'll just ask that salamander bastard who we met in the labyrinth. Bursel frowned at Clown's rude behavior and then remained silent. The turn naturally passed. Then it's my turn. Now, it was Stag Antler's turn. He avoided eye contact with me, his expression awkward. It seemed like he was still affected by my killing intent from earlier. But he cleared his throat and spoke, trying to act nonchalant. The royal family is going to issue a conscription order to all titled nobles soon. He was looking at Clown as he spoke, as if trying to gauge Nork's reaction. But, you think I'm scared? It just means they're desperate. Clown just scoffed, and Stag Antlers didn't react. Crescent Moon spoke as soon as the green light went out. It's my turn now. I was expecting something good since he had been diligently bringing information after being hooked by the Stone of Resurrection bait. Unfortunately, I haven't prepared anything special, but he had been caught off guard by my sudden appearance. He seemed worried that I might be disappointed and stop coming. It's about the Blood Spirit Marquis. But surprisingly, he shared something interesting. A few weeks ago, the Blood Spirit Marquis took most of the support funds the royal family gave to the fairies, saying she needed money. She didn't give us a reason. It was practically a tribal scandal. Soul Queens asked. But even the Blood Spirit Marquis can't just take that much money without a reason, can she? The royal family's support funds aren't a small amount. Of course, it's an unusual situation. But the elders had no choice when she threatened to sell the sacred tree bow. Sell the sacred tree bow. It's embarrassing, but it's true. But she said she needed the money for something important, so we have to believe that she has a reason. The other members couldn't hide their unease at Crescent Moon's explanation. What the hell is that crazy woman planning? If she needs that much money, it can only be for one thing. Well, there's going to be another bloodbath. I felt a strange sensation. What kind of reputation did Erwin have? No, wait. She told me she had plenty of money, so she extorted it from her tribe? I was speechless. I had wondered where she got the money to buy a mansion in one day. What would happen if the fairies found out? I would be devastated. Goblin cautiously spoke as I was lost in thought. Then, can I go now? It was his turn. He's a paladin from the Leafless Church, right? I was a bit curious about what he would share since I knew his identity. Unlike Clown, the main church has decided to send all its forces, except for the First Paladin Order, to join the royal army. What the hell? Another war story. I was disappointed, but I couldn't help but chuckle. The main church, he's not even trying to hide it anymore. Or maybe his identity was revealed during the past 2 years. I continued listening, wondering what kind of conversations they had at the round table while I was gone. You guys are so boring. Don't you know how to entertain Lion? It was Clown's turn. He shook his head dramatically and then spoke, his eyes gleaming. Lee Biko has the Stone of Resurrection. Huh? Clown's casual announcement caused a stir, and Crescent Moon was the most agitated. He couldn't hide his emotions and muttered, Lee Biko, the one the royal family issued a secret assassination order for? The Stone of Resurrection. Crescent Moon seemed surprised to hear that Lee Biko had the Stone of Resurrection, but I was different. Why is Lee Biko suddenly being mentioned? It was an unexpected name, and I didn't even know when he had become this famous. He was just that guy 2 years ago, a name only a few people knew. And how did he get the Stone of Resurrection? It was an item you couldn't obtain without luck, even if you knew the conditions. How is it? I didn't have time to space out. I thought you might be interested in Lee Biko, so I brought it up. The jewel emitted a green light, and Clown subtly asked for my opinion. I hesitated for a moment and then answered, indeed, it was more valuable than the previous information. I was more interested in this than the war stories, but I couldn't be too impressed. It wasn't bad. I gave him a lukewarm response. After all, he would only bring me this kind of information if I showed some appreciation. I should ask her if she knows anything about libico when I get back. I organized my thoughts and looked ahead. Clown, is that true? You can see for yourself, can't you? PL, please tell us more. I refuse. Crescent Moon was being humiliated by Clown. I felt sorry for him, but there was nothing I could do. It was my first time hearing that libico had the Stone of Resurrection. This makes it difficult to use the Stone of Resurrection as information. What should I share later? I observed the situation, thinking about what information to share next, and then Soul Queens clapped her hands, drawing attention. And, well, then it's my turn, isn't it? She spoke in a seductive voice, looking at me. Lion hasn't logged into Ghostbusters for 2 years and 6 months, where have you been all this time? Haha. All members of the community are forcefully summoned to this spiritual world on the 15th. Well, there was a way to log out as soon as you entered. What do you mean hasn't logged in? It means what I said. There's no record of him logging in. It was strange that there was no login record at all. She must have confirmed it through the GM. So I thought he must be dead. She must have concluded that I was Bjorn Yandel. I was the only famous person who died around that time. But did Goblin sense a contradiction in her words? Dead? But you were waiting for Lion, weren't you? No, I was waiting for the master, the one who created this round table. I was hoping he might come back. Goblin nodded, and everyone looked at me. Their intentions were clear. Swah. The jewel on the round table emitted a green light, so it was true that I hadn't logged in for 2.5 years. They were expecting an explanation. Are you going to avoid answering again? Well, this isn't exactly interesting information for you. I cut her off and said, you're being bold. Then do I have reason to be afraid? She looked at me confidently, as if she had a way to counter me, even if I unleashed my killing intent. Interesting. Oh, so you're going to tell us? What happened? I glanced at the jewel, which had lost its light, and then answered, it's my turn now. Are you ignoring me? Well, it wasn't ignorance. It was punishment. Magidechnician, Yurvan Hobelion. I had to teach her a lesson to maintain my authority as Lion, even if it wasn't through brute force. That's the GM's name. That there were consequences for defying me. Chapter 344, Come Back, 3. There is no record of Lion logging into Ghostbusters for 2 years and 6 months. I was quite flustered when I first heard it, but after thinking about it, there was no reason to be too afraid. At least one thing was certain. She probably only knows my nickname, Ilf Nunna. After all, even Oral Gabus couldn't find out my real identity in the spiritual world. Could the GM, who only inherited half of his power, do it? It was impossible. The problem was that if she knew my nickname, she could ban me from the community. But that wasn't a big deal either. It's not like I'll die if I can't participate in the community. On the other hand, I would lose a lot if I backed down. She would realize that this was my weakness. Where have you been all this time? She would ask me even more direct questions, and it would only be a matter of time before my lion mask was ripped off if I kept avoiding them. So, in that case, the best defense is a good offense. I decided to take a gamble. After all, this GM was the one who almost died after trying to ban libico. Like how nuclear weapons are a deterrent to war, I judged that the only solution might be to act even more boldly. Well, I wasn't sure what the outcome would be. I'll find out soon. I looked around. A heavy silence. Everyone's gaze was fixed on one spot, the center of the round table, where the jewel that distinguished between truth and lies was placed. But I was looking at something else. Soul Queens, the GM's companion who was participating in the round table wearing the queen mask. Her eyes, which had been relaxed until now, were filled with unease. What the hell is going on? With that question in her eyes, as if she hadn't expected this at all. She wanted to say something, but her words were jumbled, and only a sigh escaped her lips. Her hand was also trembling. She reached out, as if to stop me, but then she lowered her hand powerlessly. She knew that she couldn't stop anything with a gesture like that, that the damage was already done. Swah. The jewel emitted a green light after a brief pause, as if enjoying the attention, and the brief silence ended. The GM is the Magidechnician. Wah. Wait a minute. I can't keep up. How can he be an evil spirit? No, the GM. It was worth waiting for you for over 2 years, Lion. Such a big secret from the very beginning. The members were all talking at once, the atmosphere chaotic, but there was something worth listening to. I'm actually more surprised about Queen. There were rumors that she might be part of the management team, but, right, I thought it was strange that she revealed the login records in front of everyone. There was no reason for her to hide it. It seemed like her identity had been revealed while I was gone. Or maybe she intentionally revealed it, considering her personality, but that wasn't important right now. I continued to stare at one person, ignoring the others. Can you handle it? Soul Queens, who had been standing with her head bowed, her hands on the table, glared at me. But it wasn't a threatening glare. It was for a simple reason. Can you handle it? Her voice was trembling. Who would be intimidated by that? Even after doing this, how can you? I cut her off and said, you said you weren't afraid, you're trembling, Soul Queens quickly looked down at her hands. They were shaking uncontrollably. Grab. She grabbed her trembling wrist with her other hand and glared at me again. And then she took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. Fine, that's how you're going to play it. I'll go first this time. She placed her hand on the jewel and told anyone who wasn't participating in this round to leave. Of course, no one left. And, lion is Bjorn. The jewel emitted a light. 1. Lion is Ilfnuna. 2. Ilfnuna hasn't logged into the community for 2 years and 6 months, and neither has Lion. 3. Therefore, Lion is Bjorn. She must have been 100% certain, having reached that conclusion through a logical process, at least until she entered the round table today. Swa. The jewel emitted a light in the tense atmosphere, it's red. As expected, it wasn't green. This jewel didn't distinguish between truth and lies. It seemed like Soul Queens wanted to get back at me, but it was a meaningless struggle now that her faith had been shaken. But the problem is, she doesn't seem that flustered. Then why did she make a meaningless attempt? I found the answer in Goblin's question. But Bjorn is dead, isn't he? Lion is alive and right here. Why did you ask that question? There are many mysteries surrounding his death. Even his companions didn't see him die. The possibility that Bjorn was alive. She had asked that question with that in mind. Well, she received a red light because she lacked faith. Even you should know that the jewel would emit a red light with that kind of speculation. I won't answer that. Soul Queens looked away from me. Come to think of it, maybe she was just testing me. No, she definitely was. She had been staring at me when the jewel emitted the light. Damn it, she's testing me in this situation? This woman is relentless. I was worried about what she would think after seeing my reaction, but I tried to hide it. But did she gain confidence because I was silent? Anyway, we have to do it again since it's red. Soul Queens casually said she would retry and glanced at me. And, I can ban Lion from Ghostbusters at any time. She received a green light after revealing that she was part of the management team. It was a predictable action. After all, the only penalty she could give me was to ban me from the community. Unlike me. I'd rather you didn't do that. Not that you can anyway. What do you mean? Why would they leave me alone if I was banned? I'm from Nork, which you guys hate so much? You're just keeping me around because you're curious about our information. What does that have to do with anything? I guess that's the answer. Anyway, that means you shouldn't ban Lion. We don't know what kind of stories he'll tell us. Clown said firmly. You should know better than to do something you can't handle. Something I can't handle. Yes, he knows the GM's identity. What are you going to do to him? It was music to my ears. He was scratching my itch. After all, it wouldn't sound good if I said it myself. It was better for someone else to say it for me. I looked away from Queen, who was speechless, and met Clown's eyes. He was smiling. Good job, right? With that look in his eyes. Did she feel like she had gotten her revenge? Well, it's not my place to say anything. Clown, who had said everything he wanted to say, spoke in a cheerful voice. Anyway, it's my turn now, isn't it? And so, the second round began. And from the very beginning, I couldn't ignore what he said. Speaking of Bjorn, that bastard, he might not actually be an evil spirit. It was Lee Biko who spread the rumor. Lee Biko? He revealed my identity? As I was inwardly shocked, Stag Antlers casually shared even more shocking information. But the original source was Misha Kaltstein. That woman. Misha? It's the same thing. She's one of Lee Biko's companions now. No, what the hell is he talking about? Why is Misha one of Lee Biko's companions? Fortunately, it's green. Well, I knew you wouldn't know that the Catgirl had become one of his companions. I was getting dizzy from the influx of information, but I barely managed to maintain my composure. And then it was the next person's turn. Phew, this isn't easy. Goblin, who had received 2 red lights after sharing information about the war, finally succeeded in getting a green light on his 3rd try. It was about the internal affairs of the Leafless Church. It wasn't surprising since he always sold out his church when he was cornered. It's my turn again. It was Crescent Moon's turn. I was curious about Erwin, but his information was just okay. It was about the war. Stag Antlers was the same. It seems like the royal family is serious this time. It seemed like it was important information, judging by how even Clown, who always mocks Stag Antlers, was being serious. But the war didn't matter to me right now. My scattered companions, clearing my name. I had a lot of homework to do, so I was at least interested in Fox's information. No, to be precise, I was worried. A few months ago, a double-numbered item was acquired by the Almanes Central Exchange. An unidentified woman used it as collateral for a large loan, and the repayment date is approaching. We might see it at the exchange's auction house soon. Don't tell me, she's talking about my Demon Crusher? No, that can't be right. That kind Amelia wouldn't do that. I tried to rationalize it, but I could feel everyone's gaze on me. It's my turn. I didn't have to think about what to say since I had already decided. I slowly looked at them one by one. They were all looking at me expectantly, except for one, Soul Queens seemed more anxious than expectant, perhaps because of what happened earlier. Was she the type who had a lot of pride but was actually easily scared? Anyway, that's enough stalling. I tapped my fingers on the table twice and then looked at Soul Queens. You asked if I could handle it. It was my turn to answer her question. Or rather, to ask her back. Like Clown said, was she really prepared to handle it? Gulp. The moment Queen's slender throat bobbed, I continued without hesitation. Your nickname is Soul Queens. Everyone's gaze turned to the jewel as soon as I finished speaking. I couldn't help but chuckle. Geez, I'm not even done talking. And Soul Queens' real name is? Honestly, I didn't know, but I deliberately trailed off, looking at her. If she didn't react, I could just say something like, I'll save it for later, and pretend to be merciful. Who? The member's eyes gleamed with interest as I paused. Clown was the most enthusiastic. After all, he had been humiliated by her before. I hope she's not a shut-in like the magic technician. It's hard to kill those types. Hey. Soul Queens' throat bobbed again at Clown's creepy laughter. Tap, tap. I tapped my fingers on the table again, and at that moment, street, stop. She spoke. PL, please stop. I don't want to reveal my identity here. Tisk. She should have just agreed from the beginning. Chapter 345, Come Back, 4. Soul Queens finally surrendered. It seemed like she had realized how foolish it was to try to gain the upper hand in our relationship. What a funny woman. She was so bold when she revealed the GM's identity, but now she's backing down when it's her turn. Queen entered Clown's mockery without a word. It was a pitiful sight, considering her status at the round table, but it would be a shame to end it here. It would be foolish to just accept her surrender. Soul Queens seem to be sensitive to hierarchy. It would be better to properly imprint it on her now, like I did to the goblin I met in the cave on the day I was summoned to this world. Who is on top, and who is below? Why? I tapped my finger on the table and asked, should I? Soul Queens flinched at my short question and answered in a small voice, if we stop here, we won't be hostile towards you. It meant that they wouldn't ban me from the community, and they wouldn't even hold a grudge against me for revealing the GM's identity. I chuckled coldly at her uncharacteristically roundabout expression. It sounded like a suggestion between equals. You still haven't learned your lesson. I tapped my finger on the armrest again, but there was a difference from before. This time, I didn't hide my displeasure. Please tell me what you want. Soul Queens pleaded, watching my reaction. Therefore, I don't want anything from you. I spoke clearly, as if she didn't understand. And I'm not afraid of you, at least on the surface. Would I have been this aggressive if I was even slightly concerned about making an enemy out of the management team? I must seem like an uncontrollable madman to them. So, I'll ask you one last time. I asked Soul Queens again. Why should I? That's, of course, she couldn't answer. After all, everyone she had dealt with had their own desires. It was only natural for her to be speechless when she encountered someone who didn't want anything and wasn't even afraid of threats. But, she was a clever woman. Threats didn't work, and I didn't even want anything. I was just enjoying this punishment. How could she persuade someone like that? She finally reached an answer after a long contemplation. To give up on persuasion. And, I was wrong. To beg for mercy. The last resort of a powerless person. Please, forgive me. It seems like that stupid woman has finally realized her place. Soul Queens ignored Clown's mockery and lowered her head, just like I had told Stag Antlers to do. And she looked up at me and spoke with difficulty. I'll never disobey you again, so please, forgive me for my mistake today. Honestly, I was impressed. I didn't expect her to be this humble. Was it that shocking to know that I knew their identities? The other members were just watching me and Soul Queens, their mouths shut. They were curious about whether I would accept her apology. That's enough hierarchy establishment. I looked down at Soul Queens and said, that's better. Yes, that's it. Queen's nickname is Soul Queens, and I won't tell you Soul Queens' real name. I ended my turn and received a green light. Phew. The members all sighed in relief, the tension lifting. Soul Queens was the same. Thank you. She thanked me, as if she was peeling off her own skin. I didn't answer, and an awkward silence followed. Stag Antlers cautiously broke the silence. What about the meeting? Are we going to continue? The second round had ended with my turn. We usually went for 4 or 5 rounds, but it wasn't strange to end it here. Then what would they decide? I'm done. Soul Queens, who had been scolded earlier, spoke cautiously, watching my reaction. It seemed like she would stay if I told her to, but it wouldn't change anything if she was the only one left. Then, I'm done too. Goblin, who had received 2 red lights and barely managed to pass this round, declared his withdrawal, and the meeting naturally came to an end. Damn it, it's over already. It was a bit disappointing that the round table, which I had returned to after 2 years and 6 months, ended after just 2 rounds, but it couldn't be helped. Well, at least I showed my face today. They'll bring something more interesting next month. Then let's all prepare more diligently for next month. Of course, assuming Lion comes back. Clown glanced at me as he spoke to the other members. It was a bit cute. He really wanted to ask if I was coming back next month. Swoosh, I left the round table without answering his question. And, phew, I lay down on the bed as soon as I returned to Lee Hansen's room, taking a deep breath. I was exhausted, perhaps because of the killing intent I had used earlier. I'm going to sleep like a log until tomorrow evening. Of course, that was my future self. My current self started working. First, organize the information. I made a scene today, so no one will suspect that I'm Bjorn for now. I replayed the events of the round table. My comeback performance seemed successful, but it wasn't perfect. After all, I couldn't stay hidden forever. They'll start suspecting me again as soon as they find out I'm alive. Of course, I had a few ways to deal with that. I had gained several trump cards during my time travel. I'll think about that later. There was something more important. No, honestly, I almost had a mental breakdown because of it. The original source was Misha Kaltstein. That woman, Misha Kaltstein. Why did she spread that rumor? It's the same thing. She's one of Lee Biko's companions now. And how did she become Lee Biko's companion? I couldn't connect the dots, no matter how hard I tried. But if I had to guess, Lee Biko has the Stone of Resurrection. That seemed to be the key. For example, maybe Misha had joined forces with Lee Biko to bring me back to life. Is that just wishful thinking? Damn it, if only he had sent me back a year earlier. The gap of 2 years and 6 months felt huge, and my frustration grew. But what could I do? Anyway, if Misha's goal is to bring me back to life, what's Lee Biko's goal? Well, I didn't know. I didn't have enough information yet. I hadn't spent much time talking to Lee Biko, and we were both from Korea, and we had never had a sincere conversation. I'll think about that after I find out more about Lee Biko. I closed my eyes and continued organizing my thoughts. The GM, Oral Gabis, Amelia, Nork, the royal family, and so on. I had countless things to think about, After brainstorming for a while, I sat back down at the computer and continued browsing the forums. After some time, I thought the GM or Soul Queens would send me a message, but there's nothing. I moved the cursor. I didn't think I would find anything important even if I continued browsing, and it was almost time for the community to close. Click. The screen flashed as I clicked the logout button, and then darkness enveloped me. A bedroom with all the windows boarded up, not a single ray of moonlight entering. You're awake. Erwin was looking down at me. Erwin Fornici di Terja, the current pureblood and the contractor of the Spirit King. She had been bestowed with a sacred tree bow, a fairy treasure, and had become one of the 7 strengths, earning the nickname Blood Spirit Marquis for her achievements in the war. And, what the hell is that crazy woman planning? Well, there's going to be another bloodbath. The only one among my companions who had dedicated everything to avenging me. No matter what anyone says, you're Bjorn to me. The one who said it didn't matter if I was an evil spirit. But I couldn't feel grateful or touched by her devotion. It was too much? Then why was she so obsessed with me? At first, I thought it was because of her obsession stat. Goblin Archer, Steel Hill Chaser, Cannibal, all 3 essences she had absorbed had the obsession stat. And her sister's death might have acted as a trigger. But, mister, do you want to go for a walk? The moon is beautiful tonight. That was Erwin from 2 years and 6 months ago. She had already replaced most of her essences, receiving generous support from her tribe. The problem was that the new essences weren't that great. Patrol Golem Ertz from the Golem Island on the 6th floor, plus 45 defense mechanism. Kalbin, a wolf monster with a unique characteristic of not attacking during the day, but attacking first at night, plus 30 impulse and plus 30 distrust, plus 24 possessiveness from the 4th grade monster, Met Crow, and minus 30 control and plus 40 deficiency from the other 2 essences. They weren't stats that would cause serious mental problems individually, but it was only natural for them to affect her real life when combined. So I had been trying to avoid provoking her after realizing that things could get out of hand if she snapped. Right, that's what I had been doing. But, right, I bought you a necklace. If you wear this, I can always know where you are. I couldn't avoid it forever. This wasn't my style. Thud. I swatted her hand away. Huh? Erwin looked surprised. Me. Mister, are you angry? Why? She looked around nervously, trying to find the reason for my sudden change. Come to think of it, there was a loose plank in the living room. I had almost ripped it off because I was feeling suffocated. But did she interpret it differently? Amelia Rainwales. That woman, right? She was here, wasn't she? That's why Erwin started rambling, her body trembling. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Honestly, it was terrifying. But Amelia wasn't here. So what? I couldn't run away just because I was scared. When I was falsely accused and imprisoned in the guild's basement. When I encountered the Dragon Slayer in Locus's maze. And even during the Nork War, which earned me the title of Giant. I survived because I always faced my problems head-on. Therefore, Why? Why are you still calling her by her name? I answered without hesitation. Because she's my companion. Erwin's response came after a brief pause. That's, I told you I would be here for you, that you don't need her anymore. Right, she did say that. But, why are you the one who decides that? Erwin was speechless. I didn't feel sorry for her. I spoke naturally, as if I was still wearing the lion mask. How dare you? Erwin's eyes widened. I activated my dormant muscles. After all, what else could she do in her unstable mental state? Who are you? I'm Bjorn Lee, liar, you're an evil spirit. A black aura started emanating from Erwin's body. It was the darkness spirit she had mastered. Thump, 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 thump. My heart pounded, sensing danger. Although I was prepared, the pressure was still significant. But I reminded myself, who am I? A barbarian warrior who had overcome countless hardships. Giant, Bjorn, son of Yondel, the only player who cleared the original difficulty. The absolute ruler of the round table with the lion's heart. Clench. My chest swelled with courage as I recalled my identity. So before this feeling faded, it's not too late, so tell me now, that you made a mistake while you were asleep. Erwin Fornici di Terja, I said, there's something wrong with your head. Right, if there's a problem, we have to fix it. Just attack me, in the way I knew best. See 346, 347, 348, Chapter 346, Seclusion, 1. Objectively, her specs were slightly better than mine, and her equipment, overwhelmingly superior. Moreover, she had participated in the war for over a year and had killed countless Nork bastards, so her combat experience would also be greater than mine now. But there was no need to be intimidated. Erwin had made one mistake. Swoosh. Distance. Spirit King contractor or not, distance control was an archer's lifeline. At this distance, I had the advantage. The fact that we were in a closed room was also a plus. And besides, she wasn't even mentally stable. Attack you? How? How can I do that? To you? Geez, she was the one who called me an evil spirit earlier. I wasn't going to give her time to think. Things could get messy if we both went all out. Clench. I made a fist, my hand the size of a watermelon, and dashed forward. But, whoosh, my fist, which I thought was a surprise attack, cut through the air. She's fast. Don't do this. Well, I had expected this. Thud. The moment I stopped, my foot slamming into the ground. Character has cast, Eye of the Storm. A whirlpool appeared around me, pulling everything towards its center. It wasn't combined with transcendence, so the radius was only 5 meters, but it was enough to cover the entire room. Wiggish. The bed, blanket, pillow, bookshelf, desk, carpet, and so on. Everything that weighed less than 500 kilograms was caught in the wind and flew around the room, including Erwin. This is Erwin, who had fought Stormgush on Paragon Island, looked confused. She probably didn't expect this skill. I hadn't shown it to her when I was proving my identity since it wasn't one of my original essences. Whoosh. But Erwin, who had also been through a lot, immediately improvised. She summoned the wind spirit and tried to resist the pull. Street. Stop it. Stop what? I told you, there's something wrong with your head. I walked towards her, maintaining Eye of the Storm, and, whoosh, I punched. Of course, I didn't expect it to hide her. I thought she would dodge back, and then I would use gigantification to extend my reach. Well, that was the plan. Thud, thud, thud. But the furniture and other items that had been flying around the room suddenly fell to the ground as Eye of the Storm ended. And, Erwin was standing there, her eyes closed, right in front of my fist. Why? I had no choice but to ask. If she hadn't stopped at the last moment, my fist would have definitely hit her. But why? Why didn't you dodge? Erwin slowly opened her eyes and spoke, her expression on the verge of tears. Because you would have been hurt. My mind went blank at the sudden turn of events. You're right. I know, there's something wrong with me, but, even so, Erwin continued, her voice trembling. How could I hurt you? Oh, right, I see. Drop. I was speechless, watching a teardrop fall from her cheek and hit the ground. This makes me look like the bad guy. I had a sincere conversation with Erwin after that. It was a long and rambling conversation, often going off on tangents, but to summarize, she hadn't been in her right mind since I died. She had endured a long period of pain and obtained the pure blood of her tribe, driven by the desire for revenge. The war broke out as soon as she gained power, and she sought out dangerous battlefields, thinking it was her chance to take revenge. That's when she contracted the Spirit King. And, I admit it was excessive, but I never intended to imprison you. She had boarded up the windows and only allowed me to go out at night because she was worried about me. The rumor that I was an evil spirit had spread throughout the city. It was a kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder. She couldn't control herself, thinking that she might lose me again. Then what about Amelia? Her too. I can't trust her. I'm confident that I would never betray you, but I don't know about her. I'm so anxious. But I won't do it again. I won't stop you even if you want to make her your companion. Honestly, I'm still uneasy, because you don't want me to. Is she being sincere? It didn't seem like she was lying. I was worried that she might suddenly snap again, but she seemed genuinely sincere. She even said this: my essences, I'll remove them all tomorrow if you tell me to. Even if it means I won't be able to protect you anymore. Most of her wound's essences were obtained through her achievements in the war, but she's saying she'll remove them all? Why would you do that? It was a reason I couldn't understand. Were we that close? I didn't say it out loud since it would be rude in this situation. It's better not to remove your essences. I'll do as you say. But if this happens again, I'll remove a few of them. Yes, if that's what you want. I'm not saying this for me, I'm saying it for you. I was being 100% sincere. Erwan wasn't in her right mind. If I kept telling her sweet words and took advantage of her fear of being hated, it wouldn't be difficult to control her. But that wasn't right. That wasn't what companions were for. I had learned that from a mage in Locus's maze. Therefore, for me, I said firmly, yes, for you, no, to be precise, for our relationship. Oh, our relationship, do you understand? I asked again, grabbing her shoulder, and Erwan answered, yes, you really understand, right? My life didn't change much after that conversation. I continued to live a reclusive life, going out to the garden at night and leaving the windows boarded up. The only thing that changed was Erwan's attitude. Mister, here's your equipment. Erwan, who had been acting like it was fine for me to just hide in this house, started actively helping me. First, it was equipment. This is, no, 2988 mark of the Guardian Collar. It didn't have any stats or active effects, but it gave a 50% shock absorption bonus to shields, making it one of the core items for shield barbarians. You add this. Yes, there's no way I could sell it. It seemed like Raven had taken charge of the inheritance distribution, and she had been keeping this earring after receiving it by mail. But why are you giving it to me now? You asked about my equipment before. Sorry, I hid it because I didn't want you to go back to the labyrinth. Right, it wasn't my imagination. If I hadn't resolved the situation back then, I would have really been raised in this house. I shuddered, but she wouldn't have actually done that. I dismissed my unease and focused on something else. I had assumed that all my old equipment had been sold and was circulating in the market, but now I had a different thought. The others might have kept some of it. I'll have to ask them. But one thing's for sure, Avman Urikfrit sold everything. Avman did. Yes, I heard he took the less meaningful items, like your subspace ring. I see. He took the things that were difficult to sell, so he could sell them without feeling guilty? I was a bit disappointed, but it wasn't important. As long as I have this earring and that, I can just get the rest again. I could just have my armor and shield remade, and the other numbered items weren't that expensive. Do you know who took my necklace? The one that transformed magic stones into weird things. Yes, its official name was No. 7777 Garpus's necklace. It was a necklace that transformed magic stones into random materials. It was like a gacha version of alchemy, so it wasn't a very valuable item. At least not until you had enough money to trigger the hidden event. Actually, I wanted that necklace, so I sent a letter to that mage? No, a rule raven, a while ago. So, who took it? Misha Kaltstein. I sighed. She was the only one among my companions whose whereabouts were unknown. Well, I did hear that she was with Libiko at the round table, but that just made me more confused. It was all a mystery, but I decided to think positively. Misha and I were close. She would probably be keeping it safe. Maybe not? I wasn't sure anymore. Since 2 years and 6 months had passed, I decided to think about it later. Anyway, I think Aner probably took my armor and weapon. Then did Raven get the rest? I was contemplating the whereabouts of my scattered equipment when I suddenly thought of an item. The Orb of Fire. I wonder what happened to that? It was the only bound item I had. If I was considered dead in this time period, it would have been sold, and if not, it would probably still be in someone's possession. If it's the latter, then Raven probably has it. Phew. The more I thought about it, the more I sighed. Although I had gained a lot from the past, there were also many things I had to take care of. Mister, aren't you going to eat? I was just lost in thought. I dismissed my thoughts and ate the food Erwan had brought, and after our meal, we had a brief discussion. What are you going to do? I have to clear my name first. Should I use my influence to create an opportunity? Erwan suggested proving myself in front of the royal family, but I refused. It was too early. I would have to do it eventually, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something political going on with my case. I think we have to be more careful with this. If something goes wrong, it could affect you and the entire fairy tribe. You're so kind. Anyway, that's why. Can you focus on gathering information about Raven and Avman? We don't have to worry about Erwan anymore. Okay, I will. Erwin then left for the sanctuary, and I lay down on the sofa in the living room to take a nap. That's when, knock, knock, someone knocked on the door. Erwin wouldn't knock, Chapter 347, Seclusion. 2. The Magitechnician, Yurvan Hobelion, the head of a Skolino mage respected by countless crafting mages. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. It was that difficult of a task, interfering with the laws of the spiritual world. Damn it, the man in a robe muttered as he looked at the jewel on his workbench. The jewel placed on the workbench was given to him by an old man he met shortly after arriving in this world. It was essentially the server and system of the spiritual world, now named Ghostbusters. What's wrong with it? Countless magical circuits, large and small, were intricately intertwined within this small jewel. The man had honed his skills by analyzing and studying this, and by modifying the circuits one by one, he created the current Ghostbusters. But, is this method impossible after all? After spending a long time pouring mana into the jewel and modifying the circuits, the man sighed as if giving up. Honestly, it was ridiculous to even be disappointed. There's no way something he couldn't achieve for decades would suddenly be possible in a few days. His biggest achievement lately was updating the anonymous chat rooms so that he could secretly view the nicknames of the players entering with administrator privileges. Buzz, his personal pager vibrated. He didn't even need to look to know who it was. Yes, Soul Queens. No issues about me, right? No, I haven't heard anything about you yet, I see. The man felt a mix of annoyance and relief. His identity, which he had been hiding for nearly 20 years, had been revealed in the most unexpected place. Please keep an eye on it. It's important to nip these rumors in the bud. I'll continue looking for a way to identify the other members. Okay, and, I'm sorry, The man was speechless at the woman's apology. He couldn't bring himself to say it was fine. Then, please contact me again if anything comes up. Okay, rest well. The man ended the call and returned to the workbench. And, even if I just change the circuits so that the server saves the location data when you log in, it would be possible to track them. He continued to analyze the jewel's intricate internal circuits. As always, the answer would be within this jewel. Knock, knock. I jumped up from the sofa as soon as I heard the knock. Who is it? I didn't know. Erwin wouldn't knock, so it had to be someone from the outside. But who would knock on the front door instead of the gate? Damn it. I held my breath, crouched down, and quietly approached the door. And at that moment, click, click, I heard the doorknob rattling, and then the lock click open, creak. The door slowly opened. I clenched my fists, ready to subdue whoever it was, but then I froze as I saw the visitor. You're here, Amelia. Ugh, I told you not to do that. I'm just happy to see you. How embarrassing. Come in. Excuse me. I quickly let Amelia in, skipping the reunion hug since she seemed to hate it. I had a million questions, but to ask them in order. How did you know I was here? I waited in front of the bank and followed a ferry. But why now? I couldn't get close. But she was always out during the day, going to the sanctuary. Amelia shook her head as I pointed that out. That's impossible. She was always near the house. I felt a chill run down my spine. You're saying she never went to the sanctuary. Don't tell me, you didn't know. Well, she started leaving the house recently, as if something had changed. I waited for a few days, thinking it might be a trap. I was a bit relieved. If something had changed, then it was probably because of our conversation. So, what happened with the blood spirit Marquis? She wouldn't have been happy to see you alive, especially considering the evil spirit issue. That's been taken care of. I briefly summarized my encounter with Erwin, focusing on the important parts. Amelia seemed surprised. It doesn't matter if you're an evil spirit or not. That's an unusual mindset for a surface explorer. She's changed. I don't think she would have thought that way before. Well, I don't think so. She didn't stop trying to avenge you even after it was announced that you were an evil spirit. She had already made up her mind. It doesn't matter to her what you are. That's possible. Anyway, I made sure to emphasize that I'm not an evil spirit, just in case. Amelia chuckled. So I'm the only one who knows your true identity. No, there's one more. Didn't you say Misha Kaltstein doesn't know? It's someone else. He's not even from this world. He's from my world. I told her about Libiko since there was no reason to hide it, and he could become a variable in the future. But her reaction was strange. Libiko? He's from your world. It sounded like she knew him. Come to think of it, there were quite a few people who knew about Libiko at the round table. I was originally planning to settle ask her one about him, but it seemed like it would be better to get the information from Amelia. Do you know him? Of course. Well, you came here much earlier than me, so I guess you could have met him. But how long has it been since you returned? 2 years. Oh, so time flows at a 1-to-1 ratio for you. But it doesn't matter when I returned. I met him much earlier. She met him before that? I stared at her, wanting a more detailed explanation, and Amelia opened her mouth. You remember I said I was on a team with an evil spirit for over a year. Oh, that evil spirit was Libiko. That bastard is everywhere. Amelia met Libiko about 5 years ago. She had intentionally approached him under the Lord's orders. There were suspicions that he might be an evil spirit, and she was sent to confirm it. After all, they could try to recruit him if he was an evil spirit. Explorers who could use or were rare, so it wasn't difficult to join his team. And I spent about a year with him. Amelia said that she obtained self-replication in the doppelganger forest and cleared the 100 Colors Temple during that time. Wow, no wonder she knew all about the hidden pieces. It made sense if she had been with Libiko. So, what happened? Nothing special. The Lord lost interest after a year when I couldn't find any concrete evidence, and I left the team with an excuse. And then, I heard the news later. What news? I don't know the details. The royal family covered it up thoroughly. All I could find out was that his identity was revealed because of a companion's betrayal, and many people died in the labyrinth that day. Amelia then said that the royal family had erased all records of Libiko and controlled information about him for years, making him disappear from the city. But I was curious about one thing. Then how do you know his name is Libiko? It's a relatively recent development. It seems like he's really turned against the royal family now. He's appearing everywhere and introducing himself as Libiko. He used to use an alias, or people just called him that guy. I see. I didn't know someone who knew about Libiko's past was right next to me. What was he like back then? Well, we weren't close. I didn't like his casual attitude, but he was very close to the others. Close. Yeah, like the teams you create. I heard several stories about Libiko out of curiosity, and the more I heard, the stranger I felt. What? Everyone on the team was a woman? And he dated all of them? Wow. Did he build a harem in the labyrinth? Harem? I don't know what that means, but all your team members are women too, aren't they? What is she talking about? Avmin is still holding strong, and when we were team misfits, everyone except for Misha was a man. Well, that's true, but it just happened that way because I chose them based on their abilities and aptitude, not because I was interested in them romantically. You don't have to make excuses. I don't mind, we're from different countries. I don't know what it's like in Korea, but it was probably similar to the noble culture here. No, Korea is a monogamous society. What does she think Korea is? I felt like Libiko and I had completely ruined Korea's image, but I decided not to say anything more. It wasn't important. It was time to move on. Amelia, what was in that note you left at the bank? What do you mean? It's just like I wrote. The letter Erwin gave me was torn at the end. I only read up to Kral's Demon Crusher is, I see. Amelia seemed noticeably flustered when the topic shifted to my precious hammer. No wonder you didn't say anything, so you didn't read it. No, that makes me uneasy. Tell me, what happened to my hammer? Is it still there? Your hammer is safe. Amelia cut me off firmly, and, swoosh, she said quietly, avoiding my gaze. At the Almanesque exchange, in the collateral loan department's vault. Sigh. A heavy silence fell between Amelia and me. Even Amelia, who is always confident, seemed to know she had done something wrong and was avoiding my gaze. It was me who spoke first. Why did you sell it? There must have been a good reason. This was Amelia. I'll correct you. I didn't sell it. I used it as collateral for a loan. Are you serious? Amelia coughed awkwardly as I glared at her. We should at least get the facts straight to avoid future problems. Just answer the question. Why did you use my hammer as, collateral? For what? To protect you when you returned. Phew, as expected. She must have had a good reason. I bought an essence at the auction. What? I finally regained my senses after a long silence. Well, I guess that's possible if she needed money urgently. She probably used it to buy twin hydras, dual control. It was a good enough essence to justify buying it if you could. But I had to confirm. When's the repayment date? 2 months. How much? I don't have it right now. Then do you have a plan to get the money? I had one. Right, past tense. Another quest had been added to my already busy schedule. Chapter 348, Seclusion. 3. Everyone has a plan. It's not guaranteed to work, but Amelia was no exception. There was an organization I had my eye on. They were smuggling opium disguised as a relief effort and selling it for a high price on the black market. My original plan was to rob them, and, the security bureau raided them while I was tracking them. I was speechless. It was typical of her, but at least it was better than robbing a bank, right? I chuckled, and Amelia apologized sheepishly. This was my mistake, so I'll figure something out. What is she talking about? I said firmly. It's fine. Why would you solve it alone? In the first place, it would have been lost if she hadn't extended the vault's time limit, and Amelia had a 50% stake in it. After all, we were on a party hunt when it dropped, and besides, it was ridiculous to hold her accountable for this when she had already gotten the money for the Valherchen essence. We'll solve the money problem together. Got it, because we were companions. Wow, she's actually saying that. Yes, because we were companions. When there's a problem, we don't blame each other, we find a solution together. Okay. And so, we discussed a plan. It was a difficult amount to raise in 2 months through normal means, but it wasn't impossible. The stocks she had bought 2 years and 6 months ago had skyrocketed. Borrowing money from that fairy, it's possible, considering her wealth. But is it okay? Is it okay? That fairy is also your companion. Ahem. Damn it, she's hitting me where it hurts. Amelia, you've been alone for so long that you don't understand. Companions help each other when they're in need. Got it. Is that how you treat your companions? No, who said it was a one-sided deal? We could just pay her back with interest. Anyway, that's enough about that. Let's talk about something else. You've judged the situation to be unfavorable. Isn't that right? You usually change the subject when things are uncomfortable. Oh, she was right. But was she always this playful? Why do I feel like she's teasing me? Just tell me what you wanted to say, Yandel. She didn't even give me a chance to protest, so it seemed like she was intentionally teasing me. But I just let it slide since I only had circumstantial evidence. There was a more pressing matter. It's nothing special. I was just thinking about how to introduce you to Erwin. I didn't want to witness a team kill. Tap, tap, tap. Amelia clicked her tongue as I nervously tapped my fingers on the table. That's annoying, so calm down. Are you that scared of her? Who's scared? Erwin listens to me very well. I was just a bit nervous. I had told Erwin that Amelia would be joining us, but human impulses aren't always controllable. I didn't want to see Amelia explode again, especially not a real body. Tick, tock. That's when, as time passed and I started to feel hungry, click, I heard the gate closing. Erwin was back. She was probably carrying bags of food for me. Thud, thud. Her light footsteps, characteristic of fairies, were approaching, and, thud, they stopped in front of the door. That was strange. I clearly heard the doorknob turning, but why wasn't she opening the door? And why did her humming stop? The door is open, Erwin muttered. I smell a woman. I immediately jumped up and ran towards the door. I had a bad feeling that things would go wrong if I just went ahead with a surprise event I had prepared. Erwin, you're back. Erwin ignored my greeting and scanned the house as soon as I opened the door, and then she fixed her gaze on Amelia. Amelia Rainwales. It's been a while, Blood Spirit Marquis. Is this your first time seeing me in the city? What are you doing here? I followed you after you left the bank. Your stealth magic has improved, but it seems like you don't use it much in real life. You should be more careful. You're not the only one who lives here. Erwin muttered at Amelia's answer. Should I kill her? Erwin. Sorry. I was just thinking out loud. That's okay. It happens. Let's sit down. We can't be awkward with each other, right? We're going to be working together. Okay. Erwin calmed down surprisingly quickly and sat down at the table, and she spoke in a casual tone. So I just have to get along with this woman. It's not this woman. Call her by her name. Then I'll call her by her last name. Rainwales, right. That's right. You can call me Tertia. Okay. The conversation ended there after Erwin's curt response. It was my turn to step in. Erwin, like I said before, Amelia will be working with us from now on. What about her identity? Don't worry about that. Yandel prepared something while waiting for you to return. Why didn't you tell me he was alive? That's a stupid question. How could I possibly tell you that? We only spent 6 months together. I believe you spent even less time exploring the labyrinth with Yandel. Hey, why are they talking without me again? Alright, calm down. I quickly intervened. I don't know what happened between you two, but it was all just a misunderstanding, so why don't we clear things up? I glanced at Amelia, signaling her to back down. But, well, I don't have any grudges. I almost died on the 6th floor after losing both my legs and having to cling to a plank for 3 days because of her, but I survived. Right, so she had a reason to be prickly, to think you were able to escape on a boat in that state. Erwin, don't worry, I don't have a huge grudge against her either. I just had the corpse of an orc explorer I worked hard to kill stolen from me. And I also got my arm cut, but I guess that's nothing. But I didn't kill you. Are you saying you could have? You ran away as soon as our backup arrived. Well, I achieved my goal. Thanks to selling his equipment, I was able to buy this dagger. Okay, let's give up on trying to make them friends. Companions don't have to be friendly with each other. I tried to smile and end the conversation. Haha, you're fighting over such a trivial matter. Come on, shake hands and make up. A leader should always be smiling. I moved on to the next topic after Erwin and Amelia awkwardly shook hands. Straightforwardly, like a true barbarian warrior. Erwin, can you lend me some money? Money? Why? I told her about the demon crusher, and Erwin's face hardened. So you want me to use my money to cover the cost of the essence this woman bought? You could say that, I'm sorry, but that's a bit difficult, don't misunderstand. It's not because I don't want to. Then why not? Erwin muttered sheepishly, as if she was guilty. I don't have much money anymore. Really? Right. Come to think of it, she said she barely managed to buy this house after blackmailing the chieftain. But I still had to ask, then what about taking out a loan using this house as collateral? I felt like a scumbag, but I had to prepare for the worst case scenario. This house, it's filled with memories. You can just pay it back. Yandel, you really, don't scold mister. This is all because of you. How shameless. What? So, okay, don't feel bad, mister. We can just buy a new house later. Her hands were trembling. I'm sorry. Don't say that. I'm doing this for you, mister. Anyway, it was decided that we would retrieve the demon crusher by using the house as collateral. So it was time to make our next plan. We need to secure funds first, no matter what we do. Yes, you'll need new equipment and everything if you want to go back to the labyrinth. And we can keep this house if we have money. Wait, the labyrinth? We should be focusing on clearing your name first. Right. I'm planning to postpone it because there are some suspicious aspects. Amelia nodded as I shared my concerns. It seemed like she was also uneasy about it. Anyway, Amelia, I need you to find a new identity. It's not difficult to find one, but it will be impossible to completely hide your identity. There are still many people who remember you, even though it's been over 2 years. In other words, it meant that a helmet wouldn't be enough. This wasn't the past where I had no connections. If I used gigantification, people would immediately think of Bjorn Yandel. I think it'll be fine if I'm just careful in the labyrinth. It might work for a month or two, but someone will eventually recognize you. What about absorbing an essence? Erwin interrupted. Essence, like what Aner did. There are essences that shrink your height, right? If you shrink your height and introduce yourself as a human, no one would notice. Erwin looked at Amelia, as if wary of her reaction. But it's definitely much safer than a helmet if you're planning to hide your identity for a long time. Amelia surprisingly agreed with Erwin's idea and even praised her. But could it be that she found it strange? That's a good idea, it's because it's about Mr. Erwin turned her head away coldly. It was a heartwarming sight, but I had to intervene. I'm sorry to say this, but I don't have any slots left for essences. I was still far from level 7, and I didn't have any essences I could remove. Amelia chuckled after I explained my situation. Manticore, you said it was an essence you would have to remove eventually. She's taking away my jump key? C 349, 350, 351. Chapter 349, Seclusion. 4. Manticore. It was indeed an essence I had planned to eventually remove. That's why I had debated between removing Corpse Golem and Manticore when I bought the new essence. But, Amelia, if I remove this, my magic resistance will decrease, and I'll be vulnerable to magic. At first, I was hesitant about losing Leap, my only movement skill, but the real problem wasn't that. It was the lack of magic resistance. The balance of my tanking abilities would be severely disrupted until I could obtain Belarius's essence. And I can't remove Stormgush either. Stormgush was a 3rd grade essence. Well, I would have to remove it eventually. But at least I had to clear the Submerged Island event first. That essence practically guaranteed an easy win. For reference, I could obtain my 2nd core essence after gigantification from that event. Damn it, what should I do? I was lost in thought. It seemed like giving up on disguising my identity was an option, even if it meant giving up on an essence. There were some suspicious aspects to the royal family's actions, but it might not be that difficult to clear my name. They wouldn't execute me just because I'm an Ev. And I didn't tell you this because I thought you knew, but even if you're proven to not be an evil spirit, the royal family won't be happy about it. Why are you looking at me like that? It would mean that the royal family's announcement was flawed. This is making it harder. I couldn't make a decision, so I asked Erwin and Amelia for their opinions. What do you guys think? I think it's better to hide as much as possible. Erwin was in favor of absorbing the essence. Why? Intuition. Right, she was talking about her 6th sense. And then Amelia also gave me her opinion as I looked at her. I agree with Tertia. Why? There's no real benefit to clearing your name anyway. What do you mean no benefit? I wouldn't have to remove an essence. I was about to say that when Amelia continued. You're not expecting your former companions to come back to you after 2 years, are you? Erwin also agreed. You're right, maybe Aner, but it would be difficult for Aurora Raven to return, even if she heard that you're alive. She's in the royal army, presumably. It would be similar for Avman. He joined a clan, so it would be difficult for him to leave. And I didn't have much information about Misha, except for the fact that she had become Libiko's companion. So they're not wrong. I paused the conversation and weighed the pros and cons of both options. It didn't take that long. Based on the information I got from the round table, the royal family is going to issue a conscription order to all nobles soon. Most of them would just send the private armies, but I, as an explorer, wouldn't have that option. I would have to participate in the war myself and follow the orders of my superiors. I made a decision. I'll remove the essence, my jump key. Now that the plan was set, it was time to move on to the next agenda item. Which essence should I absorb? As we discussed it, I realized that these two had something in common. I think imp essence would be good. It gives a bit of magic resistance, but it's a 7th grade essence, so it's hard to find on the exchange. Dwarf fighter essence would be better. It increases bone density like Aner, so it suits you well. Do you have enough money to buy a 4th grade essence? Altsmiller would be better. It's 5th grade. Altsmiller? We can't use that? It has a fatal side effect. Side effect. Erwan glanced at me and then whispered to Amelia. I couldn't hear them, but Amelia glanced at me and said, "That's possible," and didn't say anything more. Why are they both so interested in my essences? I chuckled and cut him off. Enough. I've already made up my mind. I had chosen the essence with the best stats and skills among those that could shrink my body size, and I had 2 backups. Erwan, you go to the bank tomorrow and check how much we can borrow using the house as collateral. Amelia, you check the exchange for the essence I told you about. Okay, then let's eat. I'm starving. We ended the conversation and ate the food Erwan brought. And, you're staying here from tonight. There are plenty of empty rooms. Is there a problem? I prefer to separate work and personal life. Sigh. Both of you, stop it. I'm tired, so let's just go to sleep. Amelia, you can use any of the empty rooms. There was a bit of a commotion when Amelia showed up in the middle of the night with her luggage, but it didn't escalate into a big problem. And so, another difficult day came to an end. Mister, I'll be back later. Erwan and Amelia left for their respective tasks the next morning, and I spent my days in seclusion in the dark house. In other words, I slept. Fortunately, we were able to secure a loan after 3 days, and we used it to retrieve Kral's Demon Crusher from the bank. Hell, you like it that much? Of course I do. This is my #1 treasure from now on. Character has equipped No. 87 Kral's Demon Crusher. Total item level increased by plus 4,800. Anyway, that wasn't the only good news. The essence I was looking for appeared on the exchange. Well, it wasn't my first choice, but my second. But it wasn't a significant difference, and I wasn't planning to keep it for long anyway. And the price is reasonable. I bought the essence with most of the money I had left after retrieving the Demon Crusher. I had already placed an order for a shield through Erwan, and I was planning to get the rest of my equipment cheaply with first-tier materials, so I didn't think I would need much money in the future. Well, there was one more thing. Please, don't let anyone recognize me. I went to the church the next day, now that I had bought the essence. It was the Tavaret Church, one of the 3 gods church. I was a bit uneasy about going to the Leafless Church since I had been there so many times. It would be even more conspicuous if we went together. Have a safe trip. Don't attract attention by making a mistake. It wasn't a large church that was easily accessible, but a small one on the outskirts of the city, frequented by ordinary people. But I still had to remove my helmet to remove the essence, so I was a bit worried. Haha, you have a good build for a human. You would have been a great knight. But fortunately, the old priest in charge of essence removal didn't recognize me. Manticore essence, removed from character's soul. Some of the stats gained from inheritance have been permanently acquired. The essence removal went smoothly. I paid double the usual fee and hurriedly left the church and returned home. And then I opened the test tube I had bought. Gachaban essence absorbed into character's soul. It was the 6th grade undead Gachaban's essence. The base stats were simple. 6th sense plus 40. Physical resistance plus 15. Darkness resistance plus 30. Accuracy plus 45. Stats that were a bit ambiguous for certain classes. And bone density plus 110. The bone density stat that would turn me into a human. And lastly, the penalties. Luck minus 50. Control minus 30. Luck was a stat that increased the probability of random events, like critical hits, and control gave you resistance to mental magic and status effects like fear. Well, it would have the opposite effect now that it was decreased. Oh, wow, Erwan and Amelia exclaimed as I finished absorbing the essence. Honestly, I was the most surprised. Our heights were almost the same now. Amelia was about 170 centimeters tall, so my height must have decreased to about 185 centimeters. Erwan looked away as I was lost in thought. Is it that weird? No, it's not that. Then what? It's better if you just see for yourself. Erwan pointed at the mirror, and I walked towards it, holding my loose pants. But the sturdy barbarian warrior was no longer there. Only a handsome human man remained. This is me. Now I understood why Aner was so depressed. I looked so weak, like I would break a bone if I got hit. Should I remove this essence? My reflection in the mirror was pitiful. Well, that's probably why Erwan was avoiding eye contact and stuttering. Mister, what's wrong? You look so sad. Erwan asked why I was depressed, and I answered honestly. How can I go outside looking like this? Even Erwan couldn't look at me properly. What? It's a misunderstanding. I wasn't avoiding eye contact because of that. You're saying it wasn't because you were trying to hold back your laughter at my pitiful appearance? No way. Then why? Erwan answered in a small, embarrassed voice. Because you're handsome. What? She also has a very common taste. Was she obsessed with me back then because she saw me as a guardian, not because she was romantically interested? I asked Amelia to get a sample. Do you think so too? Well, Amelia stared at me and then chuckled, turning her head away. At least I don't have to crane my neck to look at you. Surprisingly, none of them seemed to have a negative opinion about my current appearance. Had I become too accustomed to being a barbarian? Come to think of it, I do look handsome by modern standards, but I still didn't want to stay like this. Gigantification was based on my base physique. This small body wasn't efficient. Anyway, I'm going to test my abilities. Can you help me? I couldn't just stay depressed about my appearance, so I decided to focus on what I could do. First, practice my skills. It's a bit awkward to go out to the garden in broad daylight, so I guess I'll just do it in the living room. Okay, I'll help. What should I do? Just hit me with your spirits or abilities. What? Doesn't she know about this essence's passive? It seemed like she didn't, so I briefly explained it to her. Retaliation. When receiving damage that consumes resources, there's a chance to ignore and reflect the damage. It was a passive skill that activated whenever the enemy used a skill that consumed resources, whether it was magic, divine power, or spirit power. This skill was the biggest reason why I chose this essence. Although it wouldn't be enough to make up for my decreased magic resistance, it was the only essence that offered this kind of performance at this price. My first choice was also another color of this essence. Anyway, the probability was about 10%. For reference, this number included a luck penalty. Well, there might be a slight difference depending on my base luck stat, but it wouldn't be significant. Then I'll go ahead. Erwin started attacking me with her spirits after I finished explaining. And, character received frost damage. Character received frost damage. Character received frost Erwin, try a different element. Okay. Character received fire damage. Character received fire damage. Character received fire What the? Wait, Amelia, you try, if you want. You're the perfect height for this. Character has been hacked by Azura's Fury. Character has been hacked by Azura's Fury. Character has been hacked by Azura's Fur. No, what is going on? AAK. Street, stop. Why isn't it activating? Chapter 350, Dark Continent, 1. The probability of probabilistic retaliation activating was around 10%, and it wouldn't increase even with transcendence. The 1.5 times multiplier only applied to the reflected damage, but even so, character has been hacked by Azura's Fury. The passive only activated when I was seriously starting to wonder if I had been scammed and absorbed a fake essence. After being hit about 100 times, the luck dwelling in the character blocks the damage. Probabilistic retaliation activated, and a transparent barrier appeared, protecting me. And, powerful luck, reflects 150% of the received damage to the enemy. A skeleton, summoned right next to me, copied Amelia's kick and used Azura's Fury on her. The skeleton even let out a hearty shout, even though it didn't have vocal cords. Gadget. Isn't that the sound that plays when it's a critical hit? Wait a minute, isn't this dangerous? That thought flashed through my mind, but it was too late. Thwack. Amelia was caught off guard and took the hit with her shoulder, unable to dodge in time. Swah. The skeleton disappeared into particles of light after a single hit. Are you okay? I rushed over to Amelia, and she pushed me away as she took her hand off her shoulder. Don't fuss over me. I'm just a bit surprised. Surprised? My ass. Her shoulder was practically crushed. Erwin, bring me a splint and bandages. Yes. Potions wouldn't work on Amelia because of Fountain of Immortality, so I set her bones, splinted her arm, and wrapped it with bandages. Didn't I tell you to dodge if you can use your abilities? If you can't dodge, at least hit me lightly. I did hit you lightly. Lightly, my ass. Even a critical hit is only 100% of the original damage. 150% because of transcendence. For reference, the base reflection damage was only 10%. Even with transcendence, it was only 15%. And since the skeleton copied the attacker's movements, it was possible to dodge, so the skill wasn't that valuable. Anyway, Amelia, you rest for now. Okay, then I can help you. I can dodge well, and block. Alright. Amelia sat down on the sofa, looking a bit dejected, as Erwin summoned another spirit. And, character received fire damage. Character received fire damage. Character received fire The skill activated after 10 tries this time. The luck dwelling in the character blocks the damage. Normal luck reflects 15% of the received damage to the enemy. A small and cute skeleton appeared next to me and shot a fireball. There was no special sound effect since it wasn't a critical hit, but, boom, Erwin dodged the fireball, and it hit the wall, scattering flames everywhere. And, oh, fire. Erwin, water spirit. Okay, we almost lost the house. After almost setting the house on fire, we went out to the garden at night to test the skill, and we obtained some meaningful data. The probability seems to be accurate. Unlike the first case, where it took 100 hits to activate, the skill activated after an average of 15 hits. But the problem was that statistics were just statistics. It would work normally, and then suddenly stop activating. And when that happened, it took forever to activate again. I think the highest record was 198 hits. Is this even possible? It was an unbelievable number, even with a 1% probability. And it wasn't like it always resulted in a critical hit even after all those stacks. Well, it does seem to activate more often. Anyway, we finished testing the passive and active skills, and then we spent our days planning our exploration route. Our primary goal was money. We had taken out a 6-month short-term loan to cover the cost of the Valherchen essence. The interest rate was high, and the house would be seized by the bank if we couldn't repay it in time. And that's probably why. Mister, it's okay. You don't have to push yourself. Erwan seemed to have given up on getting the house back ever since we took out a loan. She probably thought it was impossible to raise that much money in 6 months. But, I told you, didn't I? I'll do what I can. I was a man of my word. I had to try and keep the house since Erwan liked it. But if you want to get that much money in a short period of time, there's no other option but the war. Rainwales is right. No one here has a boat, so we can't even go to the 6th floor, and we'll have to stay on the 5th floor at most. There's no need to think that way. I think it's better for me to join the war too. I might stand out, but no one will recognize me in my current form if I don't use gigantification. We decided to join the war without much discussion. After all, if we joined the Royal Army, we could take a large ship and go straight to the 7th floor. And 7th floor monsters aren't a big deal for the 3 of us, and we were all strong in PvP, so we could earn a lot of bounty money by participating in the war. Wait, was bounty money even the problem? The enemies would all be mid-level or higher explorers, so if we stripped them of their equipment and sold it, we would make a fortune. And not only that, I might even reach level 7 by hunting 7th floor monsters. I could obtain the experience points that I would have had to get from clearing 60% of the 6th floor much more easily. And I can absorb the submerged island essence once I reach level 7, and then I could decide whether to remove Gatchaban's essence and move on to Belarius, depending on the situation. I'll remove Stormgush once I reach level 8 and absorb another essence. It's easier to farm floor masters once I'm level 9. I felt a strange sensation as I organized my future plans. It felt like we had already cleared the mid-game. Time flies. That's when, as I was lost in thought, Amelia asked Erwan, "By the way, Tertia, are you okay? I thought you were working with the fairy tribe's executive branch." Right. Are you okay? It's fine. I took a vacation. Vacation? Yes, I won't be entering the labyrinth for a while, and even if I do, I'll be moving separately, so you don't have to worry about it, if you say so. I continued listening to Erwan and Amelia as they talked about the war and made plans, and time passed. Entered the 1st floor crystal cave, and the day of the labyrinth expedition arrived. A crystal cave bathed in a faint purple light. Amelia took the lead and navigated as soon as I opened my eyes. This way. Wait a minute, I'm better at. Amelia is a guide, she is. Erwan, who had received high-level training from her sister, didn't argue any further after hearing that Amelia was a guide. She seemed a bit offended. Honestly, I couldn't understand her feelings. I also had the navigation function, but I didn't feel disappointed when I couldn't use it. It's much more convenient to just follow her. Why bother? Well, it was a bit fascinating. We were a 3-person team, and all 3 of us could navigate. Is this what they call an elite squad? Tat. Anyway, I just had to follow her, so I looked around as we ran. The atmosphere in the labyrinth was different from what I expected. I thought I would see knights and clan explorers everywhere. There are a lot more low-level explorers than I expected, but there were also many rookie explorers, and they all seemed cheerful. They were nervous, as expected of people in a labyrinth, but no one was trembling in fear. That's because the royal family has implemented many policies to support low-level explorers. After all, many high-level explorers died that day. I heard more details, and there was a reason why there were so many people on the 1st floor compared to when I was a newbie. The royal family's policies were one thing, but the biggest factor was that most of the large clans had disbanded. It was a land of opportunity, like planting a flag on unclaimed territory. The 5th floor was a prime example. You're saying no one is controlling the 5th floor? There are probably still some, but it's not as bad as before. It used to be commonplace for clans to occupy and monopolize the monster spawn areas in the Great Magical Forest, but it was rare now. They would rather participate in the war. After all, the participation fee was generous, and the royal family even offered essences as rewards for achievements, so the trend was accelerating. I'm a step too late. Unfortunately, the 1st floor portal was already open, even though we arrived early. So the speedrun failed again? Entered the 2nd floor beast's lair. There was no way we could speedrun the 2nd floor when we failed on the 1st floor, so we took our time after entering the 2nd floor. Our schedule was flexible anyway. The deadline is day 25, right? The way the royal family recruited soldiers was simple. Arrive at starting island Lamia by day 25. It was a tight schedule for a team that had just reached the beginning of the 6th floor, but it was different for us, who could easily clear up to the 6th floor with just 3 people. The pace is faster without a mage. We would have rested by now if we had our previous team, but no one suggested stopping, and as a result, we're already on the 3rd floor. We arrived on the 3rd floor by the end of day 1, even though we hadn't run as much as we did on the 1st floor. Mister, are you tired? Here, have a drink. Surprisingly, these two still seemed to have energy left, so it seemed like they could move even faster if they wanted to. Well, they were agility characters. Erwin, didn't I tell you not to call me Mister in the labyrinth? Right. I'll be careful. Erwin nodded shyly, and we started preparing for camp. We didn't need a watch. We were at the beginning of the 3rd floor, and besides, I'll have my clone keep watch, so you can sleep peacefully. There was no need to waste a person thanks to Amelia's self-replication. Wow, Amelia, you're really useful. Don't make a fuss. It's nothing. Damn it, she's prickly. I was just thanking her because she was the one working hard, even if it was just a clone. You're right, it's nothing. I can do that too. Erwin immediately summoned a spirit. It wasn't that difficult to summon spirits while sleeping, unlike before, and she said it didn't consume that much spirit power, and we can use the darkness spirit to hide from monsters and other people. See, I'm much better, right? Yeah, you're better. I nodded reluctantly, pressured by her strange gaze. But was that the answer she wanted? Then, say it to me too. Say what? That thing you said to her earlier. Erwin fidgeted. That it's convenient to have me. That I'm the best. That you can't live without me. Hey, I never said that. Chapter 351, Dark Continent, 2. The scorching sun and heated sand. A cool but somewhat humid wind carried the salty scent of the sea. Starting island Lamia. However, the vast ocean stretching along the horizon was nowhere to be seen. Entered the great ocean of the 6th floor. The first thing we saw as we crossed the portal was a line of over 100 massive galleons along the coastline. The ships were so large and numerous that the vast ocean felt cramped. Hey, move aside once you're through. The next group is coming. We were ushered away from the portal before we could even look around, following the directions of an explorer with the Explorers Guild emblem. His casual tone suggested he wasn't a regular guild employee. I asked Erwin, and she confirmed he wasn't. He was an explorer hired by the guild. The royal family had requested assistance with managing explorers, but they lacked the manpower to send their own people, so they outsourced it. Well, a regular employee wouldn't be able to make it to the 6th floor. Anyway, the war had been going on for over a year, so the procedures were streamlined and flowed smoothly. Come this way, register for the war effort, and we'll help you with your unit assignment. We waited in line along the eastern coastline and finally reached the registration desk. We handed over our ID cards and finished our registration, but there was a bit of a commotion. Erwin was too famous. Erwin Fornici di Tergia. BL, Blood Spirit Marcus. Is there a problem? Oh, no, nothing. I apologize for the commotion. The registrar seemed uncomfortable even talking to her, quickly finishing the process. It was understandable for him to be curious about Erwin registering alone. 5th grade explorer, Emily Rains. You've participated before. You're registered. Next was Amelia's turn, and it took less than a second. She had created the identity Emily Rains 2 years ago, starting at 9th grade and gradually leveling up while paying taxes. Her identity was perfectly clean. As long as she didn't run into anyone who recognized her face, her ID would pass without a problem. Unlike me, who received a few suspicious glances. 5th grade explorer, Lihan Shoots. First time participating. Can you remove your helmet, please? Amelia had found me an ID card belonging to an explorer who had been active 5 years ago, Lihan Shoots. Of course, the broker had paid all the taxes diligently, so there was no problem with the paperwork. The registrar gave me a strange look. Maybe my face looked younger than my stated age of 29. It felt like I was a minor trying to buy cigarettes, but he let me through after I showed him my light brown hair, dyed according to the information on my ID card. I had chosen an ID with the same eye color as mine. Is there a problem? No. I wish you good luck on your return. Thank you. I had briefly lifted my helmet, but thankfully, there were no issues. Just as Amelia predicted, many explorers had retired and returned after the war, so my registration passed without much suspicion. Besides, 2 of the 7 strengths were supposedly in the same situation. Then all that's left is the unit assignment. We moved to a bulletin board after finishing registration. The board listed the available ships and the number of explorers already on board. Choosing the right ship was crucial for the war. Explorers who boarded the same ship would be assigned to the same unit upon arrival at the 7th floor. There's no need to think about it. You're a newbie, so you won't be able to board anything other than a 3rd-class ship. 3rd-class ship. Explorers who haven't achieved any significant feats or those without a large backing usually board those ships. Their combat power tends to be lower, so they're mainly assigned to support roles in the rear. So newbies start at the bottom. Well, it made sense. Having newbies around would only hinder the main force on the battlefield. Let's board that one. We chose a third-class ship with the fewest explorers and boarded. Having fewer passengers would give us more options for choosing a cabin. We managed to get a triple cabin. Why are triple cabins so hard to find? They're not that rare, but they're the most popular. I didn't even have to ask why. The bonding spell was updated while I was gone. 6-person teams were now the standard. Triple cabins were naturally the most popular since they could accommodate 2 teams perfectly. We set sail tomorrow, so everyone relax until then. Okay, then what should we talk about now? Relax, she said. I looked at Amelia for help, but she was already lying in bed, pretending to be asleep after finishing organizing her luggage. Seriously, then, should we talk about the war? Okay, do you have any questions? I heard that third-class ships are mainly assigned to support roles in the rear. What kind of tasks are there? I'm always at the front lines, so I don't know much. I think they handle things like securing escape routes and escorting important personnel. I wasn't tired yet, so I chatted with Erwin and learned more about the war. And after some time, knock, knock, we had a visitor. It was someone we all knew. I came to say hello since we're on the same ship. It's been a while, Terja. I couldn't believe we were meeting again so soon. Phew. The blonde woman adjusted her collar and sighed, standing in front of the closed cabin door. Why did she suddenly do this? Blood Spirit Marquis, Erwin Fornici di Terja. She was the reason Raven was standing here. The 7th Strength had inexplicably boarded a third-class ship instead of a first-class one. Seriously, all the annoying tasks are mine. Her unit, the 3rd Magic Corps, was also scheduled to board a third-class ship. Mages needed escorts, so it was inevitable. But it wasn't supposed to be this ship. She had been reassigned due to orders from her superiors. We're not even close anymore. We weren't that close before either. They had been in the same clan, but that was all. Her superiors must have assigned her to this ship for that reason. But I don't know how to handle the crazy woman. Raven lacked confidence. She had no idea what Erwin was planning or what kind of trouble she might cause. I guess I should at least try to talk to her, find out what she's thinking. Raven sighed and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. About 10 seconds passed before the door opened. Creak. The rusty hinges groaned as the door swung open, revealing the interior of the cabin. There were 3 people inside, just as she had heard. 5th grade explorer, Lihan Schutz, and Emily Rains. One of them was wearing a helmet even inside the cabin, and the other had their eyes and ears covered with a black cloth mask. Raven's curiosity intensified. Who were these 2, and what were they doing with Erwin? Stop staring and tell us why you're here. Erwin's voice, laced with hostility, snapped Raven out of her thoughts. She forced a professional smile. I came to say hello since we're on the same ship. It's been a while, Terja. Yeah, then you're done saying hello, so why don't you leave? Tisk. Would she ever learn some manners? Raven suppressed her frustration and spoke. There were too many things she wanted to ask. For example, by the way, you said Mr., right? Why did Erwin call that man Mr.? Wasn't that a nickname she only used for him? Erwin remained silent. She just glared at Raven, as if asking what it had to do with her. But there was a hint of anxiety in her eyes. It felt like she had accidentally revealed something she didn't want to show. Raven shifted her gaze to the man. He was a complete stranger, his face hidden by a helmet. But there was something strangely familiar about him. It wasn't his physique or anything specific. Still, he reminded her of someone. Could it be? Raven's jaw dropped, and she looked back and forth between Erwin and the man. The silence grew heavier. Raven's gaze lingered on me, making my heart race. Did she recognize me? What do I do now? Can I convince her that I'm not an evil spirit? If she doesn't believe me, the news will reach the royal family, and, I glanced at Erwin. She was looking at me, her eyes pleading. Mister, what should we do? That's what her gaze was saying. It was a bit ridiculous. She made a mistake. Now she's looking at me for help? Could it be? Raven finally broke the silence, her voice filled with sadness. You've been reduced to this, huh? Erwin and I exchanged confused glances. What was she talking about? Raven continued in a sorrowful tone. Terja, or rather, Erwin, you can't find a replacement. You have to overcome this. It's hard, but, it finally dawned on me. Raven had misunderstood. She thought Erwin was so heartbroken over my death that she was clinging to a similar man, pretending he was me. And you? Petite Raven turned sharply and glared at me. I know what you're thinking, so don't try to take advantage of Erwin. I won't let that happen. I'll be watching, and if you cross the line. Raven trailed off, her voice threatening. I wanted to defend myself. Wait, I'm not trying to take advantage. Your voice. I was confused, but Raven flinched and averted her gaze. Your voice is similar. She seemed to have realized why Erwin had called me Mr. So that's why. Raven mumbled sadly, then turned to Erwin. You can't do this. He wouldn't want it, right? She was practically begging Erwin. but it wouldn't work. Erwan was simply misunderstood. What are you doing? Get out. Don't you dare come back. Erwan snapped out of her daze and yelled at Raven, and before Raven could even react, she slammed the door shut. Bang! Time flew by after Raven's visit. The day of departure arrived, and the warships anchored along the coastline set sail, and, escorting the magic core, the explorers on board were assigned to escort the third magic core upon arrival at the 7th floor. Oh, by the way, we received training on formations and tactics during the voyage. They gathered everyone on the deck and gave us instructions, so that's why they group explorers by ship. They can train us during the journey. The voyage to the 7th floor was expected to take about 15 days. Excluding training time, most of it was free time, which I mostly spent on the deck. There was a simple reason. Barbarians are weak to the sea. Bleag. The ship was massive, but I couldn't stay in the cabin. My stomach churned with seasickness. Well, at least I could throw up anywhere on the deck. Anyway, I spent most of my time on the deck, which led to several encounters with Raven. It was strangely frequent, and it always happened when Erwan wasn't around. Even your seasickness is the same. It's disgusting. Bleag. Why are you hiding your face? Did Erwan make you? Ugh, his face isn't that similar anyway. Why are you doing this when you have a perfectly normal face? Don't you have any self-respect? Just try something. You won't like what happens. This is killing me. Why does she keep bothering me when I feel like I'm about to die? See 352, 353, 354. Chapter 352, Dark Continent, 3. Raven's Torment, finally ended when we reached our destination after 2 weeks of sailing. A vast plain stretched out before us. A dark purple barrier, as if forbidding any intruders, stretched along the border of the land, and the portal floating above the sea in front of it. Woo, we're here. The explorers gathered on deck cheered as the long-awaited sight appeared beyond the horizon. Well, the voyage was indeed tedious. I didn't have time to feel bored, what with exploring the islands when I was well and suffering from seasickness the rest of the time. It's Lihan shoots. As soon as we disembarked, I reminded her one of my alias, and she quickly lowered her head, acknowledging her mistake. Would this finally stop her from making those slip-ups? So why are you here? It'll be a while before we can enter the portal. I wanted to be with you. I used to feel incredibly burdened by such direct expressions of affection, but I had gotten used to it now. No, had I become accustomed to it? What's that ship? I don't think I saw it when we departed. I pointed towards a specific ship. Many ships had already arrived at the portal, and among them were quite a few that were different from the galleon we had boarded. Oh, that? It's a fast ship. They usually send those ahead with the explorers who arrive at the 6th floor first, to prevent Nork from entering. Yes, there have been more attempts recently. The ship doesn't have any battle scars, so it seems like there weren't any attempts this time. But I heard that over half of the fast ships were destroyed a few weeks ago. It was a fierce battle. I see. So they had taken care of the gatekeeper monster. The essence probably didn't drop, though. As I was lost in thought, I felt the gazes of the surrounding explorers. It was a change that had occurred during the long voyage. That's the blood spirit Marcus. But who's the man next to her? No idea. I asked a friend in the Magic Corps, and they said he's a newbie on his first expedition. Apparently, he retired a few years ago and returned. A companion of one of the 7 strengths. He must be more skilled than he looks. Thanks to Erwan's fame, Amelia and I were attracting attention wherever we went. Most of the gazes were filled with curiosity. New faces were common in the war, but it was unusual to see someone with the blood spirit marquee from the start. They were curious about our identities and skills. Of course, there was also a hint of hostility. Shoots. Raven. She's staring at us again. Even though she was busy talking with the other members of the Magic Corps, Raven's gaze was fixed on us. Should I take care of her later? What is she talking about? I flicked her forehead, and Erwan looked up at me with a wrong expression. But what if she recognizes you? I'm worried. I had been thinking about that too. Of course, not about whether to take care of her, whether to reveal my identity and ask for her cooperation. But it seems like it would only complicate things. First, I would have to convince her that I wasn't an evil spirit. And even if she believed me, there was no guarantee that she would cooperate and keep it a secret. Raven was loyal, but she wasn't the type to prioritize personal feelings over her duty. And if she keeps it a secret, she might get in trouble later on because she's with a royal family. It would be better to reveal it myself after everything was settled. Well, I'll have to tell her if she finds out, but what if she finds out before then? That was what I was worried about. The foghorn blared from the lead ship, and the ship we were on became bustling. Everyone to their positions. It was finally time to enter the battlefield after a short wait. Following the instructions of the royal official, the explorers on the deck moved to their assigned positions. But we didn't have to move. Our designated waiting area was the deck itself. I'll tie you down. Lihan. I'm good at this. We then secured ourselves to the ship with the provided ropes. It was a safety measure to prevent us from falling overboard. The foghorn blared again from the lead ship, and our ship started moving. This is a bit nerve-wracking. Don't worry, I'll protect Lihan, no matter what. Isn't it my line as the tank? I didn't say anything. Lead ship entering. As the lead ships entered the portal one by one, I felt my heart pounding. We were approaching the battlefield. Even the other explorers, who had been relaxed earlier, were now tense and solemn. This reminded me of the first floor incident. I almost got PTSD. Main force, entering. It was time to get serious. This was my first time entering the 7th floor in this body, and it was a place teeming with explorers, even more dangerous than monsters. Even if our goal was to obtain something, there was always a chance of returning empty-handed. Erwin and Emily. Yes, listen. I gripped the railing with one hand and my newly purchased shield with the other. Stay close. Don't stray from my side. Flash. Our ship entered the portal. Crash. The massive galleon, momentarily suspended in the air, slammed into the water, sending a spray of seawater into the air. It was a thrilling experience, but we didn't have time to admire it. We weren't in the calm waters under a blue sky anymore. Entered the dark continent of the 7th floor. The sea was black, as if covered in oil. A thick fog had already settled in, obscuring our vision, even though we were only at the edge of the continent. And, boom, boom, crash, loud explosions bombarded our eardrums. It was a barrage of magic cannons fired from the Nork forces stationed on the cliffs. That's a warm welcome. Where did they even get magic cannons? Probably stole them from one of our ships. Even as we talked, magic cannons, dark magic, and various abilities rained down on our fleet. The sheer firepower was overwhelming, but the royal fleet remained unscathed. Money can buy anything. Swa. A defensive magic barrier, activated the moment we entered the 7th floor, blocked all incoming attacks. The ship occasionally shook from the impact, but it never sustained any significant damage. It was a measure taken by the royal family after suffering heavy losses during the initial landing. A massive investment. It supposedly cost tens of millions of stones per minute to maintain the barrier. How much would it cost to reach the continent with this barrier active? Well, it's probably a bargain compared to the cost of a ship. I dismissed the thought of worrying about national spending and focused on the present. The fleet bravely advanced through the barrage, finally breaking through the enemy's defenses and entering a narrow canyon. The ships rearranged their formation into a single file line, entered a special area. Field effect, Ghostly Canyon activated. All healing and regeneration effects are deactivated. Divine power is sealed. Ghostly Canyon, a mandatory route to enter the Dark Continent, where all the coastlines were cliffs. As our warship entered the canyon, following the ship ahead, the ominous and gloomy fog intensified. And, prepare for battle. Undead monsters started crawling up the ship's hull. They were diverse in both type and rank. Deadburn defeated. EXP +3. Red-Eye defeated. EXP +4. Banshee Queen defeated. EXP +6. Teeth Skeleton defeated. EXP +4. Cliff Ghost defeated. Over half of the monsters were ones you could hunt on the 6th floor, but we gained experience points much faster since we had skipped the 6th floor. Erwin's long-range attacks were a huge help. Almost 70% of the monsters were taken down before they could even board the ship. The sea monsters couldn't even reach us. Chaos Seaman defeated. EXP +6. Mud Elephant defeated. EXP +5. Skeleton Mermaid Queen defeated. The experience points flowed in effortlessly with just one hit from Erwin, who was bound to me. Of course, it wasn't all smooth sailing. Wham! Ghost-type monsters, immune to physical attacks, swarmed the deck, forcing us to constantly swing our weapons. Gusties defeated. EXP +4. Soul Drinker defeated. EXP +6. Canyon Wraith defeated. EXP +3. The sheer number of respawning monsters was overwhelming. And to make matters worse, the Nork bastards continued their bombardment from the cliffs, even as we fought on the deck. Well, the defensive barrier nullified the attacks, but, arg, explorers occasionally lost their footing on the swaying deck and fell into the sea. And, why isn't the ship moving forward? The ship ahead has sunk. What? Why? It seems like a deadlight appeared and damaged the ship's magic barrier. Based on the real-time updates, some ships had their barriers destroyed by monsters, leading to their sinking. No wonder they're so persistent with their bombardment. Destroying even one ship would be a significant victory for them, and their constant attacks prevented the fleet from deactivating the barrier. They had to keep the barrier active throughout the canyon, consuming a massive amount of mana. Amelia, behind you, I shouted, and Amelia swiftly smashed the skeleton that was trying to ambush her from behind with a roundhouse kick. And, you don't have to thank me, we're companions. It's Emily. Just in case anyone heard, be careful. I'll be careful. Even though it was the same alias I had used in the past, it felt strange coming out of my mouth. Was I in no position to criticize Erwin's slip-ups? Mister, look over there. It's Lihan. Oh, okay. Anyway, look, we're almost there. Erwin pointed, but I couldn't see anything through the fog. But, field effect, Ghostly Canyon deactivated. We soon exited the narrow canyon, and a vast lake came into view. Waterfalls cascaded down the cliffs, the water stained red, like blood, and, phew, it's finally over. Now I can finally breathe. The relentless onslaught of monsters ceased, and the bombardment from the Nork forces also stopped. We had successfully passed the first hurdle. Then it starts now. I gulped, staring at the faintly visible shoreline shrouded in fog. I don't know if it was just my imagination, but the air already smelled of blood. Chapter 353, Dark Continent, 4, Lihan. Here's some water. Thank you. As the explorers, including myself, quenched their thirst with water or alcohol, the royal officials moved through the ship, conducting a head count, and the ships will be unsummoned immediately after disembarkation, so please make sure you have all your belongings. Following their instructions, we boarded smaller boats and headed towards the shore. The troops who had already disembarked were lined up in formation on the shore. Well, it was still a far cry from the modern standard of marching in perfect unison. It seems like they weren't waiting to ambush us. They seemed to avoid direct confrontations with our main force. Well, they'd be hard-pressed to win against this many soldiers. We waited in line, and the troops soon began their march. Of course, we didn't follow them. Our ship, the third-class ship 321, was assigned to escort the 3rd Magic Corps, and the 3rd Magic Corps, being part of the 3rd Army, was responsible for securing the rear. In other words, our role in this war was to establish a base here and defend it after the main force departed. Let's set up camp. As the remaining ships of the 3rd Corps disembarked, the base construction began in earnest. Explorers set up the provided tents, and mages busied themselves drawing various magic circles. And after some time, the deafening roar of the waterfall subsided, and the fog that had obscured our vision cleared. Phew, finally. Everyone, have a drink and rest. We'll announce the tent assignments and mission details soon. As the base construction neared completion, we were assigned our tent, a 6-person tent located in the east, near the lake. Even though we were under military control, they didn't separate us from our team. Let's introduce ourselves. We'll be working together from now on. 3 strangers joined us. We weren't just sharing a tent, we were assigned to the same squad for guard duty and patrols. That's why they put us together. Clans or teams usually consisted of 6 members after the bonding spell update, but we were only 3, so they matched us with others. Well, it doesn't seem completely random. I looked at the man who was leading the conversation with a friendly smile. He was wearing a fancy uniform and a sword at his waist, but he was a mage. The emblem of the 3rd Magic Corps on his chest proved it. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Alex Halo, Assistant Vice Captain of the 3rd Magic Corps. Assistant Vice Captain, I mumbled, and Amelia whispered in my ear. It means he's the Vice Captain's assistant. Oh, so he's Raven's right-hand man? It was obvious why he was sent here, to monitor and control us, or rather, to keep an eye on Erwin. The 6 of us assigned to this tent will be part of Squad 317, and as the squad leader, I'll do my best to. Squad leader? Who decided that? Erwin's hostile question cracked the man's smile. Haha, I understand you might have some concerns about that, but it's an order from my superiors. So, you're putting on a brave face, but you're quite nervous, aren't you? Yes, why, am I making you uncomfortable? The man flinched and then forced a smile, shaking his head. Of course not. I'm actually quite reassured. It was clearly a polite lie. He wouldn't be avoiding Erwan's gaze if he really felt that way. Stop it. I knew he was just following orders, so I intervened. But we're fine with just the 3 of us. Isn't it better to have more people? But a squad leader. There's nothing wrong with a military officer being the squad leader. Why are you so against it? Okay, I'll stop. Erwin finally backed down, but her behavior seemed to have left an impression. The man turned his attention to me. And you are Lihan Shoots. Yes, I know. Nice to meet you. And you must be Emily Rains. Yes, he greeted me and then introduced the other 2, who had been awkwardly observing the situation from afar. These 2 were on the 3rd-class ship that sank on the way here. They were rescued, but unfortunately, their other companions. So that was why they had taken 2 members from other teams. It's an honor to meet you, Blood Spirit Marquis. Of course, I mean all of you. I'm a 5th-grade explorer, Lakian Elt. He seemed like a decent guy. He was polite and had good manners, judging by how he waited for his turn to introduce himself. He was a 5th-grade explorer, so he could definitely hold his own in battle, and his situation seemed rather unfortunate. I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm Hans Kaiser, what? I couldn't help but blurt it out, and he kindly repeated his name. Hans Kaiser, are you kidding me? I thought about it for a moment. What happened the last time I met someone named Hans? It didn't take long to remember. Hans J., the one we met on Paragon Island, was a traitor, and I was dragged into the past after meeting him. I spent 6 months there, and when I returned, 2 years and 6 months had passed in the original timeline. And that wasn't all. Not only were my companions scattered, but I was also branded as an evil spirit. Huh? I let out a dry chuckle, and Hans K. tilted his head. Is something wrong? I didn't answer. It would only bring bad luck. Erwin. Yes, mister. You said we were fine with just the three of us, right? Yes, that's right. I was seriously conflicted. One word from me, and Erwin would tear this squad apart. But that would reach Raven's ears. That was what bothered me. Raven knew about my Hans phobia. She might start suspecting me after hearing about this. Wait, but as long as it doesn't seem like I kicked them out because of their name, that would be fine, right? Alright, I made up my mind. They're trash, yes, you guys will only hold us back. My cold words made their faces harden. They never expected me to say something like that, especially not Erwin. Haha, what do you mean? Didn't you just say it's better to have more people? Shoots. Right, I did say that. I changed my mind. Hans was a serious matter. I then suggested that they either remove those two or let us leave. The officer looked troubled. But that's ridiculous. You think you're something special just because you're with the Blood Spirit Marquis. Fine, then we'll leave. We don't have to stay here and be insulted. But make sure you tell the military that it wasn't our fault. My words must have struck a nerve. They declared their withdrawal and stormed out of the tent. Phew, that takes care of one problem. How dare they say that? Should I go after them? No, don't even talk to them. Okay. As they left, I noticed Raven's right-hand man, Alex, glaring at me with disgust. Well, he must have heard about the incident from Raven. He probably thought I was a pathetic loser who relied on others for protection, even though I seemed decent at first. So what are you going to do? There are only 4 of us now, but the squad is supposed to have 6, I'll report to the vice captain and let you know. Alright. Alex also left to report the situation, and Erwin cautiously asked me, but why did you do that? His name was Hans, what's wrong with Hans? She doesn't know about my Hans jinx? Come to think of it, I don't remember telling her. As I was about to explain, Amelia chuckled and spoke for me. You don't even know that about your companion, so you know. Of course. Amelia shrugged and briefly explained my Hans jinx. She knew how significant it was since she had called me Lee Hans before, but Erwin seemed offended that she was the only one who didn't know. Hans, she muttered the name with a chilling voice, then clenched her fist. Hans Olak, the trader from Paragon Island. His name was also Hans. I'm sorry, I won't forget it. Okay. I was worried she might start shooting arrows at anyone named Hans, but I decided not to worry too much. Well, what difference did it make? They were all Hans anyway. They must have some sins to atone for. The problem is, I've already met a Hans. We had managed to kick them out of the squad, but I had spent too much time in the same space as Hans K, and it wasn't even a well-ventilated space, considering we were in the middle of a battlefield on the 7th floor. Mister, my hands are shaking. This is going to be a problem. What kind of disaster was about to unfold? I couldn't even relax and enjoy the break, my hands trembling with anxiety. Your squad assignment has been decided. Alex returned and told us about the situation. Nothing had changed. We were still a 4-person squad, and he was still the leader. But, from now on, we'll be assigned to VIP protection instead of perimeter patrol or guard duty. Our mission had changed to protecting Raven, the vice captain of the 3rd Magic Corps. Well, there was no problem with that. Raven was the most important person in our unit now that Kyle had joined the Special Forces of the 1st Corps. It seemed like they just wanted to keep an eye on her and prevent any accidents. Yes, there was no problem with that. Kaboom! A magic cannon fired from somewhere. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm magic activated, blaring throughout the base. Ambush, ambush. All units, prepare for battle. It happened less than 2 hours after we met Hans K, Chapter 354, Isolation, 1. The lakeshore where the base was established was one of the few safe zones in the Dark Continent. However, it simply meant that monsters didn't naturally spawn here, not absolute safety. Monsters aren't the only danger in the labyrinth. Like right now. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm magic blared like an emergency siren, sensing the presence of enemies. It was obvious who they were. Even if monsters wandered in by chance, they wouldn't be firing magic cannons. It's Nork. They're attacking. But that raised another question. We knew who the enemies were, but how did they get here? The main force had supposedly been thoroughly searching the area as they advanced. The main force couldn't have been defeated. I started with that premise. They had overwhelming numbers. It was impossible for them to be defeated in such a short time, and if they were in trouble, they would have contacted us, and the 3rd Corps would have been dispatched immediately. Therefore, they bypassed the main force and ambushed us. That was the most plausible scenario, and if that was the case, the attackers were likely a small elite force. It would be much easier to avoid detection that way. Of course, I wouldn't know for sure until we saw them. Mister, what are you doing? Let's go. Hey, it's Lynn. Well, it's not like Raven would believe me even if I corrected her. Right, let's go. I quickly finished organizing my thoughts and rushed out of the tent, and at that moment, A ball of pure magic energy was flying towards us. Good thing I was at the front. Kaboom! I blocked it with my shield, and the magic energy exploded, scattering debris everywhere. The impact was significant, but I didn't get knocked back. The mark of the Guardian Core absorbed 50% of the impact. Are you alright? He's scared? Is that what happens when you're always in the rear? No problem. I reassured Raven's assistant, who was startled by the magic cannon fire, and quickly gave orders. Alex, was it? Stay close behind me. Why yes. Emily, Erwin, you two protect him from the rear. Yes, the formation was quickly established. It was usually Alex's job as our squad leader, but he seemed like the type who only followed orders. He didn't seem to mind me taking charge. Alex, where's the vice captain's tent? Right over there. Then we'll head there first. Follow me. Yes. As other explorers rushed out of their tents and gathered with their squads, we moved towards the center of the base. Our mission was to protect Raven. Well, that was just an excuse. I figured we could get more information about the situation if we went to the command center, and Raven might be in danger. We soon arrived at Raven's tent. She was standing outside, surrounded by mages in uniform. They had drawn a magic circle on the ground and were chanting something. Vice Captain Raven, what's going on? Raven frowned at my question. Why are you here? We're here to carry out our assigned mission. It's an emergency. Raven nodded, seemingly remembering that she had changed our squad's mission to protect her. But something still bothered her. Assistant Vice Captain Alex Halo, why is he asking questions instead of you? Aren't you the squad leader? Alex froze under Raven's glare. Well, it seemed like he had just realized that I was leading the squad. Well, that wouldn't be an excuse. Well, no, I'll fix it. Fix what? How? Oh, we don't have time for this. Vice Captain, mana charging complete. One of the mages shouted, and Raven cut off the conversation, moving towards them. And, Raven has cast the second-grade defensive spell, Wall of 1,000 Gold. A massive iron wall, shaped like a dome, enveloped the entire lake shore. Honestly, I was speechless. Wow, she's using second-grade magic now? Second-grade defensive spell, Wall of 1,000 Gold. Dozens of mages had poured their mana into it, but Raven was the one who cast it. It meant she had grown strong enough to use second-grade magic. This is strange. Vice Captain of the Magic Corps, and she even had the nickname Golden Mage, so I knew she must have become strong. But could I really bring someone like her back to the clan? She was practically a high-ranking official. She wouldn't need to explore the labyrinth anymore. That should buy us some time. Good work, everyone. It was nothing. Vice Captain, follow me. Raven exuded an aura of authority as she walked, and the mages followed her. I quickly caught up and walked beside her. Where are we going? I was worried, but thankfully, Raven answered with a sigh. We received a message from the 3rd Corps Command. They told us to activate the defensive barrier and join them at the central headquarters. And please, don't ask any more questions. I have a lot on my mind. I could relate to the feeling of having your thoughts interrupted, so I quietly followed her. We soon arrived at the central headquarters, and Raven entered alone. I tried to follow her, but, why are you following me? Our mission is to protect you. Stay outside. That's an order. Raven firmly drew a line, and I had no choice but to back down. I was curious about what they were discussing inside. Was there a way to eavesdrop? I asked Erwin and Amelia, but they didn't seem to have any ideas either. So we waited outside, and after about 30 minutes, Vice Captain Raven emerged from the tent. I immediately approached her and asked what had happened, but she just gave me a cold response, refusing to share any information. Damn, she's really different now. I miss the old Raven. She used to get flustered but always helped me out, even when I was being ridiculous. Emily, can you find out? I was already planning to. Information was more valuable than gold in this situation, so I sent Amelia to gather intel. She was experienced in this, so it didn't take long. Communication with the main force has been cut off, so we can't get any reinforcements. Not necessarily. They communicate at regular intervals. If communication is cut off, they'll know something's wrong here. Then the key is whether we can hold out until they return. It had been almost 10 hours since the main force departed. Even if they turned back immediately, it would still take a considerable amount of time for them to return. What about the other explorers? How are they reacting? They're calm. They trust the Golden Mage. They believe that nothing will happen, like last time. I know about that. Erwin chimed in. Apparently, there had been one previous incident where the base was attacked. It happened in the early days of the war, when they didn't have much information about each other. She used the magic circle she had prepared beforehand to summon this wall. The Nork forces tried to break through for hours, but they eventually gave up and retreated. That was how Raven earned the nickname Golden Mage. And after that, Nork realized that Raven was always guarding the base and never attempted such a thing again. Well, until today. Something's off. Indeed. Amelia agreed with my mumble, but Erwin tilted her head, confused. What do you mean? They never repeated the same mistake after that failure. If they were using the same strategy, it meant they had a way to break through. Nork wasn't stupid. They had prepared a large-scale explosion magic to counter the dimensional gate escape during the previous incident. Would they really just try the same thing again? It didn't make sense. The question is, how are they planning to break through? I thought about the Wall of Thousand Gold spell. It was a high-level spell that required mastery of both earth and lightning magic, and its main characteristic was, it's not a channeling spell. Unlike other magic that required a constant flow of mana to maintain, this spell's duration was determined by the amount of mana used during its initial activation, and it can be repaired by adding more mana. They could even recast it. Now I understood why the explorers weren't panicking. They had dozens of mages at their disposal. If the wall was damaged, they could just repair it, or even recast it. But this can't be the end. I had just met a Hans. After all, there had to be a hidden card. I racked my brain, trying to anticipate their next move. Mister. He's thinking, leave him alone. What are they planning to do? Did they bring a high-ranking mage like the Ruined Scholar? Or, do they even need to break through? If I were them, I wouldn't waste my time with long-range attacks. I would close the distance and force a chaotic battle. But they didn't. They attacked from afar, giving Raven time to cast Wall of Thousand Gold, as if they wanted her to use it. It means they wanted her to cast the spell. Then why? The answer came to me as I thought about it from their perspective. They're already inside. There's no easier way to defeat an enemy than to strike from within. But Amelia didn't seem to understand. What do you mean? Instead of answering, I looked at the Wall of Thousand Gold that covered the lakeshore and asked her, do you know how long the wall lasted last time? About 8 hours. They said it didn't collapse even after the main force arrived. Right, I knew it. 8 hours. That was how long we would be trapped inside this wall. As soon as I figured out Nork's plan, I stormed into Raven's tent. I have something to tell you. I told you to wait outside. Are you trying to imitate that woman's rudeness? Raven frowned, but I ignored her and told her everything. She initially looked confused, but as the story unfolded, her expression changed. Why Nork would repeat a failed strategy? We were also curious about that, and your reasoning makes sense. I'll report this to my superiors right away. Report? We need to take action now, I'll handle it, so please leave. She even cut me off, but it didn't seem to be working. Damn, she's really different now. I miss the old Raven. It seems like she's not taking it seriously. We can only hope she reports it properly. We waited outside her tent, and after about 30 minutes, thump, something dark and slimy landed in front of us, and it slowly rose to its feet. Gruin. It was a stitched-together corpse. C 355, 356, 357. Chapter 355. Isolation. 2. A corpse rose from the ground. Its skin was mottled and stitched together, as if on the verge of bursting. Could it be the corpse collector? Amelia's words made me sigh. She must have come to the same conclusion. If it was a necromancer from Nork, there was only one possibility. If they sent a small elite force, this bastard would definitely be part of it. I bet Necrophyto, the infamous corpse collector, a member of Orculus, specialized in large-scale battles. This was already giving me a headache. If this guy was here, it meant Nork was serious this time. Damn, they said the rear hasn't been attacked since that one time. Why now, of all times? I couldn't help but complain, but there was no time for that. Thud. I dashed forward and smashed the corpse's skull with my hammer. I didn't even need to use swing. Crack. The corpse's head caved in, splattering blood everywhere. As a melee warrior, I couldn't avoid getting splattered. Sizzle. The stinging sensation and the smell confirmed it. It was definitely him. Are you alright? Don't worry, I'm fine. I didn't even need to activate Elemental Barbarian, Earth, for the poison resistance. Valhurchen's plus 120 poison resistance was enough to handle skin contact. Well, it was a bit itchy, but it seems like it's starting. As I was feeling a strange sense of satisfaction at my accurate prediction, I noticed Erwin standing frozen in place. Erwin, are you okay? Yes? What did you just say? I asked if you're okay. Why yes. She nodded, but her voice was still dazed, and her gaze was fixed on the crushed corpse. Corpse collector. Right. She must be feeling a lot right now. She had met her sister's killer. Although Dario was killed by the Ruined Scholar, this bastard played a significant role in it. Erwin's voice trembled as she asked, can we kill him? Kill him? I thought for a moment and answered, maybe. Well, if things went well, we could kill him. But today, our priority is to survive. I spoke firmly. It would be putting the cart before the horse to prioritize revenge over survival. Erwin seemed to understand, but she just stared at me blankly for about 5 seconds. Then she bit her lip and clenched her fists. Okay, I'll do as you say. This makes me feel bad. I patted her shoulder, trying to comfort her. It might not mean much, but don't worry, Erwin. I'm the type who always repays his debts, I haven't forgotten what those bastards did. It was meant to be comforting, but I was being sincere. Dragon Slayer, Regal Vagus, Corpse Collector, Abet Necrophyto, Ruin Scholar, Belvev Runegenes. I hadn't forgotten my grudge against them either. I was just waiting for the right time. Yes, so, just wait a little longer. It won't be long, okay, I think her mental state has recovered. Emily, where's Alex? I asked about Alex's whereabouts, wiping the blood off my arm. Amelia answered. He went back into the tent as soon as the corpse fell. Did he go to report to Raven? But why isn't he coming back? More corpses were falling from the sky. You were right. Speak of the devil. I turned around, and Raven was emerging from the tent with Alex. Her face had darkened considerably. I should have insisted when they dismissed it as nothing. What is she talking about? Regretting the past? There's no point in dwelling on what's already happened. So what's the plan? We just received orders from the command center. They told all units to gather at the lake. We'll use the ship's magic barriers to defend. Gather, not fight back. It seemed like they were taking a conservative approach since they didn't know the enemy's strength. So we're moving now. No, we'll wait here. I've contacted the mages in our corps. They'll be here soon with the explorers. So we're going to the lake after everyone gathers. Then we'll board the ships and activate the barriers. I didn't know if it was a good plan, but there wasn't much else we could do. Report your casualties. 3 confirmed dead, 2 missing, 2 missing. We can't wait any longer. Let's move. We took care of the corpses and waited, and the corps mages soon arrived with their escort explorers. It was time to head to the lake. Arul Raven has cast the 7th grade support spell, Neutralize. We advanced towards the lake, supported by Raven's magic. The journey itself was uneventful. It was just a bunch of corpses so far. Dozens of mages supporting over 100 melee explorers. It would be impossible for a small group to stop us. But as we were nearing the lake, kaboom! A deafening explosion shook the ground. And, it seems like the barrier has been damaged. The fog that had been dispersed by magic started to reform, obscuring our vision. Well, at least there was one good thing. The alarm magic, which had been blaring like a siren, was also destroyed, so it was much quieter now. Keep moving. Don't stop. Raven used wind magic to clear the fog, and we resumed our march. We soon reached the blood-red lake, the fog lifting enough for us to see the shoreline. The mages summoned small boats and launched them into the water, and at that moment, board the ships in an orderly fashion. Arg! A man screamed from behind us. A scream pierced through the air. There hadn't been any casualties during our battles with the corpses, so the scream was especially jarring. Perhaps that's why. Thud. Raven, who was already halfway onto a boat, stopped and stepped back. And, what happened? We're investigating. It's probably nothing. You should go. No, I need to know. Assistant Vice Captain Halo, you stay here and take charge. Raven ordered the others to board first. She didn't want to board alone without knowing what was going on. Wow, is this what a military leader's sense of responsibility is like? Raven was known for her reputation in the Corps. I was starting to understand why. She was a responsible and reliable leader. But, what are you doing? Come on. Our mission was to protect her. If she didn't board, we couldn't either. Where are you going? Raven answered curtly. To the rear. I have a bad feeling. Wait, shouldn't we just run if you have a bad feeling? As I was thinking that, arg, another scream echoed from the rear. And, Vice Captain, we've identified the enemy. We finally received a report about the situation. Surprisingly, it was just one person, but no one took it lightly. His description was infamous in this city, a knight in crimson armor. Yes, he's confirmed to be using aura, the Blood Knight, a native of Bifron who rose from the ranks of a soldier to become a knight, then gained notoriety for murdering the previous captain of the Royal Knight Order, a member of Orculus. Emily, do you know anything about him? I discreetly moved away from Raven and asked Amelia, but she didn't seem to know much about him. He rarely left the labyrinth, so they hadn't crossed paths. She had seen him a few times at the Lord's castle, but they had never spoken. Vice Captain, we'll hold him off, so please escape. No, if it's really the Blood Knight, the casualties will be catastrophic. But, there's no time for buts. Someone has to stop him, and I'm the most qualified. Board the ship, that's an order, yes. The mage saluted, his face a mixture of worry and admiration. It was a heartwarming scene. If we weren't involved, that is. Erwin, can you help me hold them off until the Corps members board the ship? Raven turned to Erwin and pleaded. We just need to buy some time. Then we'll use the multiple teleportation spell to escape. Multiple teleportation. Her school doesn't teach that spell. I mumbled, and Raven answered, her gaze fixed on Erwin. I learned it by chance. If I had known this spell, there might have been another way back then. Of course, it's too late now, please. Erwin glanced at me at Raven's repeated please. She was asking me to decide. Why are you looking at him? Raven noticed Erwin's gesture and looked at me with a questioning gaze. Is that part of your act too? She seemed to have come to her own conclusion, sighing sadly. There wasn't time for explanations. What will you do if we don't follow you? I'll be court-martialed. I won't be able to participate in any royal events. Is that a threat? That wasn't what I asked. I asked what you would do. If we don't follow you, even if you're punished, would you still go alone? Raven thought for a moment and answered, I can't do it alone. I'll probably go with other explorers, so she wouldn't stay behind. She was surprisingly stubborn in that aspect. Well, she always had a bit of a selfless streak. Alright, then let's go together. Once the decision was made, there was no time to waste. The rear wasn't that far. We soon arrived at the scene, and the first thing we saw was a mage cowering before a menacing aura. A Rule Raven has cast the 4th grade support spell Trajectory Interference. Instead of trying to block the aura with a defensive spell, Raven used a utility spell to alter the sword's trajectory. Whoosh! The greatsword grazed the mage's head instead of cleaving it in two. Ugh! I dashed forward and pulled the panic mage out of harm's way. Thank you, Vice Captain. Raymond, you did well. You can leave the rest to us. Go lead the explorers back to the main force. That's an order, yes. The mage quickly obeyed Raven's order and left with the explorers, and the enemy just watched us from afar. His gaze was chilling. That's the Blood Knight. I stood at the front, my upper body shielded by my shield. I met his gaze and scanned him from head to toe. My first impression was that he was shorter than I expected. He barely reached 160 centimeters, but he didn't seem weak at all. What's with that aura? His stocky build suggested a powerful physique, and his natural aura, combined with his physique, exuded a powerful presence despite his small stature. But the most intimidating thing was his voice. Golden Mage, a Rule Raven. His voice was raspy, as if something was wrong with his vocal cords, and he spoke in a chilling tone. One of my targets. He casually raised his greatsword, as if it was just another task. He wasn't even acknowledging us. I looked at the crimson aura emanating from his sword and said, Irwin, elemental barbarian. Which one? Which one? There's only one option against a knight, Earth. As soon as I answered, Irwin's body turned translucent, and as we held hands, Earth spirit has been imbued into the character's body. I could feel the power of the earth coursing through my veins. Fire resistance increased by 50%. Water resistance decreased by 50%. Poison immunity bonus. Increased bonus to destructive actions with blunt weapons. Physical resistance greatly increased. It had been a while since I last used Elemental Barbarian, Earth. Character's physical resistance is 350 or higher. Piercing damage reduced by 50%. With this, the second stage of Evolved Hide was active, even without gigantification. You're wasting your time. He's acting cocky just because he can use aura. Who does he think he's dealing with? Die? The old knight charged towards us, closing the distance in an instant. I chuckled, watching him approach. Who's going to die? Why do you think I came all the way here? Character has cast Iron Fortress. Evolved Hide. S effect is increased by 1.5 times. Night Crusher, my former nickname. It was finally time to show its true power. Chapter 356, Isolation, 3. The first stage effect of Evolved Hide was 50% resistance to sword-type weapons. The second stage reduced piercing damage by half. Then what happens when the effect is increased by 1.5 times? The answer is simple. 75% sword resistance, and 75% piercing damage reduction. When combined, it meant that I was practically immune to piercing damage from swords, even in my base state. However, there was one thing I couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed about. If it weren't for the limit, I would have complete sword immunity. The maximum sword resistance was around 85%. Even with Transcendence, S passive enhancement, I couldn't reach full immunity. So to summarize, I'm immune to piercing attacks. Slashing attacks would still work, but I had the Ogre's passive skill Iron Hide to counter that. And, with my current physical resistance and Iron Hide, I had practically become a nightmare for all knights. But they didn't know that, so they were worried. Thud. As soon as the Blood Knight dashed forward, someone shouted, Dodge. It was Raven. Well, showing her is faster than explaining. Swoosh. I blocked the knight's thrust with my shield. Clang. It had been a while since I heard that sound from my sword. What? The knight's eyes widened in surprise as his aura was blocked. How? It's simple. Unification, obtained from the 6th stage Undead Engraving, allowed my equipment to be affected by gigantification, and that applied to Evolved Hide as well. That's not what he was asking. He probably wasn't curious about the details. He just wanted to know how I blocked his aura. Well, there's a lot to explain, but in this world of survival of the fittest, it could be summarized in one sentence. Because I pushed his sword back with my shield and said, I'm stronger than you. What else needs to be said? In this world, there are only winners and losers. Whoosh. I swung my hammer with all my might to drive that point home. Thud. As expected, he nimbly dodged. No problem. Catching a fleeing enemy was easy. Character has cast Eye of the Storm. The inherent ability of the skill is unlocked by the power of the Transcendent, Transcendence, and Eye of the Storm combo. Wiggish. A sudden gust of wind grabbed the fleeing knight and dragged him towards me, or rather, towards my swinging hammer. But unfortunately, swoosh, right before my hammer connected, the knight's body turned translucent and he swiftly moved through the air, dodging the attack. So he has more than just aura. As I was adjusting my grip on the hammer, Raven shouted, blood entry, a 4th grade ability that grants temporary acceleration and flight. I already knew that, and she left out some details. Agility increase, not just acceleration, and strength decrease, plus he becomes intangible, so physical attacks don't work. I watched the crimson mist flitting through the air like a fly and clicked my tongue. I was looking forward to crushing him with my new hammer. I guess I'll leave the damage to the others. It was a shame I couldn't finish him off myself, but I wasn't going to be stubborn. Teamwork is a tank's most important virtue. Erwin Fornici de Terja has cast Elemental Fusion, Fire, Water, Wind, Earth, and Darkness. Erwin's main element after contracting the Spirit King. An arrow imbued with all 5 elements shot towards the crimson mist. But aura is truly broken. The knight's sword shattered the arrow, but he must have found the attack threatening. PSSSH. He turned and charged towards Erwin, prioritizing the elimination of the ranged attacker. But would that work? Not with me here. Erwin, behind me. As soon as he charged, Erwin hid behind me. This was why tanks were so important in the labyrinth. They were a wall that protected their allies, allowing them to attack safely. Whoosh. Even though Erwin was behind me, the knight didn't give up. He swung his sword. It wasn't a meaningless attack. He must have thought I blocked his aura with my shield, so this time he aimed for the gaps in my armor, the joints where my skin was exposed. Well, the outcome was the same. Slice. It was a slashing attack, not a piercing one. It wasn't completely nullified, but Ironhide activated, and the sword only grazed my skin. I had practically tanked an aura attack with my bare skin. The knight's eyes widened in surprise. Is he really surprised by this? Didn't I tell you I was stronger? Shedder Ebwin. As the knight paused, distracted, Raven's curse magic struck him. I had experienced this spell countless times during my exploration. Materialize. An 8th grade curse magic that forcibly removes the physical immunity of ghost-type monsters. Yes, this is teamwork. I had missed having a mage while I was in Nork. Whoosh. The knight's translucent body solidified, and I immediately swung my hammer. But I missed again. My agility was too low. I'll help. Amelia joined the fight. She had already summoned a clone and was taking care of the swarming corpses. Who are you? The knight finally asked, struggling to fend off our attacks. He was curious about our identities, even though he was getting beaten up. Of course, we had no obligation to answer. We don't care about you. I roared with all my might, channeling my barbarian spirit since I couldn't shout the name of my ancestor god anymore. I kept swinging my hammer, forcing the knight to focus on dodging. And, he was quickly pushed into a corner, despite his fierce resistance. It was an expected result. Dungeon and Stone was a team game, after all, and our individual skills were nothing to scoff at. Erwin was a prime example. Erwin, get back. I kept her behind me whenever she became the target, but that didn't mean she was weak. She could maintain a safe distance with her natural agility and her spirit's utility abilities. She wouldn't have lost in a one-on-one fight. And Amelia was the same. Amelia Rainwales has cast Abyssal Power. She could block the Blood Knight's aura with her own, and her physical stats were no weaker than his. Well, Raven was a different story. Argan Hail Ton. Kaya. She was an exception. It was ridiculous to expect a mage to fight a knight one-on-one. Stay close behind me. He's targeting you. Oh okay. I focused on protecting Raven, leaving Erwin and Amelia to handle themselves. And after some time, why isn't he running away? I started to feel uneasy. He must have realized that he was going to lose. Why wasn't he escaping? Is he waiting for my MP to run out? That wouldn't be a bad thing. My MP was draining rapidly with Iron Fortress active, but I hadn't activated Gigantification yet. He would be defeated before my MP ran out. What about a multiple teleportation spell? I checked on our last resort, just in case. It will take about 5 minutes to recast. I stopped the casting earlier. She thought we didn't need it. Start preparing now. We don't know what might happen. Okay. As soon as I gave the order, shoots, magic, Amelia shouted urgently. And at that moment, Liren Vivian has cast the 3rd grade dark magic, Falling Star. A massive sphere of darkness descended from the sky, piercing through the fog. Damn it. So they were waiting for reinforcements. As soon as the magic activated, I knew it was unavoidable. My body stiffened. I hadn't built any magic resistance yet. My aura build was almost complete, but my magic resistance was even lower than before. And, she's late too. Raven, who was chanting the multiple teleportation spell, wouldn't be able to stop it in time. But, I'll have to tank it. I quickly made a decision. The magic was targeting me, and Erwin and Amelia were a distance away. But if I dodged, Raven, who was standing behind me, wouldn't survive. So there was only one option. I pulled Raven close and shielded her with my body. And, Gigantification. I activated transcendence and expanded my body. Mr. Shoots. The magic crashed into my back. Kaboom. The impact felt like my spine was shattering. Then the shockwave reverberated through my bones and muscles, my blood tingling as if electrocuted. Damn, is it because I removed the corpse golem essence? Why does it hurt so much? Oh, I winced in pain, and I heard a voice from below. How? Gigantification. Damn, did I mess up? I had been saving gigantification for this reason. Unlike swing, which had almost no visual effect, this skill was obvious the moment it was activated. Could it be? Hey, now is not the time for that. We'll talk later. As soon as the shock subsided, I got up. Clank. Something fell from my back. It was a piece of my shattered armor. And, oh, I'm dizzy. My vision was blurry. It wasn't because of the fog, but the smoke. The smoke coming from my body. Sizzle. Wow, it's been a while since I've been this messed up. Every joint screamed in protest as I straightened my back. Crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside. I tried to lighten the mood with a silly thought as I got to my feet. Then I gently lowered Raven to the ground, and I moved her behind me. But she finally got a good look at me. You're back. What about my back? Finish your sentence. As I was thinking that, Amelia came over and checked my back. You don't want to hear the details, that bad. Yet, it's a miracle you're even standing. Well, just pour some potion on it. I already did. I didn't feel anything. Did the nerves in my back get fried? Come to think of it, it doesn't hurt anymore. I focused on the positive as I looked ahead. The Blood Knight was standing a distance away, his body battered and bruised. Well, he still looked better than me, but that wasn't important. Grandpa, why did you do that? I was so worried when Necrophyto told me. A woman in a robe stood next to the Blood Knight. She was holding a staff, so she must be a mage. Then she was the one who cast the spell? Oh, hello. I don't know how you survived that, but nice to meet you. She noticed my gaze and waved cheerfully. Erwin trembled with rage. Erwin, I'm fine, don't rise to the bait. I reassured her, but I was still worried, so I grabbed her wrist and pulled her to my side. Then I asked Amelia, Emily, who's that woman? The Wailing Witch, Lyran Vivian. That's her. I've never met her before. And the man next to her. I shifted my gaze and asked, and Amelia answered immediately. The lighthouse keeper. His name is unknown. Damn, another big shot. He was one of the few support ability users in Orculus. And next to him, I know who that is. I cut her off and looked at him. Our eyes met, and his grin widened. Well, looks like the odds are even now. Fake. The corpse collector. A bet Necrophyto. Is there anywhere this guy isn't? Chapter 357. Isolation. 4. Orculus, the worst criminal organization in the labyrinth. And among them, these 4 were quite infamous. It made me feel a strange mix of emotions. The changes from the past were becoming more and more apparent. Shoots, what's the plan? What plan? In the Goblin Forest battle on the 2nd floor, there were only 3 of them, and it took over 1,000 explorers to defeat them. But, we fight, at least until the spell is ready. I didn't feel as hopeless this time. No, I was actually confident we could handle them. And, I see. Okay. Amelia's reaction suggested she agreed. Erwin didn't seem interested in escaping anyway. A bet Necrophyto. As soon as the corpse collector appeared in the distance, Erwin's body started to exude killing intent. I thought about warning her, but it's probably better this way. It was better for her to be focused and scared. And she seemed to be in control. She wasn't charging at him or anything. What are you doing? The spell casting is interrupted. She even reminded Raven, who was frozen in place, to continue chanting the teleportation spell. It seemed like she remembered my words about prioritizing survival. I'm proud of her. Okay. Raven snapped out of her daze and resumed casting, after mumbling something about my back. It seemed like she had decided not to bring up her suspicions about my identity. Well, she must have noticed something. I was worried about the consequences, but I also had a glimmer of hope. The corpse collector had called me a fake, hadn't he? Hell, aren't you staring a bit too intensely, fairy? Even I feel a bit uncomfortable, but I'm surprised. I heard you borrowed a lot of money from your tribe. Did you really spend it all on creating a fake like that? He didn't recognize me, even after seeing gigantification. Well, he was convinced that I was it. And Erwin's obsession with me was well known, so it was more believable that she had created a fake. I hope Raven thinks the same. Whatever. If she's going to find out, she'll find out. Would she really betray me after I just saved her life? I decided not to worry about it. It seemed like the enemy wouldn't give us much time anyway. Necrophyto, it seems like that woman is casting a multiple teleportation spell. The enemy mage had noticed our escape plan. Hell, then we should get started. The dance of blood, bone, and screams. Seriously, can you stop with that? You suddenly started acting weird, wearing a mask every time we go on an expedition. Vivian, there are other people here. That's why I'm telling you to stop. Oh, why do you act so differently outside? It's a hobby. A hobby. The wailing witch scolded him, but the delay was short-lived. Both of you, shut up and get to work. The lighthouse keeper, a hulking figure in a robe, silenced them, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. So that's the end of our free teleportation gauge charging time? How much time is left until the teleportation spell is ready? About 10 minutes. The mana was scattered when the casting was interrupted. Can you cast other spells while chanting? Yes, not high-level spells, but I can help. Okay, that's a relief. Focus on completing the spell, and provide support when necessary. Yes, I understand. Wait, why are you giving orders? Seriously, what difference does it make now? That's a pointless question. Is that important now? I quickly changed the subject and continued giving orders. Erwin, Emily, you two focus on defense for now. We need to buy time until the spell is ready. Okay. Erwin surprisingly agreed without any hesitation, and Amelia asked, wouldn't it be better to abandon the spell and fight them? She wasn't wrong, but we don't know when their reinforcements might arrive. We couldn't rule out the possibility of reinforcements, and I didn't want to risk a direct confrontation. We could win, but it would be a tough fight, and someone might get hurt or even die. That's true. Okay, let's do as you say. Amelia also agreed, and that was the end of the discussion. Well, we didn't have time for further discussion anyway. Gruen. The surrounding corpses charged towards us, and the battle began. The basic situation was simple. The corpse horde attacked from all sides, and we defended in formation. But there was a problem. Gruen. The corpses were much stronger now. Liren Vivian has cast the 5th grade dark magic, Wrath of the Dead. Liren Vivian has cast the 4th grade dark magic, Dark Baptism. A necromancer and a dark mage. It was a powerful combination, one I had favored in the past. Dark magic had a lot of efficient buffs for undead. They had good synergy. Liren Vivian has cast the 4th grade dark magic, Lamp of the Underworld. Oh, there it is. I knew she would use it. Whoosh. A black flame appeared in the sky, and the corpses we had destroyed started to regenerate and rise again. And to make matters worse, Liren Vivian has summoned Eremayan, Queen of Pain. A wraith covered in thousands of thorns flew through the air, screaming. It was Liren Vivian's signature summon, the one that earned her the nickname Wailing Witch, so its effect must be character's pain resistance decreased by -200, pain amplification, and when a target affected by the scream takes damage, the summoner's dark power is partially restored. Mana recovery, a mage's most important resource. Well, as long as we don't get hit, it's not a big deal. It wasn't a particularly troublesome summon in a small-scale battle like this. But Liren Vivian has cast the 3rd grade dark magic, Voodoo Doll. Accuracy of curse-type magic targeting the character is increased to 100%, and its power is greatly amplified. After buffing the corpses and summoning her signature wraith, the Wailing Witch started unleashing her magic. Advanced Decay is active. Wound recovery speed is greatly reduced. Enervation is active. Strength greatly decreased. Invisible Threat is active. Chance of failing to detect enemy attacks increased. Why is she targeting me with all her curses? This reminded me of Elisa, the priest from Karu, and I almost got PTSD. But what could I do? I had to endure, even if it meant resorting to evil. I roared and swung my hammer. That was all a warrior could do in this situation. Crack. I focused on protecting my companions, leaving the ranged attacks to Erwin. Thankfully, she was exceeding expectations. Erwin Fortitude Tertia has cast Elemental Fusion, a single powerful shot to keep the enemy at bay. Erwin Fortitude Tertia has cast Rapid Fire, a rain of arrows from the sky, and Erwin Fortitude Tertia has summoned Diklo, the Dark Spirit King. Even Diklo, the Dark Spirit King, the one that earned her the nickname Blood Spirit Marquis. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. The Spirit King was only summoned for about 5 seconds, but in that short time, half of the corpse horde was obliterated. Yes, literally obliterated. Not even Lamp of the Underworld could revive those who had vanished without a trace. No, my precious collection. Even the corpse collector was shocked by the overwhelming power, but the Spirit King came at a cost. Erwin's spirit power was depleted. She could still use her other abilities, which consumed soul power, but she couldn't summon spirits anymore. Good work. It was nothing. Our trump card was gone, but the situation wasn't that bad. The gap in the corpse horde gave us some breathing room. Well, it didn't last long. Shoots, he's coming. I'll take care of him, you two stay back. The Blood Knight, who had been recovering in the rear, finally rejoined the battle after receiving healing from the lighthouse keeper, so he also has healing skills. It was a bit frustrating. Erwin's left arm had just been severed by rupture, and it was already healed. Even with the best potions, that kind of injury would leave lasting damage. Slice. He aimed for the gaps in my armor again, so I tried to tank it and counterattack, but my body froze. My pain resistance had been reduced by 200, so even a small scratch was excruciating. It cuts now. The wound was much deeper than before. but there wasn't much bleeding, and it smelled burnt. Then why? The reason was clear. It's not aura. His sword was still covered in a red glow, but it was different from before. Intense heat emanated from the blade. Did he enchant it with fire? It must have been the lighthouse keeper's doing. He must have used the information about my weakness to magic and changed the Blood Knight's attacks to fire damage. Clever bastard. But it didn't matter. Even with fire damage, it was still a slashing attack, and I had iron hide. This should be enough to hold him off. As expected, a battle of attrition ensued. There were a few close calls, but we managed to hold our ground. And it's done. Raven finally finished casting the multiple teleportation spell. We could finally escape. Okay, insurance acquired. Don't use it yet. Wait. Yes. Yes, what yes? I've been getting beaten up this whole time. I'm not leaving empty-handed. Who should I take? The target was quickly decided. Guys, their spell is ready. The mage was flying on a broomstick, so she was out. Vivian, do something. I'll be the only one who loses out if we let them escape. The corpse collector was too agile and had an invincibility skill, so he was difficult to catch. Whoosh. The Blood Knight was also a bad matchup. He was too fast and agile for me to catch alone. Even when we were fighting 4v1, I would need a closed space to have a chance. We'll meet again. The Blood Knight, sensing our imminent escape, spoke confidently. Hey, who said we were leaving? Yeah, he's the one. The lighthouse keeper, name unknown. He was one of the few support ability users in Nork, and support classes usually have expensive accessories. He was wearing 10 rings on his fingers. See 358, 359, 360. Chapter 358, Isolation, 5. The lighthouse keeper, an ability user from Nork, who stood taller than even the Blood Knight at over 190 centimeters. I licked my lips, eyeing him. Damn, leap would have made this so much easier. About 130 meters separated us, just 2 skills, and I could close the distance. But, well, it's gone. I dismissed my regret. There's no use dwelling on what's already gone. If I didn't have a movement skill, I would just have to use my legs. It was the barbarian way. Erwin, Emily, you two stay here and hold the line. What about you? I'll be back. Back? Where are you? Where else? Character has used wild release. I charged forward, roaring. You-wah. It didn't have the same impact as shouting the name of my ancestor god, but it couldn't be helped. I wasn't sure if Raven had found out yet. She might still be under the same misconception as the corpse collector. Tatted. The others reacted immediately as I left the formation for the first time, having been focused on defense and protecting my companions. The Blood Knight was the first, he charged towards me, having kept his distance to avoid entering the teleportation range. But, clang, would that work? I blocked his flaming sword with my shield. Tatted. I ignored the Blood Knight and dashed forward again. I couldn't shake him off with my agility stat, so my back was exposed. Slash. But I didn't have to block with my shield. I could just tank it. It would just be a deep cut, not a fatal blow. It just hurt like hell because of my decreased pain resistance. It's like he rubbed salt on his blade. I winced, but I didn't stop running. I wouldn't have made it this far if I was the type to stop because of pain. Tatted. I pushed off the ground again, like a salmon swimming upstream, and at that moment, the Blood Knight exclaimed in admiration. What? He seemed impressed by my relentless advance, even after being stabbed in the back. Stop. It was a bit underwhelming compared to the praise I had received in the past, but the panic in his voice was satisfying. Right, you've never experienced this before, have you? One swing of your aura blade, and any tank would be cut down. Slash. He stabbed me again, but nothing changed. I kept running, like a runaway train, and, there was nothing he could do about it. Tatted. It was his turn to learn. He probably didn't realize it, having lived comfortably with his aura. Slash. But damage dealers were powerless in front of a tank. Whoosh. A support attack arrived from behind. It was Erwan's arrow, and, thud, it hit his arm. He was good at dodging when we were defending, but he had to try and stop me, didn't he? I didn't know the details, but his mistake was fatal, his distorted expression said it all. One arrow might not be a big deal, but the follow-up wasn't. Erwan Fortitude de Tertia has cast Rupture, the skill that had shattered Amelia's clone, Quagic. The Blood Knight's armor exploded into dozens of pieces. Okay, that took care of the annoying mosquito. Tatted. I continued running, leaving the Blood Knight, who had been thrown back by the explosion, behind. But another obstacle appeared. Wow, that guy looks like an ogre. The Wailing Witch, Lyran Vivian, was watching me from above, perched on her broomstick. She giggled and unleashed her magic. Lyran Vivian has cast the 4th grade dark magic. Falling flames, black flames, like raindrops, rained down on me. But as with most AoE spells, the damage per hit was low. I raised my shield and continued running. Well, my shield would be damaged, nothing new. Had my shield ever survived a difficult battle? I could just repair it with a loot. Tatted. I pushed off the ground again, Did she decide to change her strategy? Lyra and Vivian has cast the 4th grade dark magic, Steel of Pain. The rain of fire stopped, and a black fog enveloped me. Judging by the effect, this skill couldn't be dodged. The only way to counter it was with magic resistance. In other words, she can't dodge it either. I quickly chanted a command as soon as the fog touched my skin. Character has cast Risk, Gachaban's active skill. The effect was simple. It doubled the damage I received, but also increased the reflected damage of probabilistic retaliation. But the inherent ability of the skill is unlocked by the power of the Transcendent. When combined with Transcendence, it had an additional effect. The damage immunity effect of probabilistic retaliation is removed, but the activation probability is fixed at 100%. Guaranteed gacha. Whoosh. The black fog that was clinging to my skin hardened. It was the effect of Steel of Pain, temporary movement restriction, and whoosh, an unavoidable attack. Yuwa. This hurts like hell. Crack. I endured for about 2 seconds, and then the hardened fog shattered and fell to the ground. The inside was covered in thorns. Damn, what is this? A medieval torture device. At least I wasn't the only one who was affected. Normal luck. Probabilistic retaliation activated. Clank, clank. A skeleton rose from the ground next to me, its bones creaking. It wasn't a critical hit, so there wasn't a special sound effect, but reflects 30% of the received damage to the enemy. It reflected 30% of the damage, not 15%, and the damage I received was doubled, so it was effectively 4 times the normal reflection damage. Well, it was still a bit unfair. But she was a mage. It was a reasonable trade-off. What is this? The skeleton raised its hand, and a black fog enveloped the witch on her broomstick. And, whoosh, a chilling sound echoed through the sewer. Kayak, damn, she's loud. So that's why she was called the Wailing Witch. Tat. I continued running, my body riddled with wounds. It was a fixed damage spell, so the wounds weren't that deep, even though the damage I received was doubled. But it hurt like hell. It seems like she survived. Vivian, screaming as she fell from the sky, quickly regained her composure and used a levitation spell to avoid crashing to the ground. Her wounds weren't that deep either. Damn it, I thought a 30% attack would be enough to one-shot a mage. Did she use a mana shield or something to reduce the damage? It was a bit disappointing. Ugh, but at least I achieved my goal. Judging by how she was still writhing in pain, she wouldn't be able to attack me for a while. I quickly closed the distance after taking care of the mage. Gruen. The corpse collector summoned more corpses to block my path. 7 of them. He must have summoned tank-type undead to stop me, judging by their size. They were even bigger than large monsters. About 7 meters tall. I would have been able to jump over them if I had leap, but it wasn't a big problem. I wasn't just a tank, a wall blocking my path. I didn't even have to go around it. Character has cast Swing. I could just destroy it. Strike range is tripled. I swung my hammer, which had elongated like a magical staff, and smashed the 7-meter-tall corpse giant's head. It seemed like a tank-type undead, but that was enough. The multiplier for Swing was strength, and its power was increased by 500% thanks to the Demon Crusher. And since it was a downward strike, it also had 50% armor penetration. Kaboom! How could a summon withstand that? PSSH. The corpse giant was turned into a lump of rotten meat with a single swing, its blood splattering everywhere like a fountain. Damn it, his poison is strong. Character has been poisoned. High. Poison resistance is 100 or higher. Poison level reduced to low. The poison seeped into my skin, causing pain. But I didn't stop, especially not when my target was right in front of me. I'm finally here. I quickly passed through the gap created by the destroyed corpse giant and looked ahead. The target was about 30 meters away. But, what the hell, why is he so far forward? Did he come here himself to summon the corpse giant? The corpse collector was about 5 meters away. He looked very flustered. It would be rude to just ignore him. Character has cast Swing. Strike range is tripled. I swung my hammer at him without hesitation. He chose to defend instead of dodging. He used that familiar skill. I bet Necrophyto has cast Bone Armor. Damn it, I used to have to hide him several times to break it. How would it be this time? I soon found out. Crack. The armor shattered with a single blow, revealing his flesh, and I bet Necrophyto has cast Momentary Immortality. His body was engulfed in flames and turned to bone. A 3rd-grade essence skill that converted mental and ability stats to physical stats and granted 1 minute of damage immunity. Wow, he used his invincibility skill after just 1 hit. There was no point in attacking him while he was invincible, so I grabbed his arm and threw him away. And, tat, I jumped high, like using leap. The stakes he had planted around him were shooting projectiles like turrets in a defense game. 4th-grade transformation skill, Sublime Idol. It was the Lighthouse Keeper's core skill, and its effect was simple. It allowed you to transform your abilities by planting totems in the ground. For example, a single target before curse could be turned into an AoE aura. He must have been in a hurry. Judging by the flames and magic bullets being fired from the totems, he had deactivated his support auras like haste and soul regeneration and switched to attack mode. You monster. He didn't run away, even though I had endured all his attacks and reached him. Well, it would be more dangerous to leave the totem range, he shouted in desperation. Come. What the hell? I have no intention of entering. Character has cast Eye of the Storm. The inherent ability of the skill is unlocked by the power of the transcendent. It seemed like he was within range, so I used my grab skill. Swah! A gust of wind swept towards me, and arg, he was dragged towards me. He screaming like a little girl. Grab! I grabbed his neck in midair with my shield hand. He struggled, but I just tightened my grip, and he calmed down. You should have just given up from the beginning. Thud! I landed and looked down at him, saying, your rings, I hope they were expensive. It was a tough journey. Crack! I headbutted him. It was a bad angle for a hammer swing, and he was also wearing a necklace. It would have been crushed if I used my hammer. I was about to headbutt him again when his body went limp. Did he die? Or just pass out? I hoped it was the former, so I headbutted him a few more times. Crack! Oh, that's disgusting. How can a human eye? Anyway, that takes care of him. So, what should I do now? I had achieved my first objective, so it was time to make another decision. I caught the lighthouse keeper, and we can probably take down the rest for Vogue 3. Should I return and use the teleportation spell, or should I finish them off? I didn't have much time to think. Thud! The corpse giants were approaching. Right, let's retreat for now. I had been stabbed countless times, hit by magic, and poisoned. I could endure those problems with my mental fortitude, but my MP is dangerously low. I had been maintaining Iron Fortress to counter the aura, and I was currently in gigantification state. And not only that, I had been spamming my skills with Transcendence. If I ran out of MP, I wouldn't be able to block aura, and it would be much harder to protect my companions from the Blood Knight, and they might have reinforcements. I made a decision and ran back the way I came, clutching my loot. But then, why aren't they attacking? The corpse giants who had been charging towards me were now lined up defensively, and there were no magic attacks. Necrophido, what are you doing? Block him. He can't even die. The Wailing Witch's shout suggested that they had regained their composure. But why? I soon found out. If you want to block him, then you do it. It seems like magic works on him. One of the relatively intact undead spoke for the corpse collector, who was currently a skeleton. They were all hesitant to attack because they had already been punished. Well, they didn't have any information about me. They probably didn't want to end up like the lighthouse keeper. This is too easy. I was running towards my destination when you're going to fight me. The Blood Knight, now in one-armed mode, blocked my path. Your name. What's your name? He wanted to know my name. I only had one thing to say. Attack me if you're going to, or get out of my way. I have to go eat. Damn, cat got your tongue? I started running, and the Blood Knight stepped aside. We'll meet again. He didn't even try to stab me in the back. He must have learned his lesson. How could he possibly stop me when I just ignored his attacks and ran? Tat-it. I soon reached my destination. The magic circle on the ground was glowing, ready to be activated, but the mage was frozen in place. What are you doing? Let's go. Raven looked up at me, her eyes wide with fear. What the? I looked around, and Erwin and Amelia also had strange expressions. They were looking at me as if I was a monster, even though I had brought back loot. Chapter 359, Interrogation, 1. The Wailing Witch, Lyran Vivian. As she slowly descended to the ground, the moment her feet touched down, she shouted, Necrophido, are you crazy? Why did you just let them go? The man, whose flesh was just starting to grow back onto his bones, frowned at her hysterical voice. I'm older than you know. Now's the time to be concerned about that? Tell me, why did you let those bastards go? The captain won't let this slide. Vivian shouted irritably, pointing her index finger at a spot. All that remained there was a deactivated, faint magic circle. The man retorted in an annoyed tone. Oh, why should I be the one getting scolded? It's unreasonable to expect a necromancer to fight in close combat, and you were watching too. Even the woman, who was about to retort, flinched at his unexpectedly sensitive reaction. However, was there something she wanted to point out? But you didn't even use the call of the underworld. Vivian clung to that core equipment of the corpse collector. However, why should I use that? The man responded as if he was dumbfounded. Because if you had used it, the lighthouse keeper wouldn't have been captured. She wasn't wrong. If he had used the staff of the underworld, a high-ranking double-numbered item, he could have removed that tank-like man from the battlefield. That was a fact. But if I use that, one of us has to die, and you're asking me to use it on someone I don't even have information on? When I could have survived if I just stayed put. You have that new ability you got recently. If that gets out, the royal family will come up with a countermeasure. Who would benefit from that? if I ever need to rely on that ability in a dangerous situation, and this incident comes back to bite me, are you going to save me? Please, know your place. You didn't use your magic for the same reason. Vivian couldn't say anything more as the man started arguing back. His words were hitting too close to home. In fact, the reason she hadn't stopped that monstrous man was the same. She didn't have enough information. Her magic had been reflected, so she couldn't risk using a stronger spell. This is annoying. Ultimately, they were all responsible for the defeat. They were part of the same organization, working together, but their true nature remained unchanged. There was no one noble enough to sacrifice themselves for others. They were more concerned about their own gains and losses than their companion's safety. Is everyone alright? The Blood Knight returned and joined them as Vivian was biting her lip, suppressing her anger. He looked the most pathetic of the three, missing an arm. But it would have been fine if Grandpa did his job properly. Vivian shifted her target to the Blood Knight, as if she didn't even care about his injuries. You should have targeted their rear, not that monster. She wasn't just trying to find fault, she genuinely meant it. Why did you even try to stop him when you couldn't even do it? If they had targeted the enemy instead of wasting time blocking that man, the situation would be different now. It was the first time that monstrous man had left the formation, after tanking all their attacks with his bare body. Killing one of the 7 strengths, the Blood Spirit Marquis, would have been a significant achievement, and the Golden Mage goes without saying. She's one of our main targets, and if she died, the teleportation spell would have been nullified. The Blood Knight's judgment was a mistake. The man who was listening next to her exclaimed in admiration. Wow, you're blaming Grandpa in this situation? You're even worse than I thought. How dare you say that to someone who was trying to protect us? Can't I even talk to myself? And I'm not wrong. Well, that's true. The man nodded and glanced at the Blood Knight. He had become prey to the wolves, but the old knight didn't make any excuses. He just muttered in a flat voice. Contact the captain. We lost the Golden Mage. Can't Grandpa do it? The Blood Knight responded to Vivian's question with a cold glare, and she lowered her head. They had lost their target. And not only that, but the lighthouse keeper, a valuable asset even with an Orculus, had been captured. And they had just watched as the enemy teleported away. She couldn't risk going after them. She couldn't say that. The corpse collector noticed her hesitation. I understand how you feel, but contact him first. There's something we need to report, even if it's not about the Golden Mage. Are you talking about that monster? That too, but... The man trailed off and then continued. Anyway, just report it. I don't know why he was here, but... we found Amelia Rainwales. A Ruhr Raven has cast the 4th grade special magic, multiple teleportation. The first thing she saw when the light from the activated magic circle faded was a cage. Please wait, you're in the right place. What? It's a safety measure installed on all warships. If a special movement ability is used, it automatically redirects you here. So that's why. Teleport redirection, that sounds familiar. I'm a Ruhr Raven, Vice Captain of the 3rd Magic Corps. Here's my ID. I returned via teleportation magic while fighting Orculus criminals. Raven revealed her identity to the soldier guard in the cage, and the cage opened after a brief verification process. But, clank, what the hell? Why did it close after she went out? What did you do? Raven avoided my gaze and spoke to the soldier, ignoring my informal tone. Keep an eye on them for a while. Don't let them out. Yes. Oh, I didn't expect this. My mind went blank, and Erwin grabbed the bars of the cage and shook them. I'll kill you. It didn't seem like her usual loss of control. I was also losing control. This reminded me of the guild's basement, and I wanted to break out. But, I understand how you feel, but please calm down. You can't escape with it brute force. What? No. 399 Cage of Silence. It seals all abilities, including magic, divine power, and aura. Damn it, no wonder I had a bad feeling. I sighed and let go of the bars after confirming that my skills weren't activating. Here, these are potions. Treat your wounds. Raven handed us a few potions through the bars and then left after giving the soldier a few instructions. To summarize, treat them with respect, but don't open the cage under any circumstances, and release us if the situation becomes critical, like if the enemies reach this point. We've been tricked. Tertia, stop wasting your energy and come here. What? She just locked us up. How can we? Then what are we going to do? Erwin, she's right. Calm down and come here. Okay. Erwin reluctantly walked over to me after I also regained my composure. First, we should use the potions. It seemed like it would take a while to heal with just natural regeneration, so we poured potions all over our bodies with Amelia and Erwin's help, stopping the bleeding. And after some time, are you okay? Yeah, I'm used to it now. Honestly, I felt like I was dying. The only pain resistance I had left was the 30 from Bion's essence. But what could I do? I had to treat my wounds. Can we get some water, please? Alright. The soldier hurriedly brought us water at Erwin's polite request. He was probably intimidated by Erwin's status, on top of Raven's orders to treat us with respect. Are you alright? So he was just worried about me. You're sweating more than you're bleeding. I'm fine, don't worry. It was always like this when I drank potions. I chugged the water the kind soldier gave us and then moved to the back of the cage. We had to talk privately now. Anyway, let's talk now that we are done with treatment. Both of you, come here, and lower your voices. You're a bit too close, don't you think? What's the problem? We're just having a conversation, then I'll, Fairies have good hearing, right? What does that have to do with you? I was just saying. These two again. Both of you, stop it. This isn't the time, okay? I quickly stopped him before the conversation could go off on a tangent. The first thing we had to discuss was this. Why do you think Raven did this? Why did she lock us up? The two of them, who had been bickering, easily reached a consensus on this. She must have realized your true identity. Yes, that's the only possibility. She knows you're an evil spirit. Crack. She doesn't even know gratitude after you saved her life so many times. Is her killing intent even seeping out of her teeth? I didn't know, but I was worried about Erwin's dental health, so I brought up the next possibility. Emily, what's the probability that she did it because she found out about you? Well, that's not impossible either. She was on that island too. Raven and Amelia knew each other. They had fought together on Paragon Island, and Raven knew about Amelia's abyssal power, self-replication, and Azura's fury. And she used a dagger as her main weapon? Raven would have noticed, even after 2 years and even with her face covered. Well, she might be suspecting that we're spies for Nork because of me. As expected. Wait, what do you mean as expected? What else? That you're going to be a burden. You're good at talking, even though you can't even control yourself. What? Why is this happening again? I quickly changed the subject. Whatever. Emily, are you okay? There's a high chance that Nork also recognized you. Well, they probably did. The Blood Knight might not recognize me since we haven't crossed paths much, but the corpse collector definitely recognized me. Damn it, I felt bad for her. She said she had changed her identity and was hiding, but now she had both the royal family and Nork as enemies. Don't worry too much, I knew it was a possibility. I'll leave if it becomes too dangerous for you. So you still have some conscience. I have reason, unlike you. These two, we could all be in trouble if this went wrong. No, would Erwin be okay even in the worst case scenario? I might be targeted by the royal family as an evil spirit, and Amelia might be accused of being a Nork spy, but Erwin was different. The fairy tribe would protect her, even in the worst case scenario. So what are we going to do now? I organized my thoughts and answered Amelia's question. Well, we have no choice but to wait. There wasn't much we could do while we were trapped. The best we could do was wait for Raven to return and then react accordingly. Therefore, I stood up after ending the conversation, and I approached the corpse, whose face was covered with the cloth I had received from the soldier along with the water. I didn't know what would happen in the future, but it was better to do what I could. What are you doing? Checking the loot. Now, in this situation, well, is there anything else we can do? I shrugged and started looting. 10 rings, 1 necklace, and I dropped the staff when I grabbed him. I couldn't open the subspace pocket until we got out of here. Magic tools didn't work inside the cage. Wow, how much is this worth? You have to learn to appreciate the little things when the situation is difficult. Although I couldn't estimate the exact amount, one thing was clear. If I sold all of this, I could pay off most of the debt. Well, the problem was whether we could even get out of here with it. Chapter 360. Interrogation. 2. Raven climbed the stairs and entered the ship's officer's cabin. Her assistant, whom she had sent ahead, and the squad leaders were all gathered there. Vice Captain Raven, you're safe. That's a relief. We were just about to form a support team. I have to make a report, so please leave. Yes? Yes. The officers obeyed her order without question, sensing her urgency. The cabin was empty in a matter of seconds. Raven placed her hand on the military message stone, her expression complex. Neolaftonia. Arul Raven, Vice Captain of the 3rd Magic Corps. My return was delayed due to securing an escape route for the unit members. Please share the current situation. Neolaftonia. Eltorator Syrian, Chief of Staff of the 3rd Corps. I was worried after hearing that you went to stop the Blood Knight, but it's good to hear that you're safe. Excuse me, but why is the Chief of Staff contacting me instead of the Corps Commander? Because I'm the second in command who takes over when the commander is absent during wartime. Absent, sir. Viscount Lamrian has perished. He was ambushed by a group of criminals led by Ricardo Liwahan Praha, the traitor, while giving the order for all units to assemble and relocate. That's impossible. The attacks stopped after all troops retreated to the lake, but we can't be sure what will happen next, so you should take command of your unit and defend the perimeter until further notice. The Chief of Staff then briefly shared information about the estimated casualties in the enemy forces, and, I think that's all you need to know. Now, tell me, was it really the Blood Knight? Raven briefly summarized the events, omitting unnecessary details, and reported to her superior how she stayed behind to stop the Blood Knight, how the enemy reinforcements arrived, and how they retreated after killing the lighthouse keeper. She only reported the results, omitting the process. It wasn't just to save time. She wouldn't have hesitated if that was the case. You killed the lighthouse keeper. That's good news. Well done. Tell the Blood Spirit Marquis that she'll be rewarded for her achievements. Her superior thought that the Blood Spirit Marquis was responsible for the victory, but the truth was completely different. Lihan shoots. It was thanks to that man that no one had been injured by the infamous Blood Knight, and he was the one who killed the lighthouse keeper. But, I'll end the call now. Raven couldn't bring herself to say it, and that wasn't all. Amelia Rainwales. She didn't mention the woman who had performed as well as the Blood Spirit Marquis during the battle, even though she was certain that the woman was the same Nork explorer she had met on Paragon Island. She had intentionally omitted the information. Although she hadn't lied, she had undoubtedly neglected her duty as a soldier. She felt a deep sense of guilt, but what could she do? She needed time to organize her thoughts. Lihan shoots. The man who had introduced himself with that name. Until now, she had thought that he was just someone who resembled the man Erwin had lost. But after seeing Gigantification, she had a hunch. What if he wasn't just a look-alike? What if Erwin was calling him Mister for that reason? What if he was really alive? I don't know. She was confused. Nothing was certain. She wanted to believe it was him, but there were also many differences. His height and his face. And, you're be back. The blood she felt when she unconsciously reached out to touch his wound was warm and sticky. It should have stung if it was his blood. And there was another difference. He's too strong. His body that blocked the Blood Knight's aura. The strange ability that reflected magic. And even the ability to drag enemies towards him using wind. The old Yondell wouldn't have been able to do that against such powerful enemies. But, time has passed. Maybe he had absorbed new essences and become stronger. Even Erwin and she herself had changed a lot in the past 2 years. If that's the case, the more Raven organized the information, the more she was convinced that Bjorn Yondell was alive. The decisive factor was Amelia's presence. Although she couldn't find any concrete evidence, there were still unanswered questions about his death. But the woman who had disappeared with him was alive? It strongly suggested that he might be alive too. But the problem was, if it's really him, what should I do? Bjorn Yondell is an evil spirit. The royal family had officially announced it, and she had known about it before the announcement. She had seen his expression. You said there's a rumor going around that Yondell is an evil spirit. It's not just a rumor, is it? Misha, who had been closest to Yondell, didn't answer, but her trembling eyes held the truth. Click, click. Raven bit her nails for the first time in a long time. It was a habit she only had when she was stressed. She couldn't think straight. She wanted him to be alive, but she also didn't want him to be. But, well, I'll have to confirm it. Raven made up her mind. She knew that she couldn't just run away and avoid her duty, no matter how scared she was. No. 399 Cage of Silence. A trap-type numbered item activated when a special movement ability is used within a certain radius. She's not going to come back, is she? She will. And probably soon. How can you be so sure? This cage doesn't last forever. To be precise, it lasted for 2 hours after activation. And it had a long cooldown. And we can't even attack them while they're trapped. It was an item solely for restraint. All attacks from the outside were blocked when it was active. So people usually surrounded the cage after trapping the enemy and then ganged up on them when it was deactivated. Thud. The soldier guarding us saluted as soon as he heard footsteps from the hallway. Nia Laftonia. Right, she's back. Thank you for guarding them. I need to talk to them, so can you leave us alone for a moment? And please keep this a secret. Yes. Raven returned alone after about an hour, and she even dismissed the soldier. It was a positive sign, but it was too early to relax. Raven stood in front of the cage, silently observing us, and I asked, what are you going to do with us? You're still using that tone. Damn it, she's coming at us strong. Should I just reveal my identity and try to persuade her to help us? As I was contemplating, Raven continued, take off your helmet. I obediently took off my helmet, which was stained with the lighthouse keeper's blood. Raven's expression didn't change. And your armor. What does she think I am? Men and women shouldn't be together after the age of 7. I can't comply with an unreasonable request of a sexual nature. Even if I were a woman, I wouldn't. What are you talking about? Raven just glared at me as I tried to explain why I couldn't take off my armor. This is getting a bit scary. I haven't reported you to my superiors yet, or about Miss Rainwales, but if you don't comply with my request, things will be different. I'll take it off. You're being hurt. What the hell? There's no way for us to escape anyway. I took off my armor, revealing my back, which was covered in wounds, and, Raven's expression finally changed. Her eyes widened, her gaze fixed on the tattoo hidden beneath my armor. Phew, this feels better. It's been a while, Raven, You were expecting this, weren't you? Raven bit her lip and glared at me at my question, I was hoping it wasn't true, because I'm an evil spirit. Yes, I wish it could have just remained a good memory. Raven trailed off sadly. I also felt a tightness in my chest, so she couldn't accept the fact that I was an evil spirit. Wait, Raven, it's a misunderstanding that I'm an evil spirit. I quickly tried to persuade her. Misunderstanding? Yes, I'm not an evil spirit. Then what's with that appearance? Raven clenched her fists, looking at me. It seems like you shrunk your height by absorbing an essence like bone knight. If you're not an evil spirit, why would you go through all this trouble to hide your identity? Right, I knew she would ask that. The royal family had already announced it when I returned, and I found some suspicious aspects to it, so I decided to hide my identity for now. I agree that the announcement is suspicious, but for now, and returned? What do you mean? Okay, so I managed to pique her curiosity. It's a long story. There's this thing called the fragment of records. Wait, Raven cut me off. There's no need for a long explanation. This is enough. There was a familiar item in her hand. No, 7,234 distorted trust. The consumable item that prevented anyone within a 10-meter radius from lying. You know what this is, right? I received it from Mr. Partellian in the doppelganger forest. I used the remaining budget from the court to recharge it. She was well prepared. Whoosh. She had even activated it. The second hand on the compass-sized disc started to move. And then, so, tell me, is it really a misunderstanding? Raven asked, staring at me intently. Will it work? I was a bit nervous. I hadn't actually tested if Oral Gabby's gift worked. I was planning to buy distorted trust or something similar and test it before revealing myself. But, Raven, it's really a misunderstanding. I'm not an evil spirit. Well, it seemed to be working since I could say it. Click. The second hand suddenly stopped. What did you just do? Oh, the second hand started moving again as I trailed off. Was it just a temporary error? I don't know either. I quickly feigned ignorance, and distorted trust stopped working again. And then, tick-tock, after a brief pause, it started working again. Why does it stop working when he speaks? I gulped at Raven's question. He said I wouldn't be affected by these items. Damn old man. He should have told me beforehand. See 358, 359, 360. Chapter 358, Isolation, 5. The lighthouse keeper, an ability user from Nork, who stood taller than even the Blood Knight at over 190 centimeters. I licked my lips, eyeing him. Damn, leap, would have made this so much easier. About 130 meters separated us, just 2 skills, and I could close the distance. But, well, it's gone. I dismissed my regret. There's no use dwelling on what's already gone. If I didn't have a movement skill, I would just have to use my legs. It was the barbarian way. Erwin, Emily, you two stay here and hold the line. What about you? I'll be back. Back? Where are you? Where else? Character has used wild release. I charged forward, roaring. You-wah. It didn't have the same impact as shouting the name of my ancestor god, but it couldn't be helped. I wasn't sure if Raven had found out yet. She might still be under the same misconception as the corpse collector. Tat. The others reacted immediately as I left the formation for the first time, having been focused on defense and protecting my companions. The Blood Knight was the first, he charged towards me, having kept his distance to avoid entering the teleportation range. But, clang, would that work? I blocked his flaming sword with my shield. Tat. I ignored the Blood Knight and dashed forward again. I couldn't shake him off with my agility stat, so my back was exposed. But I didn't have to block with my shield. I could just tank it. It would just be a deep cut, not a fatal blow. It just hurt like hell because of my decreased pain resistance. It's like he rubbed salt on his blade. I winced, but I didn't stop running. I wouldn't have made it this far if I was the type to stop because of pain. Tat. I pushed off the ground again, like a salmon swimming upstream, and at that moment, the Blood Knight exclaimed in admiration. What? He seemed impressed by my relentless advance, even after being stabbed in the back. Stop. It was a bit underwhelming compared to the praise I had received in the past, but the panic in his voice was satisfying. Right, you've never experienced this before, have you? One swing of your aura blade, and any tank would be cut down. He stabbed me again, but nothing changed. I kept running, like a runaway train, and, there was nothing he could do about it. Tat. It was his turn to learn. He probably didn't realize it, having lived comfortably with his aura. But damage dealers were powerless in front of a tank. Whoosh. A support attack arrived from behind. It was Erwan's arrow, and, thud, it hit his arm. He was good at dodging when we were defending, but he had to try and stop me, didn't he? I didn't know the details, but his mistake was fatal, his distorted expression said it all. One arrow might not be a big deal, but the follow-up wasn't. Erwan Fortitude Tertia has cast, Rupture, the skill that had shattered Amelia's clone, Quadric. The Blood Knight's armor exploded into dozens of pieces. Okay, that took care of the annoying mosquito. Tat. I continued running, leaving the Blood Knight, who had been thrown back by the explosion, behind. But another obstacle appeared. Wow, that guy looks like an ogre. The Wailing Witch, Lyran Vivian, was watching me from above, perched on her broomstick. She giggled and unleashed her magic. Lyran Vivian has cast the 4th grade dark magic. Falling flames, black flames, like raindrops, rained down on me. But as with most AoE spells, the damage per hit was low. I raised my shield and continued running. Well, my shield would be damaged, nothing new. Had my shield ever survived a difficult battle? I could just repair it with a loot. Tat. I pushed off the ground again. Did she decide to change her strategy? Lyran Vivian has cast the 4th grade dark magic, Steel of Pain. The rain of fire stopped, and a black fog enveloped me. Judging by the effect, this skill couldn't be dodged. The only way to counter it was with magic resistance. In other words, she can't dodge it either. I quickly chanted a command as soon as the fog touched my skin. Character has cast Risk, Gachaban's active skill. The effect was simple. It doubled the damage I received, but also increased the reflected damage of probabilistic retaliation. But the inherent ability of the skill is unlocked by the power of the Transcendent. When combined with Transcendence, it had an additional effect. The damage immunity effect of probabilistic retaliation is removed, but the activation probability is fixed at 100%. Guaranteed gacha. Whoosh. The black fog that was clinging to my skin hardened. It was the effect of Steel of Pain, temporary movement restriction, and whoosh, an unavoidable attack. This hurts like hell. Crack. I endured for about 2 seconds, and then the hardened fog shattered and fell to the ground. The inside was covered in thorns. Damn, what is this? A medieval torture device. At least I wasn't the only one who was affected. Normal luck. Probabilistic retaliation activated. Clank, clank. A skeleton rose from the ground next to me, its bones creaking. It wasn't a critical hit, so there wasn't a special sound effect, but reflects 30% of the received damage to the enemy. It reflected 30% of the damage, not 15%, and the damage I received was doubled, so it was effectively 4 times the normal reflection damage. Well, it was still a bit unfair. But she was a mage. It was a reasonable trade-off. What is this? The skeleton raised its hand, and a black fog enveloped the witch on her broomstick. And, whoosh, a chilling sound echoed through the sewer. Kayak, damn, she's loud. So that's why she was called the Wailing Witch. Tat. I continued running, my body riddled with wounds. It was a fixed damage spell, so the wounds weren't that deep, even though the damage I received was doubled. But it hurt like hell. It seems like she survived. Vivian, screaming as she fell from the sky, quickly regained her composure and used a levitation spell to avoid crashing to the ground. Her wounds weren't that deep either. Damn it, I thought a 30% attack would be enough to one-shot a mage. Did she use a mana shield or something to reduce the damage? It was a bit disappointing. Ugh, but at least I achieved my goal. Judging by how she was still writhing in pain, she wouldn't be able to attack me for a while. I quickly closed the distance after taking care of the mage. Gruen. The corpse collector summoned more corpses to block my path. 7 of them. He must have summoned tank-type undead to stop me, judging by their size. They were even bigger than large monsters. About 7 meters tall. I would have been able to jump over them if I had leap, but it wasn't a big problem. I wasn't just a tank, a wall blocking my path. I didn't even have to go around it. Character has cast Swing. I could just destroy it. Strike range is tripled. I swung my hammer, which had elongated like a magical staff, and smashed the 7-meter-tall corpse giant's head. It seemed like a tank-type undead, but that was enough. The multiplier for Swing was strength, and its power was increased by 500% thanks to the Demon Crusher. And since it was a downward strike, it also had 50% armor penetration. Kaboom! How could a summon withstand that? PSSH. The corpse giant was turned into a lump of rotten meat with a single swing, its blood splattering everywhere like a fountain. Damn it, his poison is strong. Character has been poisoned. High. Poison resistance is 100 or higher. Poison level reduced to low. The poison seeped into my skin, causing pain. But I didn't stop, especially not when my target was right in front of me. I'm finally here. I quickly passed through the gap created by the destroyed corpse giant and looked ahead. The target was about 30 meters away. But, what the hell, why is he so far forward? Did he come here himself to summon the corpse giant? The corpse collector was about 5 meters away. He looked very flustered. It would be rude to just ignore him. Character has cast Swing. Strike range is tripled. I swung my hammer at him without hesitation. He chose to defend instead of dodging. He used that familiar skill. I bet Necrophyto has cast Bone Armor. Damn it, I used to have to hide him several times to break it. How would it be this time? I soon found out. Crack. The armor shattered with a single blow, revealing his flesh, and I bet Necrophyto has cast Momentary Immortality. His body was engulfed in flames and turned to bone. A third-grade essence skill that converted mental and ability stats to physical stats and granted 1 minute of damage immunity. Wow, he used his invincibility skill after just one hit. There was no point in attacking him while he was invincible, so I grabbed his arm and threw him away. And, tat-it, I jumped high, like using leap. The stakes he had planted around him were shooting projectiles like turrets in a defense game. 4th grade transformation skill, Sublime Idol. It was the Lighthouse Keeper's core skill, and its effect was simple. It allowed you to transform your abilities by planting totems in the ground. For example, a single target buff or curse could be turned into an AoE aura. He must have been in a hurry. Judging by the flames and magic bullets being fired from the totems, he had deactivated his support auras like haste and soul regeneration and switched to attack mode. You monster. He didn't run away, even though I had endured all his attacks and reached him. Well, it would be more dangerous to leave the totem range, he shouted in desperation. Come. What the hell? I have no intention of entering. Character has cast Eye of the Storm. The inherent ability of the skill is unlocked by the power of the Transcendent. It seemed like he was within range, so I used my grab skill. Swah! A gust of wind swept towards me, and arg, he was dragged towards me. He screaming like a little girl. Grab! I grabbed his neck in midair with my shield hand. He struggled, but I just tightened my grip, and he calmed down. You should have just given up from the beginning. Thud. I landed and looked down at him, saying, your rings, I hope they were expensive. It was a tough journey. Crack. I headbutted him. It was a bad angle for a hammer swing, and he was also wearing a necklace. It would have been crushed if I used my hammer. I was about to headbutt him again when his body went limp. Did he die? Or just pass out? I hoped it was the former, so I headbutted him a few more times. Crack. Ugh, that's disgusting. How can a human eye? Anyway, that takes care of him. So, what should I do now? I had achieved my first objective, so it was time to make another decision. I caught the Lighthouse Keeper, and we can probably take down the rest for Vote 3. Should I return and use the teleportation spell, or should I finish him off? I didn't have much time to think. Thud. The corpse giants were approaching. Right, let's retreat for now. I had been stabbed countless times, hit by magic, and poisoned. I could endure those problems with my mental fortitude, but my MP is dangerously low. I had been maintaining Iron Fortress to counter the aura, and I was currently in gigantification state. And not only that, I had been spamming my skills with Transcendence. If I ran out of MP, I wouldn't be able to block aura, and it would be much harder to protect my companions from the Blood Knight, and they might have reinforcements. I made a decision and ran back the way I came, clutching my loot. But then, why aren't they attacking? The corpse giants who had been charging towards me were now lined up defensively, and there were no magic attacks. Necrophido, what are you doing? Block him. He can't even die. The Wailing Witch's shout suggested that they had regained their composure. But why? I soon found out. If you want to block him, then you do it. It seems like magic works on him. One of the relatively intact undead spoke for the corpse collector, who was currently a skeleton. They were all hesitant to attack because they had already been punished. Well, they didn't have any information about me. They probably didn't want to end up like the Lighthouse Keeper. This is too easy. I was running towards my destination when you're going to fight me. The Blood Knight, now in one-armed mode, blocked my path. Your name. What's your name? He wanted to know my name. I only had one thing to say. Attack me if you're going to, or get out of my way. I have to go eat. Damn, cat got your tongue? I started running, and the Blood Knight stepped aside. We'll meet again. He didn't even try to stab me in the back. He must have learned his lesson. How could he possibly stop me when I just ignored his attacks and ran? Tat-it. I soon reached my destination. The magic circle on the ground was glowing, ready to be activated, but the mage was frozen in place. What are you doing? Let's go. Raven looked up at me, her eyes wide with fear. What the? I looked around, and Erwin and Amelia also had strange expressions. They were looking at me as if I was a monster, even though I had brought back loot. Chapter 359, Interrogation, 1. The Wailing Witch, Lyran Vivian. As she slowly descended to the ground, the moment her feet touched down, she shouted, Necrophido, are you crazy? Why did you just let them go? The man, whose flesh was just starting to grow back onto his bones, frowned at her hysterical voice. I'm older than you know. Now's the time to be concerned about that? Tell me, why did you let those bastards go? The captain won't let this slide. Vivian shouted irritably, pointing her index finger at a spot. All that remained there was a deactivated, faint magic circle. The man retorted in an annoyed tone. Oh, why should I be the one getting scolded? It's unreasonable to expect a necromancer to fight in close combat, and you were watching too. Even the woman, who was about to retort, flinched at his unexpectedly sensitive reaction. However, was there something she wanted to point out? But you didn't even use the call of the underworld. Vivian clung to that core equipment of the corpse collector. However, why should I use that? The man responded as if he was dumbfounded. Because if you had used it, the lighthouse keeper wouldn't have been captured. She wasn't wrong. If he had used the staff of the underworld, a high-ranking double-numbered item, he could have removed that tank-like man from the battlefield. That was a fact. But, if I use that, one of us has to die. And you're asking me to use it on someone I don't even have information on? When I could have survived if I just stayed put. You have that new ability you got recently. If that gets out, the royal family will come up with a countermeasure. Who would benefit from that? If I ever need to rely on that ability in a dangerous situation, and this incident comes back to bite me, are you going to save me? Please, know your place. You didn't use your magic for the same reason. Vivian couldn't say anything more as the man started arguing back. His words were hitting too close to home. In fact, the reason she hadn't stopped that monstrous man was the same. She didn't have enough information. Her magic had been reflected, so she couldn't risk using a stronger spell. This is annoying. Ultimately, they were all responsible for the defeat. They were part of the same organization, working together, but their true nature remained unchanged. There was no one noble enough to sacrifice themselves for others. They were more concerned about their own gains and losses than their companions' safety. Is everyone alright? The Blood Knight returned and joined them as Vivian was biting her lip, suppressing her anger. He looked the most pathetic of the three, missing an arm. But, it would have been fine if Grandpa did his job properly. Vivian shifted her target to the Blood Knight, as if she didn't even care about his injuries. You should have targeted their rear, not that monster. She wasn't just trying to find fault, she genuinely meant it. Why did you even try to stop him when you couldn't even do it? If they had targeted the enemy instead of wasting time blocking that man, the situation would be different now. It was the first time that monstrous man had left the formation, after tanking all their attacks with his bare body. Killing one of the 7 strengths, the Blood Spirit Marquis, would have been a significant achievement, and the Golden Mage goes without saying. She's one of our main targets, and if she died, the teleportation spell would have been nullified. The Blood Knight's judgment was a mistake. The man who was listening next to her exclaimed in admiration. Wow, you're blaming Grandpa in this situation? You're even worse than I thought. How dare you say that to someone who was trying to protect us? Can't I even talk to myself? And I'm not wrong. Well, that's true. Hairhead. The man nodded and glanced at the Blood Knight. He had become prey to the wolves, but the old knight didn't make any excuses. He just muttered in a flat voice. Contact the captain. We lost the Golden Mage. Can't Grandpa do it? The Blood Knight responded to Vivian's question with a cold glare, and she lowered her head. They had lost their target. And not only that, but the lighthouse keeper, a valuable asset even with an Orculus, had been captured. And they had just watched as the enemy teleported away. She couldn't risk going after them. She couldn't say that. The corpse collector noticed her hesitation. I understand how you feel, but contact him first. There's something we need to report, even if it's not about the Golden Mage. Are you talking about that monster? That too, but... The man trailed off and then continued. Anyway, just report it. I don't know why he was here, but, we found Amelia Rainwales. A Rule Raven has cast the 4th grade special magic, multiple teleportation. The first thing she saw when the light from the activated magic circle faded was a cage. Please wait, you're in the right place. What? It's a safety measure installed on all warships. If a special movement ability is used, it automatically redirects you here. So that's why. Teleport redirection, that sounds familiar. I'm a Rule Raven, Vice Captain of the 3rd Magic Corps. Here's my ID. I returned via teleportation magic while fighting Orculus criminals. Raven revealed her identity to the soldier guard in the cage, and the cage opened after a brief verification process. But, clank, what the hell, why did it close after she went out? What did you do? Raven avoided my gaze and spoke to the soldier, ignoring my informal tone. Keep an eye on them for a while. Don't let them out. Yes. Oh, I didn't expect this. My mind went blank, and Erwin grabbed the bars of the cage and shook them. I'll kill you. It didn't seem like her usual loss of control. I was also losing control. This reminded me of the guild's basement, and I wanted to break out. But, I understand how you feel, but please calm down. You can't escape with it brute force. What? No. 399 Cage of Silence. It seals all abilities, including magic, divine power, and aura. Damn it, no wonder I had a bad feeling. I sighed and let go of the bars after confirming that my skills weren't activating. Here, these are potions. Treat your wounds. Raven handed us a few potions through the bars and then left after giving the soldier a few instructions. To summarize, treat them with respect, but don't open the cage under any circumstances, and release us if the situation becomes critical, like if the enemies reach this point. We've been tricked. Terja, stop wasting your energy and come here. What? She just locked us up. How can we? Then what are we going to do? Erwin, she's right. Calm down and come here. Okay. Erwin reluctantly walked over to me after I also regained my composure. First, we should use the potions. It seemed like it would take a while to heal with just natural regeneration, so we poured potions all over our bodies with Amelia and Erwin's help, stopping the bleeding. And after some time, are you okay? Yeah, I'm used to it now. Honestly, I felt like I was dying. The only pain resistance I had left was the 30 from Bion's essence. But what could I do? I had to treat my wounds. Can we get some water, please? Alright. The soldier hurriedly brought us water at Erwin's polite request. He was probably intimidated by Erwin's status, on top of Raven's orders to treat us with respect. Are you alright? So he was just worried about me. You're sweating more than you're bleeding. I'm fine, don't worry. It was always like this when I drank potions. I chugged the water the kind soldier gave us and then moved to the back of the cage. We had to talk privately now. Anyway, let's talk now that we are done with treatment. Both of you, come here, and lower your voices. You're a bit too close, don't you think? What's the problem? We're just having a conversation. Then I'll. Fairies have good hearing, right? What does that have to do with you? I was just saying. These two again. Both of you, stop it. This isn't the time. Okay. I quickly stopped them before the conversation could go off on a tangent. The first thing we had to discuss was this. Why do you think Raven did this? Why did she lock us up? The two of them, who had been bickering, easily reached a consensus on this. She must have realized your true identity. Yes, that's the only possibility. She knows you're an evil spirit. Crack. She doesn't even know gratitude after you saved her life so many times. Is her killing intent even seeping out of her teeth? I didn't know, but I was worried about Erwin's dental health, so I brought up the next possibility. Emily, what's the probability that she did it because she found out about you? Well, that's not impossible either. She was on that island too. Raven and Amelia knew each other. They had fought together on Paragon Island, and Raven knew about Amelia's abyssal power, self-replication, and Azura's fury. And she used a dagger as her main weapon? Raven would have noticed, even after 2 years and even with her face covered. Well, she might be suspecting that we're spies for Nork because of me. As expected. Wait, what do you mean as expected? What else? That you're going to be a burden. You're good at talking, even though you can't even control yourself. What? Why is this happening again? I quickly changed the subject. Whatever. Emily, are you okay? There's a high chance that Nork also recognized you. Well, they probably did. The Blood Knight might not recognize me since we haven't crossed paths much, but the corpse collector definitely recognized me. Damn it, I felt bad for her. She said she had changed her identity and was hiding, but now she had both the royal family and Nork as enemies. Don't worry too much, I knew it was a possibility. I'll leave if it becomes too dangerous for you. So you still have some conscience. I have reason, unlike you. These two, we could all be in trouble if this went wrong. No, would Erwin be okay even in the worst case scenario? I might be targeted by the royal family as an evil spirit, and Amelia might be accused of being a Nork spy, but Erwin was different. The fairy tribe would protect her, even in the worst case scenario. So what are we going to do now? I organized my thoughts and answered Amelia's question. Well, we have no choice but to wait. There wasn't much we could do while we were trapped. The best we could do was wait for Raven to return and then react accordingly. Therefore, I stood up after ending the conversation, and I approached the corpse, whose face was covered with the cloth I had received from the soldier along with the water. I didn't know what would happen in the future, but it was better to do what I could. What are you doing? Checking the loot. Now, in this situation, well, is there anything else we can do? I shrugged and started looting. 10 rings, 1 necklace, and I dropped the staff when I grabbed him. I couldn't open the subspace pocket until we got out of here. Magic tools didn't work inside the cage. Wow, how much is this worth? You have to learn to appreciate the little things when the situation is difficult. Although I couldn't estimate the exact amount, one thing was clear. If I sold all of this, I could pay off most of the debt. Well, the problem was whether we could even get out of here with it. Chapter 360. Interrogation. 2. Raven climbed the stairs and entered the ship's officer's cabin. Her assistant, whom she had sent ahead, and the squad leaders were all gathered there. Vice Captain Raven, you're safe. That's a relief. We were just about to form a support team. I have to make a report, so please leave. Yes? Yes. The officers obeyed her order without question, sensing her urgency. The cabin was empty in a matter of seconds. Raven placed her hand on the military message stone, her expression complex. Nia Laftonia, a rule Raven, vice captain of the 3rd Magic Corps. My return was delayed due to securing an escape route for the unit members. Please share the current situation. Neolaftonia, Syrian, Chief of Staff of the 3rd Corps. I was worried after hearing that you went to stop the Blood Knight, but it's good to hear that you're safe, excuse me, but why is the Chief of Staff contacting me instead of the Corps Commander? Because I'm the second in command who takes over when the commander is absent during wartime. Absent, sir. Viscount Lamrayan has perished. He was ambushed by a group of criminals led by Ricardo Liwan Praha, the traitor, while giving the order for all units to assemble and relocate. That's impossible. The attacks stopped after all troops retreated to the lake, but we can't be sure what will happen next, so you should take command of your unit and defend the perimeter until further notice. The Chief of Staff then briefly shared information about the estimated casualties in the enemy forces. And I think that's all you need to know. Now, tell me, was it really the Blood Knight? Raven briefly summarized the events, omitting unnecessary details, and reported to her superior how she stayed behind to stop the Blood Knight, how the enemy reinforcements arrived, and how they retreated after killing the lighthouse keeper. She only reported the results, omitting the process. It wasn't just to save time. She wouldn't have hesitated if that was the case. You killed the lighthouse keeper. That's good news. Well done. Tell the Blood Spirit Marquis that she'll be rewarded for her achievements. Her superior thought that the Blood Spirit Marquis was responsible for the victory, but the truth was completely different. Lihan shoots. It was thanks to that man that no one had been injured by the infamous Blood Knight, and he was the one who killed the lighthouse keeper. But I'll end the call now. Raven couldn't bring herself to say it, and that wasn't all. Amelia Rain wails. She didn't mention the woman who had performed as well as the Blood Spirit Marquis during the battle, even though she was certain that the woman was the same Nork explorer she had met on Paragon Island. She had intentionally omitted the information. Although she hadn't lied, she had undoubtedly neglected her duty as a soldier. She felt a deep sense of guilt, but what could she do? She needed time to organize her thoughts. Lihan shoots. The man who had introduced himself with that name. Until now, she had thought that he was just someone who resembled the man Erwin had lost. But after seeing Gigantification, she had a hunch. What if he wasn't just a look-alike? What if Erwin was calling him Mister for that reason? What if he was really alive? I don't know. She was confused. Nothing was certain. She wanted to believe it was him, but there were also many differences. His height and his face. And, you're be back. The blood she felt when she unconsciously reached out to touch his wound was warm and sticky. It should have stung if it was his blood. And there was another difference. He's too strong. His body that blocked the Blood Knight's aura. The strange ability that reflected magic. And even the ability to drag enemies towards him using wind. The old Yondell wouldn't have been able to do that against such powerful enemies. But, time has passed. Maybe he had absorbed new essences and become stronger. Even Erwin and she herself had changed a lot in the past 2 years. If that's the case, the more Raven organized the information, the more she was convinced that Bjorn Yondell was alive. The decisive factor was Amelia's presence. Although she couldn't find any concrete evidence, there were still unanswered questions about his death. But the woman who had disappeared with him was alive? It strongly suggested that he might be alive too. But the problem was, if it's really him, what should I do? Bjorn Yondell is an evil spirit. The royal family had officially announced it, and she had known about it before the announcement. She had seen his expression. You said there's a rumor going around that Yondell is an evil spirit. It's not just a rumor, is it? Misha, who had been closest to Yondell, didn't answer, but her trembling eyes held the truth. Click, click. Raven bit her nails for the first time in a long time. It was a habit she only had when she was stressed. She couldn't think straight. She wanted him to be alive, but she also didn't want him to be. But, well, I'll have to confirm it. Raven made up her mind. She knew that she couldn't just run away and avoid her duty, no matter how scared she was. No. 399 Cage of Silence. A trap-type numbered item activated when a special movement ability is used within a certain radius. She's not going to come back, is she? She will. And probably soon. How can you be so sure? This cage doesn't last forever. To be precise, it lasted for 2 hours after activation. And it had a long cooldown. And we can't even attack them while they're trapped. It was an item solely for restraint. All attacks from the outside were blocked when it was active. So people usually surrounded the cage after trapping the enemy and then ganged up on them when it was deactivated. Thud. The soldier guarding us saluted as soon as he heard footsteps from the hallway. Neolaftonia. Right, she's back. Thank you for guarding them. I need to talk to them, so can you leave us alone for a moment? And please keep this a secret. Yes. Raven returned alone after about an hour, and she even dismissed the soldier. It was a positive sign, but it was too early to relax. Raven stood in front of the cage, silently observing us, and I asked, what are you going to do with us? You're still using that tone. Damn it, she's coming at us strong. Should I just reveal my identity and try to persuade her to help us? As I was contemplating, Raven continued, take off your helmet. I obediently took off my helmet, which was stained with the lighthouse keeper's blood. Raven's expression didn't change. And your armor. What does she think I am? Men and women shouldn't be together after the age of 7. I can't comply with an unreasonable request of a sexual nature. Even if I were a woman, I wouldn't. What are you talking about? Raven just glared at me as I tried to explain why I couldn't take off my armor. This is getting a bit scary. I haven't reported you to my superiors yet, or about Miss Rainwales, but if you don't comply with my request, things will be different. I'll take it off. You're being hurt. What the hell? There's no way for us to escape anyway. I took off my armor, revealing my back, which was covered in wounds, and, Raven's expression finally changed. Her eyes widened, her gaze fixed on the tattoo hidden beneath my armor. Phew, this feels better. It's been a while, Raven, you were expecting this, weren't you? Raven bit her lip and glared at me at my question, I was hoping it wasn't true, because I'm an evil spirit. Yes, I wish it could have just remained a good memory. Raven trailed off sadly. I also felt a tightness in my chest, so she couldn't accept the fact that I was an evil spirit. Wait, Raven, it's a misunderstanding that I'm an evil spirit. I quickly tried to persuade her. Misunderstanding? Yes, I'm not an evil spirit. Then what's with that appearance? Raven clenched her fists, looking at me. It seems like you shrunk your height by absorbing an essence like bone knight. If you're not an evil spirit, why would you go through all this trouble to hide your identity? Right, I knew she would ask that. The royal family had already announced it when I returned, and I found some suspicious aspects to it, so I decided to hide my identity for now. I agree that the announcement is suspicious, but for now, and returned? What do you mean? Okay, so I managed to pique her curiosity. It's a long story. There's this thing called the fragment of records. Wait, Raven cut me off. There's no need for a long explanation. This is enough. There was a familiar item in her hand. No, 7,234 distorted trust. The consumable item that prevented anyone within a 10-meter radius from lying. You know what this is, right? I received it from Mr. Partellian in the doppelganger forest. I used the remaining budget from the court to recharge it. She was well prepared. Whoosh. She had even activated it. The second hand on the compass-sized disc started to move. And then, so, tell me, is it really a misunderstanding? Raven asked, staring at me intently. Will it work? I was a bit nervous. I hadn't actually tested if Oral Gabby's gift worked. I was planning to buy distorted trust or something similar and test it before revealing myself. But, Raven, it's really a misunderstanding. I'm not an evil spirit. Well, it seemed to be working since I could say it. Click. The second hand suddenly stopped. What did you just do? Oh, the second hand started moving again as I trailed off. Was it just a temporary error? I don't know either. I quickly feigned ignorance, and distorted trust stopped working again. And then, tick-tock, after a brief pause, it started working again. Why does it stop working when he speaks? I gulped at Raven's question. He said I wouldn't be affected by these items. Damn old man. He should have told me beforehand.